Time and narrative. Paul Ftjcoeur. Paul Ricoeur has been the Dean of the Faculty of Lettres and Human Sciences at the University of Paris X, Nanterre, for many years and is currently the Jean Nouvel Professor Emeritus in the Divinity School, the Department of Philosophy, and the Committee on Social Thought at the University of Chicago. In memory of Henry Irene Marrow. Part I, The Circle of Narrative and Temporality. 1. The Aporias of the Experience of Time, Book 11 of Augustine's Confessions. 2. Emplotment, a reading of Aristotle's Poetics. 3. Time and Narrative, Threefold Mimesis. Part 2, History and Narrative. 4. 5 Defenses of Narrative. 6. Historical Intentionality Conclusions. The Rule of Metaphor and Time and Narrative form a pair, published one after the other. These works were conceived together. Although metaphor has traditionally belonged to the theory of tropes, or figures of discourse, and narrative to the theory of literary genres, the meaning effects produced by each of them belong to the same basic phenomenon of semantic innovation. In both cases this innovation is produced entirely on the level of discourse, that is, the level of acts of language equal to or greater than the sentence. With metaphor, the innovation lies in the producing of a new semantic pertinence by means of an impertinent attribution. Nature is a temple where living pillars. The metaphor is alive as long as we can perceive, through the new semantic pertinence and so to speak in its denseness the resistance of the words in their ordinary use and therefore their incompatibility at the level of a literal interpretation of the sentence. The displacement in meaning the words undergo in the metaphorical utterance, a displacement to which ancient rhetoric reduced metaphor, is not the whole of metaphor. It is just one means serving the process that takes place on the level of the entire sentence, whose function it is to save the new pertinence of the odd predication threatened by the literal incongruity of the attribution. With narrative, the semantic innovation lies in the inventing of another work of synthesis, a plot. By means of the plot, goals, causes, and chance are brought together within the temporal unity of a whole and complete accession. It is the synthesis of the heterogeneous that brings narrative close to metaphor. In both cases, the new thing, the as yet unsaid, the unwritten, springs up in language. Here a living metaphor, that is, a new pertinence in the predication, there a feigned plot, that is, a new congruence in the organization of the events. In both cases the semantic innovation can be carried back to the productive imagination and, more precisely, to the schematism that is its signifying matrix. In new metaphors the birth of a new semantic pertinence marvelously demonstrates what an imagination can be that produces things according to rules. Being good at making metaphors, said Aristotle, is equivalent to being perceptive of resemblances. But what is it to be perceptive of resemblance if not to inaugurate the similarity by bringing together terms that at first seem distant, then suddenly close? It is this change of distance in logical space that is the work of the productive imagination. This consists of schematizing the synthetic operation, of figuring the predicative assimilation from whence results the semantic innovation. The productive imagination at work in the metaphorical process is thus our competence for producing new logical species by predicative assimilation, in spite of the resistance of our current categorizations of language. The plot of a narrative is comparable to this predicative assimilation. It grasps together and integrates into one whole and complete story multiple and scattered events, thereby schematizing the intelligible signification attached to the narrative taken as a whole. Finally, in both cases the intelligibility brought to light by this process of schematization is to be distinguished from the comminatory rationality put into play by structural semantics, in the case of metaphor, and the legislating rationality at work in narratology and scholarly history, in the case of narrative. This rationality aims instead at simulating, at the higher level of a meta-language, the kind of comprehension rooted in the schematization. As a result, whether it be a question of metaphor or of plot, to explain more is to understand better. Understanding, in the first case, is grasping the dynamism in virtue of which a metaphorical utterance, a new semantic pertinence, emerges from the ruins of the semantic pertinence as it appears in a literal reading of the sentence. Understanding, in the second case, is grasping the operation that unifies into one whole and complete action the miscellany constituted by the circumstances, ends and means, initiatives and interactions, the reversals of fortune, and all the unintended consequences issuing from human action. In large part, the epistemological problem posed by metaphor or by narrative consists in tying the explanation set to work by the semiolinguistic sciences to the prior understanding resulting from an acquired familiarity with the use of language, be it poetic or narrative use. In both cases it is a question of accounting at the same time for the autonomy of these rational disciplines and their direct or indirect, close or distant filiation, beginning from our poetic understanding. The parallel between metaphor and narrative goes even further. The study of living metaphor led me to pose, beyond the problem of structure or sense, that of reference or of its truth claim. In the rule of metaphor I defended the thesis that the poetic function of language is not limited to the celebration of language for its own sake, at the expense of the referential function, which is predominant in descriptive language. I maintain that the suspension of this direct, descriptive referential function is only the reverse side, or the negative condition, of a more covered over referential function of discourse, which is X. Preface. So to speak, liberated by the suspending of the descriptive value of statements. In this way poetic discourse brings to language aspects, qualities, and values of reality that lack access to language that is directly descriptive and that can be spoken only by means of the complex interplay between the metaphorical utterance and the rule-governed transgression of the usual meanings of our words. I risk speaking not just of a metaphorical sense but also of a metaphorical reference in talking about this power of the metaphorical utterance to redscribe a reality inaccessible to direct description. I even suggested that seeing as, which sums up the power of metaphor, could be the revealer of a being as on the deepest ontological level. The mimetic function of narrative poses a problem exactly parallel to the problem of metaphorical reference. It is, in fact, one particular application of the latter to the sphere of human action. Plot, says Aristotle, is the mimesis of an action. When the time comes, I shall distinguish at least three senses of this term mimesis, a reference back to the familiar pre-understanding we have of the order of action, an entry into the realm of poetic composition, and finally a new configuration by means of this poetic refiguring of the pre-understood order of action. It is through this last sense that the mimetic function of the plot rejoins metaphorical reference. And whereas metaphorical redescription reigns in the field of sensory, emotional, aesthetic, and axiological values, which make the world a habitable world, the mimetic function of plots takes place by preference in the field of action and of its temporal values. It is this latter feature that I dwell on in this work. I see in the plots we invent the privileged means by which we reconfigure our confused, unformed, and at the limit mute temporal experience. What, then, is time? Asks Augustine. I know well enough what it is, provided that nobody asks me, but if I am asked what it is and try to explain, I am baffled. In the capacity of poetic composition to refigure this temporal experience, which is prey to the aporias of philosophical speculation, resides the referential function of the plot. The frontier between these two functions is unstable. In the first place, the plots that configure and transfigure the practical field encompass not just acting but also suffering, hence characters as agents and as victims. Lyric poetry thereby skirts dramatic poetry. Furthermore, the circumstances that, as the word indicates, encircle action, and the unintended consequences that make up one part of the tragic aspect of action, also consist of a dimension of passivity accessible through poetic discourse, in particular in the modes of elegy and of lamentation. In this way, metaphorical redescription and mimesis are closely bound up with each other, to the point that we can exchange the two vocabularies and speak of the mimetic value of poetic discourse and the redescriptive power of narrative fiction. What unfolds, then, is one vast poetic sphere that includes metaphorical utterance and narrative discourse. The core of this book was first formulated as the Brick Lectures, which I gave at the University of Missouri at Columbia, Missouri, in 1978. The original French version of these lectures is printed as the first 3 chapters of La Narrativite Paris, ed. du CNRS, 1980. Joined to this is my Zaharoff lecture of 1978-79, given at the Taylor Institution, St. Giles College, Oxford, The Contribution of French Historiography to the Theory of History, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1980. Various parts of the work were also developed schematically in 2 seminars given at the University of Toronto, when I held the Northrop Frye Chair in the program in Comparative Literature. And several outlines of the whole project were the subject of my own seminars at the Centre d'études phénoménologiques et herméneutiques in Paris and at the University of Chicago. I wish to thank Professors Joseph Bien and Noble Cunningham of the University of Missouri at Columbia, G.P.V. Collier of the Taylor Institution, and Northrop Frye and Mario Valdez of the University of Toronto for their kind invitations, as well as my colleagues and students at the University of Chicago for their gracious reception of me and this work, their inspiration and their helpful criticism. My thanks, too, to the National Humanities Center for the opportunity to pursue my work there in 1979-80 and again in 1980-81. I must particularly acknowledge all the participants in my seminar at the Centre d'études phénoménologiques et herméneutiques in Paris, who accompanied the whole course of research behind this work and who contributed to our collective volume, La Narrativite. I owe a particular debt of thanks to my 2 translators, Kathleen M.C. Laughlin and David Pellauer. They have taken the original French text and have truly rethought and rewritten it in English. This arduous labor has strengthened our ties of friendship through the bond of our common work. XII. Partie. The Circle of Narrative and Temporality. The first part of this work is concerned with bringing to light the major presuppositions which in the following sections will be submitted to the scrutiny of the various disciplines dealing with either historical or fictional narrative. These presuppositions have a common core. Whether it is a question of affirming the structural identity of historiography, including the philosophy of history, and fictional narrative, as I shall attempt to prove in Part 2 of this volume and in Volume 2, or whether it is a matter of affirming the deep kinship between the truth claims of these 2 narrative modes, as I shall do in Volume 2, one presupposition commands all the others, namely, that what is ultimately at stake in the case of the structural identity of the narrative function, as well as in that of the truth claim of every narrative work, is the temporal character of human experience. The world unfolded by every narrative work is always a temporal world. Or, as will often be repeated in the course of this study, time becomes human time to the extent that it is organized after the manner of a narrative. Narrative, in turn, is meaningful to the extent that it portrays the features of temporal experience. It is with this major presupposition that Part I of this work is concerned. This thesis is undeniably circular. But such is the case, after all, in every hermeneutical assertion. Part I will examine this objection. In Chapter 3, I shall strive to demonstrate that the circle of narrativity and temporality is not a vicious but a healthy circle, whose 2 halves mutually reinforce one another. To pave the way for this discussion, I thought it might be well to provide 2 independent historical introductions to the thesis of the reciprocity between narrativity and temporality. The first, Chapter 1, deals with the theory of time in Augustine, the second, Chapter 2, with the theory of plot in Aristotle. There is a 2-fold justification for the choice of these 2 authors. First, they offer us 2 independent ways of entering into the circle that constitutes our problem, one from the side of the paradoxes of time, the other from the side of the intelligible organization of a narrative. Their independence. 3. 4. Does not lie solely in the fact that Augustine's Confessions and Aristotle's Poetics belong to 2 profoundly different cultural universes separated by several centuries and involving problematics that are not identical. What is even more important for my purpose is that the first author inquires into the nature of time without any apparent concern for grounding his inquiry on the narrative structure of the spiritual autobiography developed in the first 9 books of the Confessions. and the second constructs his theory of dramatic plot without paying any attention to the temporal implications of his analysis, leaving to the physics the problem of how to go about analyzing time. It is in this precise sense that the Confessions and the Poetics offer 2 points of access, independent of one another, to our circular problem. However, the independence of these two analyses is not what principally holds our attention. They do not simply converge upon the same interrogation after starting from two radically different philosophical horizons, each engenders the inverted image of the other. The Augustinian analysis gives a representation of time in which discordance never ceases to belie the desire for that concordance that forms the very essence of the animus. The Aristotelian analysis, on the other hand, establishes the dominance of concordance over discordance in the configuration of the plot. It is this inverse relationship between concordance and discordance that seemed to me to constitute the major interest of a confrontation between the Confessions and the Poetics, a confrontation that may seem all the more incongruous in that it goes from Augustine to Aristotle, contrary to the chronological order. But I thought that the meeting of the Confessions and the Poetics in the mind of one and the same reader would be all the more dramatic if it were to move from the work in which the perplexity created by the paradox of time predominates toward the work in which, on the contrary, confidence reigns in the power of the poet and the poem to make order triumph over disorder. It is in Chapter 3 of Part I that the reader will find the melodic line of which the rest of the work forms the development and sometimes the counterpoint. There I shall consider in and for itself without any further concern for historical exegesis the inverted interplay of concordance and discordance, bequeathed to us by the sovereign analyses of time by Augustine and of plot by Aristotle. 1. The major antithesis around which my reflection will revolve finds its sharpest expression toward the end of Book 11 of Augustine's Confessions. 2 features of the human soul are set in opposition to one another, features which the author, with his marked taste for sonorous antithesis, coins intentio and distentio animi. It is this contrast that I shall later compare with that of mythos and peripeteia in Aristotle. 2 prior remarks have to be made. First, I begin my reading of Book 11 of the Confessions at chapter 14-17 with the question, what, then, is time? I am not unaware that the analysis of time is set within a meditation on the relations between eternity and time, inspired by the first verse of Genesis, in principio fecit Deus. 2 In this sense, to isolate the analysis of time from this meditation is to do violence to the text, in a way that is not wholly justified by my intention to situate within the same sphere of reflection the Augustinian antithesis between intentio and distentio and the Aristotelian antithesis between mythos and peripeteia. Nevertheless, a certain justification can be found for this violence in Augustine's own reasoning, which, when it is concerned with time, no longer refers to eternity except to more strongly emphasize the ontological deficiency characteristic of human time and to wrestle directly with the aporias afflicting the conception of time as such. In order to right somewhat this wrong done to Augustine's text, I shall reintroduce the meditation on eternity at a later stage in the analysis with the intention of seeking in it an intensification of the experience of time. Second, isolated from the meditation on eternity, due to the artifice in method to which I have just admitted, the Augustinian analysis of time offers a highly interrogative and even aporetical character which none of the ancient theories of time, from Plato to Plotinus, had carried to such a degree of acuteness. Not only does Augustine, like Aristotle, always proceed on the basis of aporias handed down by the tradition, but the resolution of each aporia gives rise to new difficulties which never cease to spur on his inquiry. This style. 5. The aporias of the experience of time. Book II of Augustine's Confessions. 6. Where every advance in thinking gives rise to a new difficulty, places Augustine by turns in the camp of the skeptics, who do not know, and in that of the Platonists and Neoplatonists, who do know. Augustine is seeking, the verb quaerere, we shall see, appears repeatedly throughout the text. Perhaps one must go so far as to say that what is called the Augustinian thesis on time, and which I intentionally term a psychological thesis in order to distinguish it from that of Aristotle and even from that of Plotinus, is itself more aporetical than Augustine would admit. This, in any case, is what I shall attempt to show. These two initial remarks have to be joined together. Inserting an analysis of time within a meditation on eternity gives the Augustinian search the peculiar tone of a lamentation full of hope, something which disappears in an analysis that isolates what is properly speaking the argument on time. But it is precisely in separating the analysis of time from its backdrop of eternity that its aporetical features can be brought out. Of course, this aporetical mode differs from that of the skeptics in that it does not disallow some sort of firm certitude. But it also differs from that of the Neoplatonists in that the assertive core can never be apprehended simply in itself outside of the aporias it engenders. 3. This aporetical character of the pure reflection on time is of the utmost importance for all that follows in the present investigation. And this is so in two respects. First, it must be admitted that in Augustine there is no pure phenomenology of time. Perhaps there never will be one. For hence, the Augustinian theory of time is inseparable from the argumentative operation by which this thinker chops off, one after the other, the continually self-regenerating heads of the hydra of skepticism. As a result, there is no description without a discussion. This is why it is extremely difficult and perhaps impossible to isolate a phenomenological core from the mass of argumentation. The psychological solution attributed to Augustine is perhaps neither a psychology which could be isolated from the rhetoric of argumentation nor even a solution which could be removed once and for all from the aporetical domain. This aporetical style, in addition, takes on a special significance in the overall strategy of the present work. A constant thesis of this book will be that speculation on time is an inconclusive rumination to which narrative activity alone can respond. Not that this activity solves the aporias through substitution. If it does resolve them, it is in a poetical and not a theoretical sense of the word. Implotment, I shall say below, replies to the speculative aporia with a poetic making of something capable, certainly, of clarifying the aporia. This will be the primary sense of Aristotelian catharsis, but not of resolving it theoretically. In one sense Augustine himself moves toward a resolution of this sort. The fusion of argument and him in Part I of Book 11 which I am. 7. At first going to bracket already leads us to understand that a poetical transfiguration alone, not only of the solution but of the question itself, will free the aporia from the meaninglessness it skirts. The aporia of the being and the non-being of time. The notion of distentio animi, coupled with that of intentio, is only slowly and painfully sifted out from the major aporia with which Augustine is struggling, that of the measurement of time. This aporia itself, however, is inscribed within the circle of an aporia that is even more fundamental, that of the being or the non-being of time. For what can be measured is only what, in some way, exists. We may deplore the fact if we like, but the phenomenology of time emerges out of an ontological question: quid est enim tempus? What, then, is time? 11:14-17. 5. As soon as this question is posed, all the ancient difficulties regarding the being and the non-being of time surge forth. But it is noteworthy that, from the start, Augustine's inquisitive style imposes itself. On the one hand, the skeptical argument leans toward non-being, while on the other hand a guarded confidence in the everyday use of language forces us to say that, in some way, which we do not yet know how to account for, time exists. The skeptical argument is well known: time has no being since the future is not yet, the past is no longer, and the present does not remain. And yet we do speak of time as having being. We say that things to come will be, that things past were, and that things present are passing away. Even passing away is not nothing. It is remarkable that it is language usage that provisionally provides the resistance to the thesis of non-being. We speak of time and we speak meaningfully about it, and this shores up an assertion about the being of time. We certainly understand what is meant by the word both when we use it ourselves and when we hear it used by others. 1:4, 1:5. 6. However, if it is true that we speak of time in a meaningful way and in positive terms, will be, was, is, our powerlessness to explain how this comes about arises precisely from this certitude. Talk about time certainly resists the skeptical argument, but language is itself put into question by the gap between the that and the how. We know by heart the cry uttered by Augustine on the threshold of his meditation: what, then, is time? I know well enough what it is, provided that nobody asks me, but if I am asked what it is and try to explain, I am baffled. 1417. In this way the ontological paradox opposes language not only to the skeptical argument but to itself. How can the positive quality of the verbs to have taken place, to occur, to be reconciled with the negativity of the adverbs no longer, not yet, not always? The question is thus narrowed down. How can time exist if the past is no longer, if the future is not yet, and if the present is not always? Onto this initial paradox is grafted the central paradox from which the eighth theme of distension will emerge. How can we measure that which does not exist? The paradox of measurement is a direct result of the paradox of the being and non-being of time. Here again language is a relatively sure guide. We speak of a long time and a short time, and in a certain way we observe its length and take its measurement, cf. the aside in 1519, where the soul addresses itself, for we are gifted with the ability to feel and measure intervals moras of time. What is the answer to be? What is more, it is only of the past and of the future that we say that they are long or short. In anticipation of the solution of the aporia, it is indeed of the future that we say that it short ends and of the past that it lengthens. But language is limited to attesting to the fact of measuring. The how, once again, eludes him, but how can anything which does not exist be either long or short, sed quo pacto? 1518. Augustine will at first appear to turn his back on this certainty that it is the past and the future that we measure. Later, by placing the past and the future within the present, by bringing in memory and expectation, he will be able to rescue this initial certainty from its apparent disaster by transferring onto expectation and onto memory the idea of a long future and a long past. But this certainty of language, of experience, and of action will only be recovered after it has been lost and profoundly transformed. In this regard, it is a feature of the Augustinian quest that the final response is anticipated several times in various ways that must first be submitted to criticism before their true meaning emerges. 7. Indeed, Augustine seems first to refuse a certitude based upon too weak an argument: my Lord, my light, does not your truth make us look foolish in this case too? 1518. 8. He therefore turns first to the present. Was it not when it was still present that the past was long? In this question, too, something of the final response is anticipated, since memory and expectation will appear as modalities of the present. But at this stage in the argument the present is still opposed to the past and the future. The idea of a threefold present has not yet dawned. This is why the solution based on the present alone has to collapse. The failure of this solution results from a refining of the notion of the present, which is no longer characterized solely by that which does not remain but by that which has no extension. This refinement, which carries the paradox to its height, is related to a well-known skeptical argument: can 100 years be present at once? 1519. The argument, as we see, is directed solely at attributing length to the present. Only the current year is present, and in the year, the month, and in the month, the day, and in the day, the hour, even that 1 hour consists of minutes which are continually passing. The minutes which have gone by are past, and any part of the hour which remains is future. 1520. 9. He must therefore conclude along with the skeptics, in fact the only time quid temporis that can be called present is an instant, if we can conceive intelligitor of such, that cannot be divided even into the most minute fractions. When it is present it has no duration spatium, ibid. 10 et a. 9. Later stage of this discussion the definition of the present will be further narrowed down to the idea of the point-like instant. Augustine first gives a dramatic turn to the merciless conclusion of the argumentative machine, As we have already seen quite clearly, the present cannot possibly have duration, ibid. What is it, then, that holds firm against the onslaughts of skepticism? As always, it is experience, articulated by language and enlightened by the intelligence. Nevertheless, O Lord, we are aware of centimus periods of time. We comparamus them with one another and say that some are longer and others shorter. We even calculate metamur how much longer or shorter one period is than another, 1621. The protest conveyed by centimus, comparamus, and metamur is that of our sensory, intellectual, and pragmatic activities in relation to the measuring of time. However, this obstinacy of what must indeed be termed experience does not take us any farther as concerns the question of how. False certainties are still mingled with genuine evidence. We may believe we take a decisive step forward by substituting for the notion of the present that of passing, of transition, following in the wake of the earlier statement. If we measure them by our own awareness of time, we must do so while it is passing preteruntia, ibid. This speculative formula seems to correspond to our practical certainty. It too, however, will have to be submitted to criticism before returning, precisely, as distentio, thanks to the dialectic of the threefold present. So long as we have not formed the idea of the distended relation between expectation, memory, and attention, we do not understand what we are actually saying when we repeat for the second time. The conclusion is that we can be aware of time and measure it only while it is passing, ibid. The formula is at once an anticipation of the solution and a temporary impasse. It is thus not by chance that Augustine stops just when he seems most certain. These are tentative theories, Father, not downright assertions. 1722. 11. What is more, it is not due to the impetus of this passing idea that he continues to pursue his search, but by a return to the conclusion of the skeptical argument, the present cannot possibly have duration. For, in order to pave the way for the idea that what we measure is indeed the future, understood later as expectation, and the past, understood as memory, a case must be made for the being of the past and the future which had been too quickly denied, but it must be made in a way that we are not yet capable of articulating. 1-2 In the name of what can the past and the future be accorded the right to exist in some way or other? Once again, in the name of what we say and do with regard to them. What do we say and do in this respect? We recount things which we hold as true and we predict events which occur as we foresaw them. 1-3 It is therefore still language, along with the experience and the action articulated by language, that holds firm in the face of the skeptic's assault. 2:10. Predict is to foresee, and to recount is to discern cernere by the mind. De Trinitate, 15:12-21, speaks in this sense of the twofold testimony, metering, p. 67, of history and of prediction. It is therefore in spite of the skeptical argument that Augustine concludes, therefore both the past and the future do exist sunt ergo, 1722. This declaration is not the mere repetition of the affirmation that was rejected in the first pages, namely, that the future and the past exist. The terms for past and future henceforth appear as adjectives, futura and praeterita. This nearly imperceptible shift actually opens the way for the denouement of the initial paradox concerning being and non-being and, as a result, also for the central paradox of measurement. We are in fact prepared to consider as existing, not the past and the future as such, but the temporal qualities that can exist in the present, without the things of which we speak, when we recount them or predict them, still existing or already existing. We therefore cannot be too attentive to Augustine's shifts in expression. Just when he is about to reply to the ontological paradox, he pauses once more. O Lord, my hope, allow me to explore further amplius quaerere, 1823. This is said not simply for rhetorical effect or as a pious invocation. After this pause, in fact, there follows an audacious step that will lead to the affirmation I have just mentioned, the thesis of the threefold present. This step, however, as is often the case, takes the form of a question: if the future and the past do exist, I want to know where they are, ibid. We began with the question how. We continue by way of the question where. The question is not naive. It consists in seeking a location for future and past things insofar as they are recounted and predicted. All of the argumentation that follows will be contained within the boundaries of this question, and will end up by situating within the soul the temporal qualities implied by narration and prediction. This transition by way of the question where is essential if we are correctly to understand the first response, so wherever they are and whatever they are future and past things, it is only by being present that they are, ibid. We appear to be turning our back on the earlier assertion that what we measure is only the past and the future. Even more, we seem to be denying our admission that the present has no duration. But what is in question here is an entirely different present, one that has also become a plural adjective, presentia, in line with praeterita and futura, and one capable of admitting an internal multiplicity. We also appear to have forgotten the assertion that we measure time only while it is passing, 1621. But we shall return to it later when we come back to the question of measuring. It is therefore within the framework of the question where that we take up once more, in order to carry them further forward, the notions of narration and prediction. Narration, we say, implies memory and prediction implies expectation. Now, what is it to remember? It is to have an image of the past. How is this possible? Because this image is an impression left by events, an impression that remains in the mind. 1:4. The reader will have observed that after the calculated delays that preceded, suddenly everything moves very quickly. Prediction is explained in a way that is scarcely more complex. It is thanks to a present expectation that future things are present to us as things to come. We have a pre-perception, presensio, of this which enables us to foretell them, prenuncio. Expectation is thus the analog to memory. It consists of an image that already exists, in the sense that it precedes the event that does not yet exist, nondum. However, this image is not an impression left by things past but a sign and a cause of future things which are, in this way, anticipated, foreseen, foretold, predicted, proclaimed beforehand. Note the richness of the everyday vocabulary of expectation. The solution is elegant, but how laborious, how costly, and how fragile. An elegant solution, by entrusting to memory the fate of things past, and to expectation that of things to come, we can include memory and expectation in an extended and dialectical present which itself is none of the terms rejected previously, neither the past, nor the future, nor the point-like present, nor even the passing of the present. We know the famous formula whose tie to the aporia it is supposed to resolve we too easily overlook. It might be correct to say that there are three times, a present of the past things, a present of the present things, and a present of the future things. Some such different times do exist in the mind, but nowhere else alibi that I can see. 2026. In saying this, Augustine is aware that he is moving away somewhat from ordinary language by which he has, nevertheless, supported his position prudently. It is true in his resistance to the argument of the skeptics. It is not strictly correct propri to say that there are three times, past, present, and future, ibid. But he adds as if in a marginal note, our use of words is generally inaccurate non-propri and seldom completely correct, but our meaning is recognized nonetheless, ibid. Nothing, however, prevents us from continuing to speak as we do of the present, past, and future. I shall not object or argue, nor shall I rebuke anyone who speaks in these terms, provided that he understands what he is saying, ibid. Everyday language is thus simply reformulated in a more rigorous manner. In order to enable us to understand the meaning of this rectification, Augustine relies on a threefold equivalence which, it seems, is self-evident. The present of past things is the memory, the present of present things is direct perception contuitus, later the term will be attentio, which better denotes the contrast with distentio, and the present of future things is expectation. 2026. How do we know this? Augustine replies laconically, if we may speak in these terms, I can see video 3 times and I admit fati orqui that they do exist, ibid. This seeing and this admission indeed constitute the phenomenological core of the entire analysis, but the fader, joined to the video, bears witness to the sort of debate to which the seeing is the conclusion. An elegant solution, but a laborious one. Consider the memory. Certain images must be accorded the power of refer. 12. Ring to past things, cf. the Latin preposition de, a strange power indeed. On the one hand, the impression exists now, on the other it stands for past things which, as such, still, ad hoc, exist, 1823, in the memory. This little word still, ad hoc, is at once the solution to the aporia and the source of a new enigma. How is it possible that the impression images, the vestigia, which are present things, engraved in the soul, are at the same time about the past? The image of the future presents a similar difficulty. The sign images are said to exist already, Jam sunt, 1824. But already means two things: whatever exists already is not future but present, ibid, and in this sense, we do not see future things themselves which are not yet, nam dum. However, already denotes, along with the present existence of the sign, its character of anticipation. To say that things already exist is to say that by the sign I announce things to come, that I can predict them, and in this way the future is said in advance, antedicator. The anticipatory image is thus no less enigmatic than the vestigial one. 1.5 What makes this an enigma lies in the very structure of an image, which sometimes stands as an impression of the past, sometimes as a sign of the future. It seems that for Augustine this structure is seen purely and simply as it presents itself. What is even more enigmatic is the quasi-spatial language in which the question and the response are couched. If the future and the past do exist, I want to know where they are, 1823. To which comes the reply, some such different times do exist in the mind, but nowhere else alibi that I can see, 2026. Is it because the question has been posed in terms of place, where are future and past things, that we obtain a reply in terms of place, in the soul, in the memory? Or is it not instead the quasi-spatiality of the impression image and the sign image, inscribed in the soul, that calls for the question of the location of the future and past things? 1.6 This we are unable to state at this stage of our investigation. The solution of the aporia of the being and non-being of time through the notion of a threefold present continues to be fragile so long as the enigma of the measurement of time has not been resolved. The threefold present has not yet received the definitive seal of the distentio animi so long as we have not recognized in this very triplicity the slippage lawfile that permits the soul itself to be accorded an extension of another sort than that which has been denied to the point like present. The quasi-spatial language, for its part, remains in suspension so long as this extension of the human soul, the ground of all measurement of time, has not been stripped of any cosmological basis. The inherence of time in the soul takes on its full meaning only when every thesis that would place time within the sphere of physical movement has been eliminated through argumentation. In this sense the I see it, I admit it of 2026 is not firmly established so long as the notion of distentio animi has not been formed. The measurement of time. It is in resolving the enigma of its measurement that Augustine reaches this ultimate characterization of human time, 2.1-3.1. The question of measurement is taken up again just where we left it at 1621. I said just now that we measure time as it passes praeteruntia, 21:27. Now this assertion, which is forcefully repeated, I know it because we do measure time. We could not measure a thing which did not exist ibid, is immediately transformed into an aporia. What passes away is, in fact, the present. Yet, we admitted, the present has no extension. The argument, which once again throws us back toward the skeptics, merits a detailed analysis. First of all, it neglects the difference between passing away and being present in the sense in which the present is the indivisible instant, or, as will be stated later, a point. Only the dialectic of the threefold present, interpreted as distension, will be able to save an assertion that must first lose its way in the labyrinth of the aporia. But, more important, the adverse argument is constructed precisely with the resources of the quasi-spatial imagery by means of which time is grasped as a threefold present. Passing, in effect, is being in transit. It is therefore legitimate to wonder, where is it coming from unde, what is it passing through qua, and where is it going quo? Ibid. As we see, it is the term passing away transire, which necessitates dwelling in this way on quasi-spatiality. Now, if we follow the tendency of this figurative expression, we must say that passing is going from x, the future, through, por, the present, into, in, the past. This transit thus confirms that the measurement of time is done in relation to some measurable period, in aliquo spatio, and that all the relations between intervals or time are in relation to a given period, spatia temporum, ibid. This seems to lead to a total impasse. Time is not extended in space and we cannot measure what has no duration, ibid. At this point, Augustine pauses, as at every previous critical moment. It is also here that the word puzzle or enigma is pronounced. My mind is burning to solve this intricate puzzle enigma, 22-28. Indeed, it is our everyday notions that are abstruse, as we have known from the start of this investigation. But, once again, unlike in skepticism, the admission that there is an enigma is accompanied by an ardent desire which, for Augustine, is a figure of love. Grant me what I love, for it was your gift that I should love it, ibid. 1:7. Here the hymnic aspect of the quest becomes apparent, showing what the investigation of time owes to its inclusion within a meditation on the eternal word. We shall return to this later. Let us limit ourselves for the moment to underscoring the guarded confidence that Augustine grants to ordinary language. How long quam diu did he take to do that? How long is it quam longo tempor since? We use these words and hear authors using them. They understand what we mean and we understand them. 13. 14. 22-28. This is why, I shall say, there is an enigma but not ignorance. In order to resolve the enigma, the cosmological solution must be rejected so that the investigation will be forced to search in the soul alone, and hence in the multiple structure of the threefold present, for the basis of extension and of measurement. The discussion concerning the relation of time to the movement of the heavenly bodies and to movement in general therefore constitutes neither a digression nor a detour. Augustine's vision can less than ever be said to be independent of the polemic whose long history stretches from Plato's Timaeus and Aristotle's Physical Ics to Plotinus's Enneads 3:7. The distentio animi is conquered at great pains during the course of and at the end of a tightly reasoned argument that involves the biting rhetoric of the reductio ad absurdum. First argument: if the movement of the heavenly bodies is time, why should this not also be said of the movement of all other bodies as well? 23-29. This argument anticipates the thesis that the movement of the stars might vary, hence accelerate, or slow down, something that is impossible for Aristotle. The stars are thus reduced to the level of other things in motion, whether this be the potter's wheel or the flow of syllables uttered by the human voice. Second argument: if the lights of the sky cease to move and if the potter's wheel continued to turn, then time would indeed have to be measured by something other than movement, ibid. Once again the argument presumes that the thesis of the immutability of celestial movements has been undercut. A variant of this argument, speaking of the movement of the potter's wheel itself, takes time, time which is not measured by the astral movement presumed to have been altered or stopped altogether. Third argument: underlying the earlier presuppositions is the conviction taught by Scripture that the stars are only lights intended to mark out time, ibid. So disqualified, if we may put it this way, the stars cannot constitute time by their movement. Fourth argument: if one asks what constitutes the measurement we call a day, we spontaneously think that the 24 hours of the day are measured by the movement of the sun through one complete circuit. But if the sun were to turn faster and complete its circuit in an hour, the day would no longer be measured by the movement of the sun. 23-30. Meyring stresses how, through the hypothesis of a variable speed attributed to the sun, Augustine moves away from all his predecessors. Neither Aristotle nor Plotinus, who do, however, distinguish between time and motion, ever used this argument. For Augustine, since God is the master of creation, he can change the speed of the stars, just as the potter can change that of his will, or the speaker the flow of his syllables. Joshua's stopping the sun follows along the same lines as the hypothesis of the acceleration of its motion, which, as such, is independent of the argument from the miraculous. Augustine alone dares to allow that one might speak of a span of time a day, an hour without a 15. Cosmological reference. The notion of distentio animi will serve, precisely, as a substitute for this cosmological basis for the span of time. 1.8 It is indeed of essential importance to observe that Augustine introduces the notion of distentio for the first time at the end of the argument that totally disassociates the notion of a day from that of celestial motion, and this is done without any further elaboration. I see time, therefore, as an extension distension of some sort. But do I really see this or only seem to see it? You will make it clear to me, my light and my truth. 23:30. Why this reticence just when the breakthrough appears about to be made? In fact, we have not yet finished with cosmology, despite the preceding arguments. We have only dismissed the extreme thesis that time is constituted by the movement of a material body. 24:31. But Aristotle had also refuted it by affirming that, without itself being movement, time was something of movement, namely that time is the measurement of movement inasmuch as the latter can be counted. Could not time be the measurement of movement without being movement? For time to exist, is it not enough that movement be potentially measurable? Augustine seems at first sight to make this major concession to Aristotle when he writes, "It is clear then that the movement of a body is not the same as the means by which we measure the duration of its movement. This being so, it must be obvious which of the two ought more properly to be called time." Ibid. 1.9 But if Augustine appears to grant that time is the measurement of movement rather than movement itself, this is not because, as was the case with Aristotle, he is thinking of the regular motion of celestial bodies but rather of measuring the movement of the human soul. In fact, if we admit that time is measured by means of a comparison between a longer time and a shorter time, then a fixed term of comparison is required. This cannot be the circular movement of the stars since it has been admitted that that movement could vary. Movement can stop, not time. Do we not in fact measure rest as well as motion? Ibid. Were it not for this hesitation, we would not understand why, after the apparently victorious argument against identifying time with movement, Augustine once again falls back into a confession of his utter ignorance. I know that my discourse on time is in time, so I know that time exists and that it is measured. But I know neither what time is nor how it is measured. I am in a sorry state, for I do not even know what I do not know. 25:32. It is, nevertheless, on the following page that the decisive formula is uttered. It seems to me, then int, that time is merely an extension distension, though of what it is an extension I do not know. I begin to wonder whether it is an extension of the mind itself. 26:33. Why then, as a result of what? And why this roundabout way? I begin to wonder whether of affirming the thesis. Once again, if there is a phenomenological core to this assertion, it is inseparable from the reductio ad absurdum that eliminate the other hypotheses, since I measure the movement of a body by time. 16. And not the other way around, since a long time can only be measured by a short time, and since no physical movement offers a fixed unit of measure meant for comparison, the movement of the stars being assumed to be variable, it remains that the extension of time is a distension of the soul. Of course, Plotinus had said this before Augustine, but he was thinking of the soul of the world, not the human soul. 20 This is why everything is resolved and everything is still left up in the air, even once the key phrase distentio animi has been pronounced. As long as we have not linked the distentio animi to the dialectic of the threefold present, we have not yet understood ourselves. The whole last part of Book 11, 2.6, 3.3-2.8, 3.7, is directed at establishing this connection between the two basic themes of the investigation, between the thesis of the threefold present, which solved the first enigma, that of a being that lacks being, and the thesis of the distension of the mind, summoned in order to resolve the enigma of the extension of a thing that has no extension. What remains, then, is to conceive of the threefold present as distension and distension as the distension of the threefold present. This is the stroke of genius of Book 11 of Augustine's Confessions, in whose wake will follow Husserl, Heidegger, and Merleau-Ponty. Intentio and distentio. In order to take this final step, Augustine turns back to an earlier assertion, 1621 and 2127, which has not only remained in suspension but which seemed to have been bowled over by the skeptic's assault, namely, that we measure time when it is passing, not the future which is not, nor the past which is no longer, nor the present which has no extension, but time passing. It is in this very passing, in the transit, that both the multiplicity of the present and its tearing apart are to be sought. The function of the three celebrated examples of a sound that is resonating, a sound that has resonated, and two sounds that resonate one after the other, is to make this tearing apart appear as that of the threefold present. These examples demand close attention, for the variation from one to the next is quite subtle. First example, 2734. Consider a sound that begins to resonate, that continues to resonate, and that ceases to resonate. How do we speak of it? In order to understand this passage, it is important to note that it is written entirely in the past tense. We only speak of a sound's resonance once it has stopped. The not yet, nondum, of the future is spoken of in the past tense, futura erat. The moment when it resonates, hence its present, is recounted as having disappeared. It could only be measured while it lasted, but even then sed et tunc, it was not static non stabat, because it was transient ibat, moving continuously praederibat, ibid. It is thus in the past tense that we speak of the very passing of the present. Far from securing a comfort. 17. In reply to the enigma, the first example appears to deepen it. But, as always, the direction in which to search for the solution is in the enigma itself, just as the enigma is in the solution. One feature of the example enables us to steer in this direction. Indeed, enim, while it was transient, it was gaining tendibator some extent in time in aliquod spatium temporis by which it could be measured, but not in present time, for the present has no extent, ibid. The key is indeed to be sought in what passes, as this is distinct from the point like present. 2.1. The second example exploits this breakthrough, but it does so by varying the hypothesis, 2734 ff. The passage of time will be spoken of not in the past but in the present tense. Here another sound is resonating. Let us assume that it is still, ad hoc, resonating. If we are to measure it, we must do so while dumb it lasts. It is now in the future perfect tense that we speak of its stopping, as if of a past future. Once the sound has ceased cessavrit, it will be jam a thing of the past, and if it no longer exists non erit, it cannot be measured, ibid. The question how long, quanta sit, is then raised in the present tense. Where, then, is the difficulty? It results from the impossibility of measuring the passage while it is still, ad hoc, continuing. For something to stop, it is in fact necessary that there be a beginning and an end, hence a measurable interval. But if we only measure what has ceased to exist, we slip back into the earlier aporia. It has even deepened a bit more, if we can measure the time that passes neither when it has stopped nor while it continues. The very idea of the time that passes, set aside for this argument, seems to retreat into the same shadows as do the ideas of the future, the past, and the point like present. Therefore we measure neither the future nor the past nor the present nor time that is passing, ibid. 2.2. From whence then comes our assurance that we do measure, the protest, Yet we do measure time appears twice in this dramatic paragraph. If we do not know how, is there a way to measure time passing both when it has ceased and while it continues? It is indeed in this direction that the third example steers the inquiry. The third example, 2735, that of reciting a verse by heart, to be exact the Deus Creator Omnium, taken from a hymn by Saint Ambrose, offers a greater complexity than that of the continuous sound, namely, the alternation of 4 long syllables and of 4 short syllables within a single expression, a line of verse, versus. The complexity of this example necessitates the reintroduction of memory and retrospection that the analysis of the earlier 2 examples omitted. Thus it is in the third example alone that the connection is made between the question of measurement and that of the threefold present. The alternation of 4 short and 4 long syllables in fact introduces an element of comparison that immediately appeals to the senses. I can tell this because, by pronouncing them, I find it to be the case, insofar as I can rely. 9. Upon the plain evidence of my own hearing, quantum sensitor sensu manifesto. 2. 3. But Augustine introduces sensation only in order to sharpen the aporia and to move toward its resolution, not in order to cover it with the cloak of intuition. For if longs and shorts are such only by comparison, we are not able to superimpose them as we would superimpose 2 beats over 1 beat. We must be able to retain, tenora, the short, and to apply it, applicar, to the long. But what is it to retain something that has ceased? The aporia fully remains if we speak of the syllables themselves, as we spoke earlier of the sound itself, that is, as past and future things. The aporia is resolved if we speak not of syllables that no longer exist or do not yet exist, but of their impressions in the memory and of their signs in expectation, so it cannot be the syllables themselves ipsos that I measure, since they no longer exist. I must be measuring something which remains fixed in fixum mane in my memory, ibid. We again find the present of the past, inherited from the analysis that concluded the first enigma, and with this expression all the difficulties of the impression image, of the vestigium. The advantage gained is, nevertheless, immense. We now know that the measurement of time owes nothing to that of external motion. In addition, we have found in the mind itself the fixed element that allows us to compare long periods of time with short periods of time. With the impression image, the important verb is no longer to pass, transire, but to remain mene. In this sense the 2 enigmas, that of being/non-being and that of measuring what has no extension, are resolved together. On the one hand, we have returned within ourselves, it is in my own mind, then, that I measure things, 2736. And how is this? Inasmuch as, after they have passed, the impression affectio, made on the mind by things as they pass, remains there, for everything which happens leaves an impression on it, and this impression remains mene after the thing itself has ceased to be. It is the impression that I measure, since it is present, not the thing itself, which makes the impression as it passes, ibid. We must not think that this recourse to the impression terminates the inquiry. 2. For the notion of distentio animi has not been given its due so long as the passivity of the impression has not been contrasted with the activity of a mind stretched in opposite directions, between expectation, memory, and attention. Only a mind stretched in such different directions can be distended. This active side of the process calls for a new look at the earlier example of recitation, but this time in its dynamics. To compose beforehand, to entrust to memory, to begin, to run through, these are all active operations dependent upon the passivity of the sign images and the impression images. But it would be to mistake the role of these images if we failed to stress that reciting is an act that moves from an expectation turned first toward the entire poem, then toward what remains of the poem, until doni, the operation is completed. In this new description of the act of reciting, the present changes its meaning. It 19. Is no longer a point, not even a point of passage, it is a present intention, presens intentio, 2736. If attention deserves in this way to be called intention, this is so inasmuch as the transit through the present has become an active transition. The present is not simply traveled through, but man's attentive mind, which is present, is relegating transit the future to the past. The past increases in proportion as the future diminishes, until the future is entirely absorbed and the whole becomes past. 2736. Of course, the quasi-spatial imagery of a movement from the future toward the past through the present has not been eliminated. No doubt it has its ultimate justification in the passivity that accompanies the entire process. But we are no longer misled by the representation of two places, one of which is filled up as the other is emptied, as soon as we have ascribed a dynamic character to this representation and have discerned the interplay of action and passion that is concealed therein. For, in fact, there would be no future that diminishes, no past that increases, without the mind, which regulates this process. Animus qui illud agit. 2837. The shadow of passivity accompanies three actions, now expressed by three verbs. The mind performs three functions, those of expectation expectat, attention attended, this verb recalls the intentio presens, and memory meminit, ibid. The result is that the future, which it expects, passes through transit the present, to which it attends, into the past, which it remembers, ibid. To relegate is also to pass through. The vocabulary here continues to oscillate between activity and passivity. The mind expects and remembers, and yet expectation and memory are in the soul, as impression images and as sign images. The contrast appears in the present. On the one hand, inasmuch as it passes, it is reduced to a point in puncto praeterit. This is the most extreme illustration of the present's lack of extension. But, inasmuch as it relegates, inasmuch as through the attention that which is to be passes towards purgat the state in which it is to be no more, it must be said that the mind's attention persists perdurat attentio. This interplay of action and affection in the complex expression along expectation of the future must be distinguished from what Augustine makes it replace, the absurd notion of a long future, and the same applies to the expression along remembrance of the past, which takes the place of the notion of a long past. It is in the soul, hence as an impression, that expectation and memory possess extension. But the impression is in the soul only inasmuch as the mind acts, that is, expects, attends, and remembers. In what, then, does distension consist? In the very contrast between the three tensions. If paragraphs 26, 33-30, 40 constitute the treasure of Book 11, paragraph 2838, apart from all else, is the crown jewel of this treasure. The example of the song, which includes that of the sound that continues and ceases and that of the long and short syllables, is here more than just a concrete application. It marks the point at which the theory of distentio is joined to that of the threefold present. The theory of the threefold present, Reformula 20. Lated in terms of the threefold intention, makes the distentio arise out of the intentio that has burst asunder. The entire paragraph must be quoted. Suppose that I am going to recite a psalm that I know. Before I begin, my faculty of expectation is engaged tenditor by the whole of it. But once I have begun, as much of the psalm as I have removed from the province of expectation and relegated to the past now engages tenditur my memory, and the scope of the actiones which I am performing is divided distenditor between the two faculties of memory and expectation, the one looking back to the part which I have already recited, the other looking forward to the part which I have still to recite. But my faculty of attention attentio is present all the while, and through it passes transitor what was the future in the process of becoming the past. As the process continues agitor et agitor, the province of memory is extended in proportion as that of expectation is reduced, until the whole of my expectation is absorbed. This happens when I have finished my recitation and it has all passed into the province of memory. 2838. The theme of this entire paragraph is the dialectic of expectation, memory, and attention, each considered no longer in isolation but in interaction with one another. It is thus no longer a question of either impression images or anticipatory images but of an action that shortens expectation and extends memori. The term actio and the verbal expression agitur, which is repeated expressly, convey the impulse that governs the whole process. Expectation and memory are themselves both said to be engaged, the first by the whole of the poem before the start of the song, the second by the part of the song that has already gone by. As for attention, its engagement consists completely in the active transit of what was future in the direction of what becomes past. It is this combined action of expectation, memory, and attention that continues. The distentio is then nothing other than the shift in, the non-coincidence of the three modalities of action, and the scope of the action which I am performing is divided distenditur between the two faculties of memory and expectation, the one looking back to the part which I have already recited, the other looking forward to the part which I have still to recite. Is the distentio related in any way to the passivity of the impression? It would seem so, if this beautiful text, from which the affectio seems to have disappeared, is compared to the first analytical sketch of the act of reciting, 2736. There the impression appears to be still conceived of as the passive reverse side of the very tension of the act, even when silent, of reciting. Something remains, Manet, insofar as we can go over paragimus poems and verses and speech of any sort in our minds. It is man's attentive mind, which is present, which is relegating tracit the future to the past, 2736. 21. Thus, if we compare, as I believe we can, the passivity of the affectio to that of the distentio animi, we must say that the three temporal intentions are separate from one another to the extent that intentional activity has as its counterpart the passivity engendered by this very activity, and that, for lack of a better name, we designate as impression image or sign image. It is not only these three acts that do not coincide, but also the activity and passivity which oppose one another, to say nothing of the discordance between the two passivities, the one related to expectation, the other to memory. Therefore, the more the mind makes itself intentio, the more it suffers distentio. Has the aporia of long or short time been resolved? Yes, if we admit, 1. That what is measured is neither future things nor past things, but their expectation and their memory. 2. That these are affections presenting a measurable spatiality of a unique kind. 3. That these affections are like the reverse side of the activity of the mind that continues, and, finally, 4. That this action is itself threefold and thus is distended whenever and wherever it is tensively engaged in. Yet to tell the truth, each stage in this solution itself constitutes an enigma. 1. How can we measure expectation or memory without taking support from the points of reference marking out the space traversed by a moving body, hence without taking into consideration the physical change that produces the trajectory of the moving body in space? 2. What independent mode of access have we to the extension of the impression inasmuch as it is held to be purely in the mind? 3. Have we any other means of expressing the connection between affectio and intentio, outside of a progressive dynamization of the metaphor of the spaces traversed by expectation, attention, and memory? In this respect, the metaphor of the transit of events through the present seems unsurpassable. It is a good metaphor, a living metaphor, in that it holds together the idea of passing away, in the sense of ceasing, and that of passing through, in the sense of relegating. There seems to be no concept that surpasses, offhead, this living metaphor. 25.4. The last thesis, if it can still be termed one, constitutes the most impenetrable enigma, that at the price of which we can say that the aporia of measurement is resolved by Augustine, that the soul distends itself as it engages itself. This is the supreme enigma. But it is precisely as an enigma that the resolution of the aporia of measurement is valuable. Augustine's inestimable discovery is, by reducing the extension of time to the distension of the soul, to have tied this distension to the slippage that never ceases to find its way into the heart of the threefold present between the present of the future, the present of the past, and the present of the present. In this way he sees discordance emerge again and again out of the very concordance of the intentions of expectation, attention, and memory. It is to this enigma of the speculation on time that the poetic act of implot. 22. Ment replies. But Aristotle's Poetics does not resolve the enigma on the speculative level. It does not really resolve it at all. It puts it to work poetically by producing an inverted figure of discordance and concordance. For this new solution, Augustine does leave us one word of encouragement. The fragile example of the Canticus recited by heart suddenly becomes, toward the end of the inquiry, a powerful paradigm for other actions in which, through engaging itself, the soul suffers distension. What is true of the whole psalm is also true of all its parts and each syllable. It is true of any longer action in action long George in which I may be engaged and of which the recitation of the psalm may only be a small part. It is true of a man's whole life, of which all his actions are parts. It is true of the whole history of mankind, of which each man's life is a part. 28:38. The entire province of narrative is laid out here in its potentiality, from the simple poem, to the story of an entire life, to universal history. It is with these extrapolations, which are simply suggested here, that the present work is concerned. The contrast with eternity. I have yet to reply to the objection formulated at the beginning of this study. That objection contested a reading of Book 11 of the Confessions that artificially isolates sections 14:17-28:37 from the great meditation on eternity that frames them. I provided only a partial response to this objection when I stressed the autonomy that this investigation possesses owing to its repeated confrontations with the skeptical arguments that were essentially concerned with time. In this respect, the thesis that time is in the soul and finds in the soul the principle of measurement of time, is sufficient in itself inasmuch as it replies to the aporias found within the notion of time. In order to be understood, the notion of distentio animi requires no more than to be contrasted with the intentio immanent in the action of the mind. 2:6 And yet something is missing from the full sense of distentio animi, which the contrast with eternity alone can provide. But what is missing does not concern what I shall call the sufficient sense of the distentio animi. I mean the sense that suffices to reply to the aporias of non-being and of measurement. What is missing is of a different order. I discern three major ways in which the meditation on eternity affects the speculation concerning time. Its first function is to place all speculation about time within the horizon of a limiting idea that forces us to think at once about time and about what is other than time. Its second function is to intensify the experience of distentio on the existential level. Its third function is to call upon this experience to surpass itself by moving in the direction of eternity, and hence to display an internal hierarchy in opposition to our fascination with the representation of a rectilinear time. It is uncontestable that Augustine's meditation is indivisibly concerned. 23. With eternity and time. Book 11 of the Confessions opens with the first verse of Genesis, in one of the Latin versions known in Africa during the period when the Confessions were written. W principio fecit Deus. Moreover, the meditation that covers the first 14 chapters of Book 11 joins together, indivisibly, the praise of the psalmist with a type of speculation that is, for the most part, Platonic and Neoplatonic. 2:7 Such a meditation leaves no place for a derivation, in any conceivable sense of the word, of eternity from time. What is posited, confessed, thought, is in one stroke the contrast of eternity with time. The work of the intelligence bears in no way on the question of whether or not eternity exists. The anteriority of eternity with respect to time in a sense of anteriority that remains to be determined is given in the contrast between something that exists that was not created and something that has a before and an after that is subject to change and to variation. 4:6. This contrast is given in an exclamation, earth and the heavens are before our eyes. The very fact that they are proclaims that they were created, for they are subject to change and variation. Ibid. And Augustine stresses, this we know, Ibid. 2:8 This said, we can see that the work of the intelligence results from the difficulties raised by this very confession of eternity. Let me hear and understand the meaning of the words quomodo, in the beginning you made heaven and earth. 3:5. This question is repeated at the beginning of 5:7. In this sense, eternity is just like time. That it exists causes no problem, how it exists and acts leaves us puzzled. It is out of this puzzlement that arises the first function of the assertion of eternity in relation to that of time, the function of the limiting idea. This function results from the linking together of confession and questioning throughout the first 14 chapters of Book 11 of the Confessions. To the first question, but by what means quomodo did you make heaven and earth? 5:7, comes the answer, in the same spirit of praise, in your word alone you created them, Ibid. But out of this reply a new question arises, but how did you speak? 6:8. This is answered, with the same confidence, by the eternity of the verbum, in your word all omnia is uttered at one and the same time simul, yet eternally sempitern. If it were not so, your word would be subject to time and change, and therefore would be neither truly eternal nor truly immortal. 7:9. And he confesses, this I know, my God, and I thank you for the knowledge. 7:9. Let us, then, inquire into this eternity of the word. A double contrast is examined here, which before becoming a source of new difficulties is a source of negativity with regard to time. In the first place, to say that things are made in the word is to deny that God created in the same way as does an artisan, who makes things starting from something else, nor was it in the universe that you made the universe, because until antiquam the universe was made there was no place quia non erat where it could be made. 5:7. The creation ex nihilo is anticipated. 24. Here, and this original nothingness henceforth strikes time with an ontological deficiency. However, the decisive contrast, generating new negations and new difficulties is that which opposes the divine verbum to the human vox. The creating word is not like the human voice that begins and ceases, or like syllables that are heard and then die away. 6:8. The word and the voice are as irreducible to one another and at the same time as inseparable as are the internal ear that hears the word and receives the teaching of the internal master and the external ear that allows the verba to enter and transmits them to the vigilant intelligence. The verbum remains, the verba disappear. With this contrast, and the accompanying comparison, time is once again struck with a negative characteristic. If the verbum remains, the verba are not at all, because they die away and are lost. 6:8. 2:9. In this sense, the two functions of non-being overlap. The progression of negation will henceforth never cease to accompany that of the questioning that itself is dependent upon the confession of eternity. Once again, in fact, the question emerges out of the preceding response, you create them by your word alone and in no other way. Yet any tamen the things which you create by your word do not all come into being at one and the same time, nor are they eternal. 7:9. In other words, how can a temporal creature be made in and through the eternal word? Why is this so, O Lord my God? In some degree I see why it is, but I do not know how to put it into words. 8:10. Eternity, in this sense, is no less a source of enigmas than is time. Augustine answers this difficulty by attributing to the word an eternal son which ascribes a beginning and an end to the being of created things. 3:0. But this reply contains the seed of a major difficulty that will long occupy Augustine as he ponders what was before creation. Indeed, the way in which eternal reason ascribes a beginning and an end implies that it knows the moment when, quando, this thing had to begin or end. This quando leaves us once more at sea. To begin, it makes both plausible and respectable the question raised by the Manicheans and by some Platonists, which other Christian thinkers had held to be ridiculous and had treated derisively. Here, then, Augustine is confronted with his adversary's threefold argument: what was God doing before antiquam he made heaven and earth? If he was at rest and doing nothing, why did he not continue to do nothing forevermore, just as he had always done in the past? But if God's will that there should be a creation was there from all eternity, why is it that what he has created is not also eternal? 10:12. We shall be concerned, as we consider Augustine's responses, with the progress of the ontological negativity affecting the experience of the distentio animi, which is itself negative on the psychological level. 25. Before proposing his personal response to these difficulties which, once again, result from the confession of eternity, Augustine refines his notion of eternity one last time. Eternity is forever still semper stands in contrast to things that are never still. This stillness lies in the fact that in eternity nothing moves into the past, all is present totum esse presens. Time, on the other hand, is never all present at once. 1113. Negativity reaches its highest pitch here. In order to push as far as possible the reflection on the distentio animi, that is, on the slippage of the threefold present, it must be compared to a present with neither past nor future. 31. This extreme negation underlies his response to the apparently frivolous argument. If Augustine takes such pains to refute the argument, it is because it constitutes an aporia produced by the very thesis of eternity. 32. The reply to the first formulation of the argument is forthright: before he made heaven and earth, God made nothing. 12:14. Certainly, the reply leaves intact the assumption that there was a before, but the important thing is that this before is struck with nothingness. The nothing of making nothing is the before that precedes creation. We must therefore think of nothing in order to think of time as beginning and ending. In this way, time is, as it were, surrounded by nothingness. The reply to the second formulation of the argument is even more remarkable. There is no before in relation to creation because in creating the world God created time. You are the maker of all time. 13:15. You must have made that time, for time could not elapse before you made it. Ibid. With one stroke, the response does away with the question: if there was not time, there was no then non erat tunc. Ibid. This no then is negative to the same extent as is the nothing of making nothing. Thought is thus entrusted with the task of forming the idea of the absence of time in order to think time through as far as possible as that which passes. Time must be thought of as transitory in order to be fully experienced as transition. However, the thesis that time was created along with the world, a thesis that is already found in Plato, Timaeus 38d, leaves open the possibility that there were other times before time. Confessions 11:30:40 and mentions this possibility, either as a speculative hypothesis or in order to preserve a temporal dimension peculiar to angelic beings. Whatever the case, Augustine gives his thesis the extra twist of the reductio ad absurdum in order to confront this possibility. Even if there were a time before time, this time would still be a created thing since God is the maker of all time. A time before all creation is thus unthinkable. This argument suffices to dismiss the assumption of God's idleness before creation. To say that God was idle is to say that there was a time in which he never did anything at all before he acted. The temporal categories, therefore, are not suited to characterizing a before the world. The reply to the third formulation of the adversary's argument provides a 26. Augustine with the opportunity to add the final touch to his opposition between time and eternity. In order to dismiss any idea of newness in the will of God, the idea of a before preceding creation must be given a meaning that excludes all temporality. Antecedence must be thought of as superiority, as excellence, as the supreme height. It is in eternity, which is supreme salsitudine over time because it is a never-ending present, that you are at once before all past time and after all future time. 13:16. The negations are sharp and even more, your years are completely present to you all at once, because they are at a permanent standstill simul-stant. Ibid. This simul-stant as well as the today of which Exodus speaks assumes the atemporal meaning of that which surpasses without preceding. Passing away is less than surpassing. If I have so insisted on the ontological negativity that the contrast between eternity and time brings to light in the psychological experience of the distentio animi, this is certainly not in order to lock up Augustine's notion of eternity within the Kantian function of a limiting idea. The meeting of the Hebraic tradition and of Platonism in the interpretation of Exodus 3:20 ego sum qui sum in its Latin translation does not allow us to interpret the thought of eternity as a thought lacking an object. 3:3 Besides, The conjoining of praise and speculation attests to the fact that Augustine does not restrict himself to thinking of eternity. He addresses himself to the eternal, he invokes the eternal using the form of the second person. The eternal present declares itself in the first person, sum, not esse. 34. Here again, speculation is inseparable from the recognition of the one who declares himself. It is in this that it is inseparable from the him. In this sense, we can speak of an experience of eternity in Augustine, with the reservations that will be stated later. But it is precisely this experience of eternity that has the function of a limiting idea, when the intelligence compares time with eternity. It is the recoil effect of this comparison on the living experience of the distentio animi that makes the thought of eternity the limiting idea against the horizon of which the experience of the distentio animi receives, on the ontological level, the negative mark of a lack or a defect in being. 3.5 The reverberation l'irretentissement, as Eugene Minkowski would have said of this negation that is thought on the living experience of temporality, will now convince us that the absence of eternity is not simply a limit that is thought, but a lack that is felt at the heart of temporal experience. The limiting idea then becomes the sorrow proper to the negative. The contrast between eternity and time is not limited to surrounding our experience of time with negativity, as we do when we link our thought of time to what is other than time. This experience is permeated through and through with negativity. Intensified in this way on the existential level, the experience of distension is raised to the level of a lamentation. The outline of this new 27. Contrast is contained in the admirable prayer of 2:3 already mentioned. The hymn includes the lamentation, and the confessio brings them both to the level of language. 3:6 Against the backdrop of the stillness of eternity, the lamentation unashamedly displays the author's feelings. What is that light whose gentle beams interlucet now and again strike through percudi to my heart, causing me to shudder in awe yet firing me with their warmth et in hieresco et in ardesco. I shudder to feel how different I am from it, yet in so far as I am like it, I am aglow with its fire. 9:11. Already, in the course of the narration of the Confessions, as he recounts his vain efforts at Plotinian ecstasy, Augustine laments, "And I discovered that I was far from you in the region of dissimilarity in regioni dissimilitudinis." 7:10-16. This expression, which comes from Plato's Statesman 273d, and which had been transported into the Christian milieu through the intermediary of Plotinus Enneads I, 8:13, 16-17, becomes particularly striking here. It no longer refers, as it did in Plotinus, to the fall into the dark mire, but marks instead the radical ontological difference that separates the creature from the Creator, the difference that the soul discovers precisely in its movement of returning to its source and by its very effort to know its origin. 3.7 If, however, the ability to distinguish the similar from the dissimilar belongs to the intelligence that compares, 6:8, its reverberation profoundly affects both the scope and the depth of feeling. It is remarkable in this respect that the final pages of Book 11, which complete the setting of the analysis of time into the meditation on the relationship between eternity and time, 29:39-31:41, propose a final interpretation of the distentio animi, marked by the same tone of praise and lamentation as the first chapters of this book. Distentio animi no longer provides just the solution to the aporia of the measurement of time. It now expresses the way in which the soul, deprived of the stillness of the eternal present, is torn asunder, but to win your favor is dearer than life itself. I see now that my life has been wasted in distractions. Distentio est vita mea, 29:39. It is in fact the entire dialectic of intentio distentio, a dialectic within time itself, that is taken up again in terms of the contrast between eternity and time. While the distentio becomes synonymous with the dispersal into the many and with the wandering of the old Adam, the intentio tends to be identified with the fusion of the inner man, until I am fused into one with you ibid. So the intentio is no longer the anticipation of the entire poem before its recitation which makes it move from the future toward the past, but the hope of the last things, to the very extent that the past that is to be forgotten is not the storehouse of memory but the emblem of the old Adam, according to Paul in Philippians 3:12-14, forgetting what I have left behind, I look forward non distentus sed extentus, not to what lies ahead of me in this life and will surely pass away, but to an eternal goal. I am intent sed secundum intentionum upon this one purpose, not distracted. 28. Secundum distensionum by other aims, ibid. The same words recur, distentio and intentio, but this is no longer in a purely speculative context of aporia and inquiry but rather in the dialectic of praise and lamentation. 3.8 With this shift in meaning that affects the distentio animi, the borderline separating the condition of created beings from that of fallen beings is tacitly crossed. I am divided dissolutely between time gone by and time to come, and its course is a mystery to me, ibid. The lamentations in which our years pass are inseparably those of the sinner and the created being. Again, it is in relation to eternity that we can fully grasp the sense of all the expressions found in Augustine's other works that lend their metaphorical resources to the central metaphor of the distentio. In an important essay on Les catégories de la temporalité chez Saint Augustin, in which he pays particular attention to the narrationes in Psalmos and the sermons, Stanislas Boros arrives at 4 synthetic images, each of which joins together what I earlier termed the sorrow of the finite with the celebration of the absolute. To temporality as dissolution are linked the images of devastation, of swooning, of gradually sinking, of unfulfilled aim, of dispersal, of alteration, and of extreme indigence. To temporality as agony are related images of the death watch, of sickness and frailty, of civil warfare, of tearful captivity, of aging, and of sterility. Temporality as banishment includes the images of tribulation, exile, vulnerability, wandering, nostalgia, and vain desire, and finally, the theme of the night governs the images of blindness, darkness, and opacity. 3.9 There is not one of these 4 principal images or of their variants that does not receive the strength of its meaning a contrario in relation to the opposing symbolism of eternity, in the figures of recollection, living fullness, being at home, and light. Separated from this branching symbolism, which is engendered by the dialectic of eternity and time, the distentio animi would be no more than the sketch of a speculative response brought to the aporias that are continuously produced by skeptical argumentation. Taken up within the dynamics of praise and lamentation, the distentio animi becomes a living experience which puts flesh on the skeleton of a counterargument. The third way in which the dialectic of time and eternity affects the interpretation of the distentio animi is no less important. At the very heart of temporal experience, it produces a hierarchy of levels of temporalization, according to how close or how far a given experience approaches or moves away from the pole of eternity. The accent here is placed less on the dissemblance than on the resemblance between eternity and time in the comparison made by the intelligence with regard to each of them. 6:8. This resemblance is expressed in time's capacity to approximate eternity, which Plato had included in the very definition of time and which the first Christian thinkers had begun to reinterpret in terms of 29. The ideas of creation, incarnation, and salvation. Augustine gives a unique accent to this reinterpretation by connecting together the themes of the teaching by the inner word and the return. Between the eternal verbum and the human vox there is not only difference and distance but the relation of teaching and communication. The word is that inner master, sought and heard within. Intus, 8:10 It is true that I hear audio your voice, O Lord, telling me that only a master who really teaches us dos et nos really speaks to us. But who is our teacher except the truth which never changes? Ibid. In this way, our first relationship to language is not the fact that we talk but that we listen and that, beyond the external verba, we hear the inner verbum. The return is nothing other than this listening, for unless the principle remained when we wandered in error, there would be none to whom we could return and restore ourselves. But when we return from error, we return by knowing the truth, and in order that we may know the truth he teaches us, because he is the beginning and he also speaks to us. Ibid. Thus are linked together teaching, 4.0 recognition, and return. The teaching, we could say, bridges the abyss that opens up between the eternal verbum and the temporal vox. It elevates time, moving it in the direction of eternity. This is the very movement that is narrated by the first 9 books of the Confessions. And in this sense the narration actually accomplishes the itinerary whose conditions of possibility are reflected upon in Book 11. This book, indeed, attests to the fact that the attraction of the eternity of the word felt by temporal experience is not such as to plunge the narration, which is still temporal, into a contemplation free from the constraints of time. In this respect, the failure of the efforts at Plotinian ecstasy, recounted in Book 7, is definitive. Neither the conversion recounted in Book 8, nor even the ecstasy of Ostia which marks the culmination of the narrative in Book 9, ever eliminate the temporal condition of the soul. These 2 culminating experiences only put an end to wandering, the fallen form of the distentio animi. But this is done in order to inspire a peregrination that sends the soul off again on the roads of time. Peregrination and narration are grounded in time's approximation of eternity, which, far from abolishing their difference, never stops contributing to it. This is indeed why, when Augustine derides the frivolousness of those who attribute a new will to God at the moment of creation, and when he contrasts the way their thoughts still twist and turn to the steady mind of the one who listens to the word, 11:13, he refers to the steadiness, which is similar to that of the eternal present, only to reiterate the difference between time and eternity. But if only their minds could be seized and held steady ut polulum stead, they would be still. For a while and, for that short moment, they would glimpse the splendor of eternity which is forever still semper stans. They would contrast it with time, which is never still, and see that it is not comparable, ibid. By opening this distance, proximity also reiterates the 30. Limiting function of eternity in relation to time. If only men's minds could be seized and held still, they would see how eternity, in which there is neither past nor future, determines dictate both past and future time, ibid. Of course, when the dialectic of intentio and distentio is definitively enshawed in that of eternity and time, the timid question that has twice been ut-tiered, who will hold still, is replaced by a more confident affirmation, then I shall be cast stabo and set firm soli dabur in the mold of your truth, 30:40. But this firmness remains in the future, the time of hope. It is still in the midst of the experience of distension that the wish for permanence is uttered, until doni I am purified and melted by the fire of your love and fused into one with you, 29:39. In this way, without losing the autonomy that the discussion of the old aporeus concerning time has conferred upon it, the theme of distension and intention acquires from its setting within the meditation on eternity and time an intensification that will be echoed in all that follows in the present work. This intensification does not just consist of the fact that time is thought of as abolished by the limiting idea of an eternity that strikes time with nothingness. Nor is this intensification reduced to transferring into the sphere of lamentation and wailing what had until then been only a speculative argument. It aims more fundamentally at extracting from the very experience of time the resources of an internal hierarchization, one whose advantage lies not in abolishing time but in deepening it. The effect of this last remark on my entire undertaking is considerable. If it is true that the major tendency of modern theory of narrative in historiography and the philosophy of history as well as in narratology is to dechronologize narrative, the struggle against the linear representation of time does not necessarily have as its sole outcome the turning of narrative into logic, but rather may deepen its temporality. Chronology or chronography does not have just one contrary, the achronology of laws or models. Its true contrary is temporality itself. Indeed, it was necessary to confess what is other than time in order to be in a position to give full justice to human temporality and to propose not to abolish it but to probe deeper into it, to hierarchize it, and to unfold it following levels of temporalization that are less and less distended and more held firmly, non secundum distensionum sed secundum intentionum, 29:39. 2. The second great text that animated my inquiry is Aristotle's Poetics. There are two reasons for this choice. In the first place, I found in his concept of implotment, muthos, one the opposite reply to Augustine's distentio animi. Augustine groaned under the existential burden of discordance. Aristotle discerns in the poetic act par excellence the composing of the tragic poem the triumph of concordance over discordance. It goes without saying that it is I, the reader of Augustine and Aristotle, who establishes this relationship between a lived experience where discordance rends concordance and an eminently verbal experience where concordance mends discordance. In the second place, the concept of mimetic activity, mimesis, started me on the way to a second problematic, that of the creative imitation, by means of the plot of lived temporal experience. This second theme is difficult to distinguish from the first one in Aristotle, inasmuch as for him mimetic activity tends to be confused with implotment. It will only be unfolded to its full extent and will only get its full autonomy, therefore, in what follows in this work. 2. Indeed, the Poetics is silent about the relationship between poetic activity and temporal experience. As poetic activity, it does not even have any marked temporal character. Aristotle's total silence on this point is not without some advantage, however, insofar as from the beginning it protects our inquiry from the reproach of tautological circularity and thus sets up between the two problematics of time and narrative the most favorable distance for an investigation into the mediating operations between lived experience and discourse. These few remarks already make clear that I do not intend to use the Aristotelian model as an exclusive norm for the remainder of this work. Rather I am evoking from Aristotle the melodic theme of a twofold reflection whose development is as important as its initial statement. This development will affect both concepts borrowed from Aristotle, implotment, muthos, and mimetic. 31. A reading of Aristotle's Poetics. 32. Activity, mimesis. On the side of implotment it will be necessary to remove a certain number of restrictions and prohibitions that are inherent in the privilege the Poetics accords to drama, tragedy and comedy, and to the epic. I concede there is something apparently paradoxical in making narrative activity the category encompassing drama, epic, and history, when, on the one hand, what Aristotle calls history, historia, in the context of the Poetics plays the role of a counterexample and when, on the other hand, narrative, or at least what he calls diegetic poetry is opposed to drama within the single encompassing category of mimesis. Furthermore, it is not diegetic but tragic poetry that most bears the structural virtues of the art of composition. How can narrative become the encompassing term when at the beginning it is only one species among many? We shall have to say to what point Aristotle's text authorizes us to dissociate this structural model from its statement in terms of tragedy, giving rise by degrees to a reorganization of the whole narrative field. Whatever the case as regards the latitude offered by Aristotle's text, the Aristotelian concept of implotment can be only the seed for us of a considerable development. To conserve its guiding role, it will have to undergo the test of other, more formidable counterexamples, whether provided by modern fictional narrative, as in the novel, or by contemporary history, which we might call non-narrative history. On the side of mimetic activity, the full unfolding of the concept of mimesis demands not just that action's referential relation to the real be made less elusive, but also that this domain should receive other determinations besides the ethical ones themselves considerable that Aristotle assigns to it, if it is to rejoin the problematic set up by Augustine concerning our discordant experience of time. Our path beyond Aristotle will be a long one. It will not be possible to say how narrative is related to time until we have posed in its full scope the question of an interweaving reference croisée based upon our lived temporal experience of fictional and historical narrative. If the concept of mimetic activity comes first in the Poetics, this concept of an interweaving reference as the distant heir of Aristotelian mimesis has to come last and has to withdraw to the horizon of our whole enterprise. This is why it will not be treated systematically until Volume 2. The melodic line, the per mimesis muthos. I am not proposing to do a commentary on the Poetics. My reflection is a second-order one and assumes a certain familiarity with the great commentaries of Lucas, Els, Hardisson, and, last but not least, Rosalind Dupont Rock and Jean Lollet. 3 readers who have followed the same laborious course will easily recognize what my meditation owes to one or another of these works. It is not a matter of indifference that the per mimesis mythos is approached through the term that both launches and situates the whole analysis, the adjective poetic, with its implied noun, art. It alone puts the mark of production, construction, dynamism on all the analyses, and first of all on the 2 terms mythos and mimesis, which have to be taken as operations, not as structures. When Aristotle, substituting the definiens for the definiendum, says that the mythos is the organization of the events e ton pragmaton systasis, 50-15, we must understand by systasis, or by the equivalent term synthesis 50-5, not system, as Dupont Rock and Lollet translated P55, but the active sense of organizing the events into a system, so as to mark the operative character of all the concepts in the Poetics. For this is why, from the first lines, mythos is presented as the complement of a verb that means to compose. Poetics is thereby identified, without further ado, as the art of composing plots, 47-2. The same mark has to be preserved in the translation of mimesis. Whether we say imitation or representation, as do the most recent French translators, what has to be understood is the mimetic activity, the active process of imitating or representing something. Imitation or representation, therefore, must be understood in the dynamic sense of making a representation, of a transposition into representative works. Following this same requirement, when Aristotle comes to enumerate and define the 6 parts of tragedy in chapter 6, we have to understand them not as parts of the poem but of the art of composition. 5. If I am so insistent about this dynamic aspect which the adjective poetic imposes on all of the subsequent analysis, it is by design. When, in the second part of this work and in volume 2,1 shall speak in defense of the primacy of our narrative understanding, in relation to explanation, sociological or otherwise, in history and explanation, structural or otherwise, in narrative fiction, I shall be defending the primacy of the activity that produces plots in relation to every sort of static structure, achronological paradigm, or temporal invariant. I will say nothing more about this here. What follows will clarify what I mean. We shall begin by considering the per mimesis/mythos. Aristotle's Poetics contains just one all-encompassing concept, that of mimesis. This concept is only defined contextually and through one of its uses, the one that interests us here, imitation or representation of action. Or still more precisely, the imitating or representing of action in the medium of metrical language, hence as accompanied by rhythms, to which are added, in the case of tragedy, the prime example, spectacle, and melody. 6. Still it is the imitation or representation of the action proper to tragedy, comedy, and epic that alone is taken into account. This is not yet defined in a form proper to its level of generality. Only the imitation or representation of action proper to tragedy is expressly defined. 7. One shall not directly attack this powerful core of Aristotle's definition of tragedy. Instead I shall follow the guideline Aristotle himself offers in the same chapter when he provides the key to the construction of this definition. It is not done generically through some specific differ. 33. 34. Hints, but rather by means of an articulation into parts. Necessarily, therefore, there are in tragedy as a whole, considered as a special form, 6 constituent elements, viz. Plot, character, language, thought, spectacle, and melody, 50-7-9. For what follows I shall retain this quasi-identification of the 2 expressions's imitation or representation of action and the organization of the events. The second expression is, as I said, the definiens Aristotle substitutes for the definiendum, mythos, plot. This quasi-identification is warranted first by placing the 6 parts into a hierarchy that gives priority to the what or object of representation, plot, characters, thought, in relation to the by which or means, language and melody, and the how or mode, the spectacle, then by a second hierarchization internal to the what that sets the accession above the characters and the thought. Tragedy is an imitation of action mimesis praxias, and it is an imitation of the agents chiefly owing to the action, 50b3. At the conclusion of this double hierarchization, the plot appears as the first principle, the end, the purpose, and, if we may say so, the soul of tragedy. This quasi-identification is warranted by the formula, the imitation of action is the plot, 50al. This text will serve as our guide from here on. It imposes upon us the task of thinking about and defining in terms of each other the imitating or representing of action and the organizing of the events. This equivalence first of all excludes any interpretation of Aristotle's mimesis in terms of a copy or identical replica. Imitating or representing is a mimetic activity inasmuch as it produces something, namely, the organization of events by implotment. With one stroke we leave behind the Platonic use of mimesis, both in its metaphysical sense and its technical one in Book 3 of the Republic, which opposes narrative by mimesis to simple narrative. Let me set aside this latter point for my discussion of the relation between narrative and drama, keeping for the time being the metaphysical sense of mimesis, associated with the concept of participation, by means of which things imitate ideas, and works of art imitate things. Platonic mimesis thereby distances the work of art by twice over from the ideal model which is its ultimate basis. 8. Aristotle's mimesis has just a single space wherein it is unfolded human making fair, the arts of composition. 9. If therefore we are to conserve the character of mimesis as being an activity which poiesis confers on it, and if, moreover, we hold tightly to the guideline of defining mimesis by mythos, then we ought not to hesitate in understanding action as the object in the expression mimesis praxis, 50b3, as the correlate of the mimetic activity governed by the organization of the events, into a system. I shall discuss below other ways of construing the relation of imitation to its what, the plot, the characters, and the thought. The strict correlation between mimesis and mythos suggests giving the genitive form praxis the dominant, although perhaps not the exclusive, sense of. 35. Being the noematic correlate of a practical noesis. 10. The action is the construct of that construction that the mimetic activity consists of. I shall show below that this correlation, which tends to make the poetic text close in on itself, must not be pushed too far. And, as we shall see, this closure is in no way implied by the Poetics. This is all the more evident in that the only instruction Aristotle gives us is to construct the mythos, hence the organization of the events, as the what of the mimesis. The noematic correlation is therefore between mimesis praxios, taken as one syntagmatic expression, and the organization of the events, as another. To extend this relation of correlation within the first expression to include mimesis and praxis is thus plausible, fecund, and risky. Let us not leave the pair mimesis/mythos without saying a word about the further constraints aimed at accounting for the already constituted genres of tragedy, comedy, and epic, and also at justifying Aristotle's preference for tragedy. We must be very attentive to these additional constraints, for they have somehow to be removed if I am to extract from Aristotle's Poetics the model of implotment I am proposing to extend to every composition we call a narrative. The first limiting constraint is intended to account for the distinction between comedy, on the one hand, and tragedy and epic, on the other. It is not linked to the action as such but to the characters, whom Aristotle rigorously subordinates to the action, as I shall discuss below. It is, however, introduced as early as the second chapter of the Poetics. Indeed, the first time that Aristotle has to give a definite correlate to what the imitators represent, he defines it as the persons engaged in action, 4.8 al. If he does not go directly to the only canonical formula in the Poetics for mimesis imitation or representation of action, it is because he needs to introduce early on into the field of representation articulated by rhythmic language an ethical criterion of nobleness or baseness, which applies to the persons represented insofar as they have this or that character. On the basis of this dichotomy, tragedy can be defined as representing a higher moral type and comedy a lower one. 1-2 The second limiting constraint is the one that separates epic, on the one hand, from tragedy and comedy, on the other, which find themselves on the same side of the dividing line this time. This constraint merits the greatest attention since it runs counter to my plan to consider narrative as the common genus and epic as one species of narrative. Here the genus is the imitation or representation of action, of which narrative and drama are two coordinated species. What constraint requires us to oppose them? It is noteworthy, first, that it is not a constraint that divides the objects, the what of representation, but its how or mode. 1-3 Yet if the three criteria of means, mode, and object are in principle equal, the whole weight of the subsequent analysis is on the what. The equivalence between mimesis and mythos is an equivalence by means of the what. And in terms of its plot, epic closely follows. 36. The rules of tragedy except for one variation, the magnitude which can be drawn from the composition alone and which in no way affects the basic rules for organizing the events. The essential thing is that the poet, whether narrator or dramatist, be a maker of plots. 51b 27. Next, it is notable that the difference in mode, which is already relativized just in being a mode, continues to undergo, even within its field of application, a series of attenuations in the course of the subsequent analyses in the Poetics. In the beginning, chapter 3, the difference is plainly drawn. It is one thing for whoever does the imitating, therefore for the author of the mimetic activity, no matter what the art form or what the quality of the characters in question, that this author acts as a narrator, apangelia, apangelian tat. It is another thing to make the characters the authors of the representation in that they are presented as functioning and in action. 48-23. 1-4 Here there is a distinction taken from the poet's attitude as regards his characters, which is why it constitutes a mode of representation. Either the poet speaks directly, and thus narrates what his characters do, or he allows them to speak and speaks indirectly through them, while they do the drama. 48-29. Does this distinction prohibit us from reuniting epic and drama under the title narrative? Not at all. First, I am not characterizing narrative by its mode, that is, by the author's attitude, but by its object, since I am calling narrative exactly what Aristotle calls mythos, the organization of the events. I do not differ from Aristotle, therefore, on the plane he places himself on, that of the mode. To avoid any confusion, I shall distinguish narrative in the broad sense, defined as the what of mimetic activity, and narrative in the narrow sense of the Aristotelian diagesis, which I shall henceforth call diegetic composition. 1-5 Next, this transferring of terminology does proportionately less violence to Aristotle's categories in that he continues to minimize the difference, whether he takes up the side of drama or that of epic. On the side of drama, it is said that everything epic has, plot, characters, thought, rhythm, tragedy has too. What tragedy has beyond these, spectacle and music, are not finally essential to it. Spectacle, in particular, is indeed one part of tragedy, but is of all the parts the least technical in the sense of being least germane to the art of poetry. For tragedy fulfills its function even without a public performance and actors. 50b 17-19. Further on in the Poetics, at the moment when he takes up the classic exercise of handing out prizes, Aristotle can credit tragedy for the fact that it can be seen, but he immediately takes this back again, and again. Tragedy succeeds in producing its proper effect even without any movement at all, just as epic poetry does, since when it is merely read the tragic force is manifested. 62-12. 1-6 And on the side of epic, the relation of the poet to his characters in the act of narrating is not as direct as the definition would have it. A first attenuation is even incorporated into it right at the start. Aristotle adds a parenthesis to his definition of the poet as narrator, whether the narrator speaks at times in an assumed role, which is Homer's way, or always in his own person without change. 48-21-23. More precisely, Homer is praised further on, chapter 23, for his art of effacing himself behind his characters with their different qualities, letting them act and speak in their own name, in short, for letting them occupy the scene. Aristotle can write, without paradox, at the beginning of his chapter devoted to the imitative art that employs metrical language, 59 al 7. It is evident that, just as in tragedies, its plots should be dramatic in structure, etc. 59 al 9. Thus in the pair drama/narrative, the first laterally qualifies the sec on to the point of serving as its model. In various ways, therefore, Aristotle attenuates the modal opposition between diegetic imitation, or representation, and dramatic imitation, or representation, an opposition, in any case, that does not affect the object of imitation, the emplotment. A final constraint merits placement under the pair mimesis/mythos, because it gives an occasion to make more precise the Aristotelian usage of mimesis. It is the one that subordinates consideration of the characters to consideration of the action itself. This constraint seems too restrictive if we consider the modern development of the novel and Henry James's thesis that gives character development an equal, if not higher, place than that of the plot. 1-7 Yet as Frank Kermode comments, to develop a character means more narration, and to develop a plot means enriching a character. 18 Aristotle is harder to please, for tragedy is not an imitation of men but of actions and of life. It is in action that happiness and unhappiness are found, and the end we aim at is a kind of activity, not a quality. What is more, without action there could not be a tragedy, but there could be without characterization, 50 al 6-24. We may of course attenuate the rigor of these hierarchies by observing that it is a question only of ordering the parts of tragedy. All the more so as the difference between tragedy and comedy is taken from the ethical differences affecting the characters. Assigning second place to the characters, therefore, does not disqualify the category of character. What is more, we shall encounter in contemporary narrative semiotics stemming from attempts comparable to that of Aristotle to reconstruct narrative logic beginning not from characters but from functions, that is, from abstract segments of action. But what is essential lies elsewhere. By so giving action priority over character, Aristotle establishes the mimetic status of action. It is in ethics, cf. Nicomachean Ethics 1105-30 ff, that the subject precedes the action in the order of ethical qualities. In poetics, the composition of the action by the poet governs the ethical quality of the characters. The subordination of character to action, therefore, is not a constraint of the same nature as the two preceding ones. It seals the equivalence between the two expressions representation of action and organization of the events. If the accent has to be placed on this organization, then the imitation or representation has to be of action rather than of human beings. 37. Plot, a model of concordance. Let me set the question of the status of mimesis between parentheses for a while, in that it is not uniquely defined by emplotment, and turn directly toward the theory of mythos so as to discern in it the starting point for my own theory of narrative composition. We should not forget that the theory of mythos is abstracted from the definition of tragedy we find in chapter 6 of the Poetics, which was cited above. Aristotle first provides, therefore, the theory of the tragic mythos. The question that I shall continue to pursue until the end of this work is whether the paradigm of order, characteristic of tragedy, is capable of extension and transformation to the point where it can be applied to the whole narrative field. This difficulty ought not to stop us here, however. The rigor of the tragic model has the advantage of setting great store on the exigence for order at the very beginning of my investigation of our narrative understanding. Right away, the most extreme contrast is established with the Augustinian distentio animi. That is, the tragic mythos is set up as the poetic solution to the speculative paradox of time, inasmuch as the inventing of order is pursued to the exclusion of every temporal characteristic. It will be my task and my responsibility to draw the temporal implications of the model, in connection with the new deployment of the theory of mimesis I propose below. However, the enterprise of thinking about Augustine's Distentio Animae and Aristotle's tragic mythos as one will at least appear plausible if we are willing to consider that the Aristotelian theory does not accentuate concordance alone but, in a highly subtle way, the play of discordance internal to concordance. It is this internal dialectic of poetic composition that makes the tragic mythos the invert figure of the Augustinian paradox. The definition of mythos as the organization of the events first emphasizes concordance. And this concordance is characterized by three features: completeness, wholeness, and an appropriate magnitude. 1.9 The notion of a whole, hollows, is the pivot of the analysis that follows. 4. Far from being oriented toward an investigation into the temporal character of the organization, this analysis is fixed on its logical character. 20 And it is precisely at the moment when the definition skirts the problem of time that it most distances itself from time. Now a thing is a whole if it has a beginning, a middle, and an end. 50b 26. But it is only in virtue of poetic composition that something counts as a beginning, middle, or end. What defines the beginning is not the absence of some antecedent but the absence of necessity in the succession. As for the end, it is indeed what comes after something else, but either as its necessary sequel or as its usual and hence probable sequel. 50b 30. Only the middle seems to be defined just by succession. A middle is that which both comes after something else and has another thing following. 38. 39. 50b 31. Yet in the tragic model it has its own logic, which is that of a reversal, metabole, metabalon 51 al 4, metabasis 52 al 6, of fortune from good to bad. The theory of the complex plot will contain a typology of the reversals that have a properly tragic effect. The accent, in the analysis of this idea of a whole, is therefore put on the absence of chance and on conformity to the requirements of necessity or probability governing success Zion. If succession can be subordinated in this way to some logical connection, it is because the ideas of beginning, middle, and end are not taken from experience. They are not features of some real action but the effects of the ordering of the poem. The same applies to the magnitude. It is only in the plot that action has a contour, a limit, horos, and, as a consequence, a magnitude. We shall return below, with regard to the aesthetics of reception whose seed is present in Aristotle, to the role of the attention or of memory in the definition of this criterion of perspicacity. Whatever can be said about the spectator's capacity to take in the work in one view, this external criterion comes to terms with an exigency internal to the work which is the only thing important here. If the length is sufficient to permit a change from bad fortune to good or from good fortune to bad to come about in an inevitable or probable sequence of events, this is a satisfactory limit horos of magnitude. 51 al 2-15. Certainly, this length must be temporal. A reversal takes time. But it is the work's time, not the time of events in the world. The character of necessity applies to the events that the plot makes contiguous with each other, affixes, ibid. Vacuous times are excluded. We do not ask what the hero did between two events that would have been separated in his life. In Oedipus Rex, notes else, the messengial returns precisely at the moment the plot requires his presence, no sooner and no later, else, p. 293. It is also for reasons internal to its composition that epic admits of a longer length. More tolerant about its episodic events, it requires greater amplitude, but without ever giving up the requirement for some limit. Not only is time not considered, it is excluded. For example, in considering epic, chapter 23, as submitted to the requirements of completeness and wholeness best illustrated by tragedy, Aristotle opposes two sorts of unity to each other. On the one hand, the temporal unity, henos chronou, that characterizes a single period of time with all that happened therein to one or more persons, no matter how little relation one event may have had with another, 59-23-24, and, on the other hand, the dramatic unity that characterizes a single action, 59-22, which forms a whole, complete in itself, having a beginning, a middle, and an end. That numerous actions occur during a single period of time does not therefore make a single action. This is why Homer is praised for having chosen in the story of the Trojan War, even though this too has a beginning and an end, one part for which his art alone deter. 40. Mind its beginning and its end. These remarks confirm that Aristotle shows no interest in the construction of a time capable of being implicated in the constructing of the plot. If therefore the internal connection of the plot is logical rather than chronological, what logic is it? The truth is that the word logic never appears, although necessity and probability are familiar categories from the Organon. If the term logic is never used, it is probably because what is at issue is an intelligibility appropriate to the field of praxis, not that of theoria, and therefore one neighboring on phronesis, which is the intelligent use of action. Poetry is, in fact, a doing faire and a doing about doing, the doers of Aristotle's chapter 3. But it is not actual, ethical doing, rather fictive and poetic doing. Which is why it is so necessary to discern the specific features of this mimetic and mythic intelligence in the Aristotelian sense of these two terms. Aristotle makes clear that it really is a question of a kind of intelligence, beginning in chapter 4, where he establishes his leading concepts by way of their genesis. Why, he asks, do we take pleasure in regarding the images of things that in themselves are repugnant, the basest animals or corpses? For this again the reason is that the experience of learning things is highly enjoyable, not only for philosophers but for other people as well. When they enjoy seeing images, therefore, it is because as they look at them they have the experience of learning and reasoning out what each thing represents, for example, that this figure is so and so, 48BL2-17. Learning, concluding, recognizing the form. Here we have the skeleton of meaning for the pleasure found in imitation or representation. 21. But if it is not a question of philosophical universals, what kind of universals are these poetic universals? That they are universals is beyond doubt, since they can be characterized by the double opposition of the possible to the actual and the general to the particular. The first pair, we know, is illustrated by the famous opposition between poetry and history in the manner of Herodotus. 2. Thus the difference between the historian and the poet is not that the historian employs prose and the poet verse. The work of Herodotus could be put into verse, and it would be no less history with verses than without them. Rather the difference is that the one tells of things that have been and the other of such things as might be. Poetry, therefore, is a more philosophical and a higher thing than history, in that poetry tends rather to express the universal, history rather the particular fact. 51b4-7. What is at issue is not entirely elucidated, however, for Aristotle is careful to oppose such things as might happen, things that are possibilities by virtue of being in themselves inevitable or probable, to things that have happened. 51-37-38. And also a universal is, the sort of thing that, in the circumstances, a certain kind of person will say or do either probably or necessarily. 51b9. In other words, the possible and the general are not to be sought else. 41. Where then in the organization of the events, since it is this linkage that has to be necessary or probable. In short, it is the plot that has to be typical. We understand anew why the action takes precedence over the characters. It is the universalizing of the plot that universalizes the characters, even when they have specific names. Whence the precept, first conceive the plot, then add the names. It might be objected that the argument is circular. The possible and the general characterize the necessary or the probable, but it is the necessary and the probable that qualify the possible and the general. Must we therefore assume that the organization as such, that is, as a connection akin to causality, makes the organized facts typical? For my own part, I lean in the direction of those narrativist theorists of history, such as Louis O'Mink, who put the whole weight of its intelligibility on the connection as such established between the events, or on the judicatory act of grasping together. To conceive of a causal connection, even among singular events, is already a kind of universalization. That such is the case is confirmed by the opposition between simple and episodic plots, 51b 33-35. It is not episodes as such that Aristotle disapproves of. Tragedy can forego them only under the penalty of becoming monotonous, and epic makes the best use of them. What he condemns is disconnect episodes. I call episodic a plot in which the episodes follow one another metalila in no probable or inevitable sequence, ibid. The key opposition is here, one thing after another and one thing because of another, in a causal sequence dialila, 52-4. One after the other is merely episodic and therefore improbable, one because of the other is a causal sequence and therefore probable. No doubt is allowed. The kind of universality that a plot calls for derives from its ordering, which brings about its completeness and its wholeness. The universals a plot engenders are not Platonic ideas. They are universals related to practical wisdom, hence to ethics and politics. A plot engenders such universals when the structure of its action rests on the connections internal to the action and not on external accidents. These inter-NAL connections as such are the beginning of the universalization. One feature of mimesis, then, is that it is directed more at the coherence of the mythos than at its particular story. Its making /fair is immediately a universalizing making. The whole problem of narrative verstehen is contained here in principle. To make up a plot is already to make the intelligible spring from the accidental, the universal from the singular, the necessary or the probable from the episodic. And is this not finally what Aristotle says in 51b 29-32? It is clear then from the foregoing remarks that the poet should be a maker of plots more than a maker of verse, in that he is a poet by virtue of his imitation and he imitates actions. So even if on occasion he takes real events as the 42 subject of a poem, he is none the less a poet, since nothing prevents some of the things that have actually happened from being of the sort that might probably or possibly happen, and it is in accordance with this that he is their poet. 51b 27-32, 2-3. The two sides of the equation balance each other, maker of plots, imitator of action, this is the poet. The difficulty is still only partially resolved. We can verify a causal connection in reality, but what about in a poetic composition? This is an embarrassing question. If mimetic activity composes action, it is what establishes what is necessary in composing it. It does not see the universal, it makes it spring forth. What then are its criteria? We have a partial answer in the expression referred to above. It is because as they look at them they have the experience of learning and reasoning out what each thing represents, concluding, for example, that this figure is so and so, 48bl 6-17. This pleasure of recognition, as Dupont-Roch and Lollet put it, presupposes, I think, a perspective concept of truth, according to which to invent is to rediscover. But this perspective concept of truth has no place in a formal theory of the structure of the plot. It presupposes a more developed theory of mimesis than the one that simply equates mimesis with mythos. I shall return to this point at the end of this study. Included discordance. The tragic model is not purely a model of concordance, but rather of discordant concordance. This is where it offers a counterpart to the distentio animi. Discordance is present at each stage of the Aristotelian analysis, even though it is only dealt with thematically in terms of the complex, versus the simple, plot. It is already manifest in the canonical definition of tragedy as an imitation of action that is serious and complete, teleos, 49b 25. 2-4 Completeness is not a negligible feature insofar as the end of action is happiness or unhappiness, and insofar as the ethical quality of the characters grounds the plausibility of either outcome. The action is not brought to its conclusion therefore until it produces one or the other. And the space for the episodes that bring action to its conclusion is thereby marked out. Aristotle says nothing against episodes as episodes. What he proscribes are not episodes but the episodic texture, the plot where the episodes follow one another by chance. The episodes, controlled by the plot, are what give amplitude to the work and thus a magnitude. The definition of tragedy also contains another indication, and affecting through pity and fear what we call the catharsis of such emotions, 49b 26-27. Let us leave aside the prickly question of catharsis for the moment and concentrate on its means. Did, in my opinion, Else and Dupont Rock and 43. Lollet have well understood Aristotle's intention, as it is reflected in the construction of this sentence. The spectator's emotional response is constructed in the drama, in the quality of the destructive or painful incidents suffered by the characters themselves. The subsequent treatment of the term pathos, as the third component of a complex plot, will confirm this. Hence catharsis, whatever the term means, is brought about by the plot. And the first discordance is the fearful and pitiable incidents. They constitute the major threat to the plot's coherence. This is why Aristotle speaks of them again in connection with the necessary and the probable, and also in the context of his criticism of episodic examples, chapter 9. There he no longer uses the nouns pity and fear but the adjectives pitiable and fearful, 52a2, which qualify the incidents the poet represents by means of the plot. Discordant concordance is intended still more directly by the analysis of surprise. Aristotle characterizes it by an extraordinary expression in anacoluthic form, which is lost in the English translation, when they come unexpectedly and yet occur in a causal sequence in which one thing leads to another. Para tendoxon dialila, 52a4. The marvelous things, to Thomaston, Ibid, the height of the discordant are those strokes of chance that seem to arrive by design. We reach the heart of discordant concordance, still common to both simple and episodic plots, with the central phenomenon of the tragic action Aristotle calls reversal, metabole, in chapter 11. In tragedy, reversal turns good fortune into bad, but its direction may be reversed. Tragedy does not exploit this resource, owing no doubt to the role of the fearful or the pitiable incidents. It is this reversal, however, that takes time and governs the magnitude of the work. The art of composition consists in making this discordance appear concordant. The one because of dia the other thus wins out over one after meta the other, 5-2 al 8-2-2. 2-5 The discordant overthrows the concordant in life, but not in tragic art. The reversals characteristic of the complex plot are, as is well known, reversal, peripeteia, coup de theatre in Dupont Rock and Lollet's apt phrase and recognition, anagnorisis, to which must be added suffering, pathos. The definitions of these modes of reversal are given in chapter 11 and the commentary that goes with them is well known. 2.6 What is important for us is that here Aristotle multiplies the constraints on the tragic plot and thereby makes his model both stronger and more limited at the same time. More limited, inasmuch as the theory of the mythos becomes more and more identified with that of the tragic plot. So the question will be whether what we are calling narrative can draw this surprising effect from other procedures than those Aristotle enumerates, and therefore give rise to other constraints than those of tragedy. Yet the model also becomes stronger, inasmuch as reversal, recognition, and suffering, particularly when they are joined together in one work, as in Sophocles' Oedipus, bring to their highest degree of tension the fusion. 44. Of the paradoxical and the causal sequence, of surprise and necessity. 2.7 And it is the force of this model that every theory of narrativity tries to preserve by other means than those of the tragic model. In this regard, we might ask whether we do not move away from narrative if we abandon this major constraint constituted by reversal, taken in its broadest sense of a change from one state of affairs to its exact opposite, 52-22. We shall rediscover this question when we inquire below what makes a story, or stories, out of action, to use the title of an essay by Herman Lubb. 2.8 The question of union intended affects American Samoa well as that of perverse ones, in the theory of history will raise an analogous question. Its implications are numerous. If reversal is essential to every story or history where meaninglessness threatens the meaningful, does not the conjunction of reversal and recognition preserve a universality that goes beyond the case of tragedy? Do not historians, too, seek to replace perplexity with lucidity? And is not our perplexity greatest where reversals of fortune were most unexpected? There is another even more constraining implication: must we not also preserve, along with reversal, the reference to happiness and unhappiness? Does not every narrated story finally have to do with reversals of fortune, whether for better or worse? 2.9 It is not necessary to take suffering, pathos, as the poor cousin in this review of the modes of reversal. Aristotle, it is true, does give it a rather confining definition at the end of chapter 11. Suffering is linked to the fearful and pitiable incidents inherent in the tragic plot, the leading generators of discordance. Suffering the thing suffered, says Else, Vefit Violent, according to Dupont Rock and Lollet, just brings to their peak the fearful and the pitiable in the complex plot. Such consideration of the emotional quality of the incidents is not foreign to our inquiry, as though concern for the intelligibility proper to the search for completeness and wholeness were to imply an intellectualism that should be opposed to some sort of emotionalism. The pitiable and the fearful are qualities closely tied to the most unexpected changes of fortune oriented toward unhappiness. It is these discordant incidents the plot tends to make necessary and probable. And in so doing, it purifies them, or, better, purges them. We shall return again to this point. By including the discordant in the concordant, the plot includes the affecting within the intelligible. Aristotle thus comes to say that pathos is one ingredient of the imitating or representing of praxis. So poetry conjoins these terms that ethics opposes. 3.0 We must go even further. If the pitiable and the fearful can be incorporated into the plot, it is because these emotions have, as Else says, p. 375, their own rationale, which, in return, serves as a criterion for the tragic quality of each change in fortune. 2 chapters, 13 and 14, are devoted to the screening effect which pity and fear exercise with regard to the very structure of the plot. Indeed, to the extent that these emotions are incompatible with the repugnant and the monstrous, or the inhuman, a lack of philanthropy that makes us recognize someone like ourselves in the characters, they play the principal role in the typology of plots. This is constructed in terms of two axes, whether the characters are good or evil, and whether their end is happy or unhappy. The two tragic emotions govern its hierarchy of possible combinations, since the first is felt for a person whose misfortune is undeserved and the second for someone like ourselves. 5.3-3-5. Finally, it is these tragic emotions that require that the hero be prevented by some fault from attaining excellence in the order of virtue and justice, without however vice or wickedness being responsible for his fall into misfortune. We are left with the man whose place is between these extremes. Such is the man who on the one hand is not preeminent in virtue and justice, and yet on the other hand does not fall into misfortune through vice or depravity, but falls because of some mistake. Hamartia, 53-7f. 3.1 So even the discernment of the tragic fault is brought about by the emotional quality of pity, fear, and our sense for what is human. 3.2 The relation therefore is a circular one. It is the composition of the plot that purges the emotions, by bringing to representation the pitiable and fearful incidents, and it is these purged emotions that govern our discernment of the tragic. It seems hardly possible to push any further the inclusion of the fearful and the pitiable in the dramatic texture. Aristotle can, however, conclude this theme in these terms, and since the pleasure the poet is to provide is that which comes oppo from pity and fear through dia and imitation, clearly this effect must be embodied empoidion in the events of the plot. 53m2-13. 3.3 These are the increasing constraints to which Aristotle submits his tragic model. We may ask then whether, in augmenting the constraints on the tragic plot, he has not made his model both stronger and more limited. 3.4. THERD-WORLDISM sides of the poetic configuration. To conclude, I would like to return to the question of mimesis, the second focus of my interest in reading the Poetics. It does not seem to me to be governed by the equating of the two expressions, the imitation, or representation, of action and the organization of the events. It is not that something has to be taken back from this equation. There is no doubt that the prevalent sense of mimesis is the one instituted by its being joined to mythos. If we continue to translate mimesis by imitation, we have to understand something completely contrary to a copy of some pre-existing reality and speak instead of a creative imitation. And if we translate mimesis by representation, as do Dupont, Rock and Lollet, we must not understand by this word some redoubling of presence, as we could still do for Platonic mimesis, but rather the break that opens the space for fiction. Artisans who work with words produce not things but quasi-things, they invent the as-if. And in this sense, the Aristotelian mimesis is the emblem of the shift-decroquage that, to use our vocabulary today, produces the literariness of the work of literature. Still the equation of mimesis and mythos does not completely fill up the 45. 46. Meaning of the expression mimesis praxis. We may of course as we did above construe the objective genitive as the noematic correlate of imitation or representation and equate this correlate to the whole expression, the organization of the events, which Aristotle makes the what the object of mimesis. But that the praxis belongs at the same time to the real domain, covered by ethics, and the imaginary one, covered by poetics, suggests that mimesis functions not just as a break but also as a connection, one which establishes precisely the status of the metaphorical transposition of the practical field by the mythos. If such is the case, we have to preserve in the meaning of the term mimesis a reference to the first side of poetic composition. I call this reference mimesis, to distinguish it from mimesis to the mimesis of creation, which remains the pivot point. I hope to show that even in Aristotle's text there are scattered references to this prior side of poetic composition. This is not all. Mimesis, we recall, as an activity, the mimetic activity, does not reach its intended term through the dynamism of the poetic text alone. It also requires a spectator or reader. So there is another side of poetic composition as well, which I call mimesis 3, whose indications I shall also look for in the text of the Poetics. By so framing the leap of imagination with the two operations that constitute the two sides of the mimesis of invention, I believe we enrich rather than weaken the meaning of the mimetic activity invested in the mythos. I hope to show that this activity draws its intelligibility from its mediating function, which leads us from one side of the text to the other through the power of refiguration. References are not lacking, in the Poetics, to the understanding of action and also the passions which the ethics articulates. These are tacit references, although the rhetoric does include a veritable treatise on the positions. The difference is easy to understand. Rhetoric exploits these passions, while poetics transposes human action and suffering into a poem. The following chapter will give a more complete idea of the understanding of the order of action implied by narrative activity. The tragic model, as a limited model of narrativity, makes use of borrowings themselves limited by this pre-understanding. The tragic mythos turning on reversals of fortune, and exclusively on those from happiness to unhappiness, is one exploration of the ways in which action throws good people, against all expectation, into unhappiness. It serves as a counterpoint to ethics, which teaches how action, through the exercise of virtue, leads to happiness. At the same time it borrows from the foreknowledge of action only its ethical features. 3.5 In the first place, poets have always known that the characters they represent are persons engaged in action. 48 al. They have always known that character is that in virtue of which we say that the personages are of such and such quality. 50-4. They have always known that these persons will necessarily be persons of a higher or lower moral type. 48-2. The parenthesis that follows this last phrase is an ethical one, for this is the one dv. 47. Zion that characters submit to almost without exception, goodness or badness being universal criteria of character. 48-2-4. This expression universal, pants, is the indication of mimesis, in the text of the Poetics. In the chapter devoted to the characters, chapter 15, the person being imitated, 54-27, is a person according to ethics. And the ethical qualifications come from the real world. What stems from the imitation or representation is the logical requirement of coherence. In the same vein, it is said that tragedy and comedy differ in that comedy prefers to imitate persons who are worse, tragedy persons who are better, than the present generation ton none, 48 al 5-18, this is the second indication of mimesis. Therefore, that the characters may be improved or harmed by the action is something the poet knows and takes for granted. Character is that in virtue of which we say that the personages are of such and such a quality, 50-6. 3-6. In short, if we are to talk of a mimetic displacement or a quasi-metaphorical transposition from ethics to poetics, we have to conceive of mimetic activity as a connection and not just as a break. It is in fact the movement from mimesis, to mimesis too. If it is beyond doubt that the term mythos indicates discontinuity, the word praxis, by its double allegiance, assures continuity between the two realms of action ethics and poetics. 3-7. A similar relationship of identity and difference could no doubt be recognized between the path of which the rhetoric, Book 2, gives an ample description and the pathos the suffering which tragic art makes one part of the plot, 52b9ff. Perhaps we should push this reprise or recovery of ethics in poetics still further. Poets find not only an implicit categorization of the practical field in their cultural stock but also a first narrative organization mise en forme of this field. If tragic poets, unlike authors of comedy who allow themselves to support their plots with names chosen by chance, retain historical names, genomenon, 51bl5, that is, ones received from tradition, it is because the probable and objective feature must also be persuasive or credible, Pythanon, 5lb16, a subjective feature. The logical connection of probability cannot therefore be detached from the cultural constraints of acceptability. Certainly art, here again, indicates a break, so even if on occasion he takes real events genomena as the subject of a poem, he is nonetheless a poet, 51b2930. Yet without myths that have been passed on there would be nothing to transform poetically. Who can fully put into words the inexhaustible source of violence received from the myths which the poet transforms into a tragic effect? And where is this tragic potential more dense than in the received stories about a few celebrated houses, that of the Atrides, that of Oedipus? It is not by chance therefore that Aristotle, so concerned elsewhere about the autonomy of the poetic act, advises poets to continue to draw upon the most frightful and pitiable matter in this treasury. 38. As for the criterion of the probable or the possible by which poets distinguish 48. Their plots from the traditional stories whether they really happened or exist only in the storehouse of tradition we may doubt that it can be circumscribed by a pure poetic logic. The reference I made to its tie to the persuasive leads me to think it too is somehow received. But this problem relates instead to the problematic of mimesis 3, to which I shall now turn. At first glance, there seems little to expect from the poetics concerning the second side of poetic composition. Unlike the rhetoric, which subordinates the order of discourse to its effects on its audience, the poetics indicates no explicit interest in the communication of the work to the public. It even reveals in places an impatience regarding the constraints tied to the institution of the public contests, 51-7, and even more so regarding the poor taste of the ordinary public, chapter 25. The reception of the work is not therefore a major category of the poetics. It is a treatise about composition, with almost no concern for anyone who receives the result. Thus the references that I am now bringing together under the heading of mimesis 3 are all the more valuable in that they are so rare. They testify to the impossibility, for a poetics that puts its principal accent on the internal structures of the text, of locking itself up within the closure of the text. The line I am going to follow is this. The poetics does not speak of structure but of structuration. Structuration is an oriented activity that is only completed in the spectator or the reader. From the beginning the term poiesis puts the imprint of its dynamism on all the concepts in the poetics and makes them concepts about operations. Mimesis is a representative activity, systasis, or synthesis, is the operation of organizing the events into a system, not the system itself. Further, the dynamism, dunamis, of poiesis is intended from the opening lines of the Poetics as an exigency for completeness, 478-10. It is what, in chapter 6, requires that the action be brought to its conclusion, teleos. Yes, this completeness is the completeness of the work, of its muthos, but it is attested to only by the pleasure which properly belongs to it, 53b11, which Aristotle calls its ergon, the effect proper to tragedy, 52b30. All the indications of mimesis 3 in Aristotle's text are relative to this pleasure which properly belongs to tragedy and its conditions of production. I would like to show in what way this pleasure is both constructed in the work and made actual outside it. It joins inside to outside and requires us to treat in a dialectical fashion this relation of outside to inside, which modern poetics too quickly reduces to a simple disjunction, in the name of an alleged prohibition thrown up by semiotics against everything taken to be extralinguistic. 3.9 As though language were not always already thrown beyond itself by its ontological vehemence. In the ethics we have a good guide for articulating correctly the inside and the outside of the work. This is its theory of pleasure. If we apply to the work of literature what Aristotle says about pleasure in Book 7 and X of the Nicomachean Ethics, namely, that it proceeds from unhindered action and is added to accomplished action as a crowning supplement, we ought to articulate in the same fashion the internal finality of the composition and the external finality of its reception. 4.0 The pleasure of learning something is the first component of this pleasure of the text. Aristotle takes it as one corollary of the pleasure we take in imitations or representations, which is one of the natural causes of the poetic art, according to the genetic analysis in chapter 4. And he associates with the act of learning that of concluding, for example, that this figure is so and so, 59b19. The pleasure of learning is therefore the pleasure of recognition. And this is what the spectators do when they recognize in Oedipus the university or sal that the plot engenders through its composition. The pleasure of recognition is therefore both constructed in the work and experienced by the reader. This pleasure of recognition, in turn, is the fruit of the pleasure the spectator takes in the composition as necessary or probable. These logical criteria are themselves both constructed in the piece and exercised by the spectator. I have already made an allusion, in discussing extreme cases of dissonant consonants, to the connection Aristotle establishes between the probable and the acceptable, the persuasive, the major category in the rhetoric. Such is the case as soon as the paradoxical has to be included in the causal sequence of one by means of the other. It is even more the case when epic accepts the elegon, the irrational, that tragedy has to avoid. The probable, under the pressure of the improbable, is thereby stretched to the breaking point. I have not forgotten the astonishing precept, what is impossible yet probable should be preferred to that which is possible but incredible, 60-26-27. And when, in the following chapter, chapter 25, Aristotle determines those norms that ought to guide criticism in resolving problems, he classes representable things under three rubrics: things as they once were or now are, or things as people say or suppose they were or are, or things as they ought to be, 60bl0, ll. But what do present, and past, reality, opinion, and things as they ought to be designate if not the realm of the readily believable? We touch here on one of the more concealed sources of the pleasure of recognition, namely, the criterion of what is persuasive, whose contours are those of the social form of the imagination. For one, it is true that Aristotle does explicitly make the persuasive an attribute of the probable, which is itself the measure of the possible in poetry. Possibility means credibility, 51bl6. But whenever the impossible, the extreme figure of the discordant, threatens the structure, is it not the persuasive that becomes the measure of the acceptable impossibility? Thus, in reference to poetic effect, a convincing impossibility is preferable to that which, though possible, is unconvincing, 61b1011. Opinion, ibid, is the only guide here. The improbable or irrational should be justified by what men say, 61bl4. 49. 50. Hence, by its very nature, the intelligibility characteristic of dissonant consonants. What Aristotle puts under the term probable is the common product of the work and the public. The persuasive is born at their intersection. It is also in the spectator that the properly tragic emotions flower. For the pleasure proper to tragedy is one that engenders fear and pity. Nowhere better than here do we overtake the movement from the work to the spectator. On one side, in effect, the pitiable and the fearful as adjectives characterize the events themselves that the mythos composes into one. In this sense, the mythos imitates or represents the pitiable and the fearful. How does it bring them to representation? Precisely by making them leave, the organization of the events. Here then fear and pity are inscribed in the events by the composition, insofar as it moves through the sieve of the representative activity, 53b13. What is experienced by the spectator must first be constructed in the work. In this sense we could say that Aristotle's ideal spectator is an implied spectator in the same sense Wolfgang Iser speaks of an implied reader, but one of flesh and blood and capable of pleasure. 4.2 In this regard I agree with the converging interpretations of catharsis in Else, Golden, Redfield, and Dupont Rock and Lolland. 4.3 Catharsis is a purification, or better, as Dupont Rock and Lolland propose, a purgation which has its seat in the spectator. It consists precisely in the fact that the pleasure proper to tragedy proceeds from pity and fear. It consists therefore in the transformation of the pain inherent in these emotions into pleasure. Yet this subjective alchemy is also constructed in the work by the mimetic activity. It results from the fact that the pitiable and fearful incidents are, as we have said, themselves brought to representation. And this poetic representation of these emotions results in turn from the composition itself. In this sense it is not too much to say, with recent commentators, that the purgation first of all is in the poetic construction. I myself have elsewhere suggested treating catharsis as the grading part of the metaphorical process that conjoins cognition, imagination, and feeling. 4.4 And in this sense, the dialectic of inside and outside reaches its highest point in catharsis. Experienced by the spectator, it is constructed in the work. This is why Aristotle could include it in his definition of tragedy, without devoting a separate analysis to it, affecting through pity and fear what we call the catharsis of such emotions, 49b28. I willingly admit that the allusions the Poetics makes to pleasure taken as understanding and pleasure taken as experiencing fear and pity, which together, in the Poetics, form a single pleasure, constitute just the barest indication of a theory of mimesis 3. This only takes on its full scope when the work deploys a world that the reader appropriates. This world is a cultural world. The principal axis of a theory of reference on the second side of the work passes therefore through the relationship between poetry and culture. As James Redfield so forcefully puts it in his book Nature and Culture in the Iliad, the two relations, each the converse of the other, that we can establish between these two terms must be interpreted in light of a third relation, the poet as a maker of culture, p. 11. 4.5 Aristotle's Poetics makes no incursion into this domain. It sets up the ideal spectator, and even more so the ideal reader, with his intelligence, his purged emotions, and his pleasure, at the junction of the work and the culture it creates. In this, Aristotle's Poetics, despite its almost exclusive interest in mimesis as inventive, does offer some indication of an investigation of mimetic activity in all its aspects. 51. 3. The moment has come to join together the two preceding independent studies and test my basic hypothesis that between the activity of narrating a story and the temporal character of human experience there exists a correlation that is not merely accidental but that presents a transcultural form of necessity. To put it another way, time becomes human to the extent that it is articulated through a narrative mode, and narrative attains its full meaning when it becomes a condition of temporal existence. The cultural abyss that separates the Augustinian analysis of time in the Confessions and the Aristotelian analysis of plot in the Poetics compels me to construct at my own risk the intermediary links that articulate their correlation. Indeed, as has been said, Augustine's paradoxes of the experience of time owe nothing to the activity of narrating a story. His key example of reciting a verse or a poem serves to sharpen the paradox rather than to resolve it. And on his side, Aristotle's analysis of plot owes nothing to his theory of time, which is dealt with exclusively in his physics. What is more, in his Poetics, the logic of emplotment discourages any consideration of time, even when it implies concepts such as beginning, middle, and end, or when it becomes involved in a discourse about the magnitude or the length of the plot. The mediating construction I am about to propose deliberately bears the same title as does this work as a whole, Time and Narrative. At this stage of the investigation, however, it can only be a question of a sketch that will require further expansion, criticism, and revision. In fact, the present study will not take into consideration the fundamental bifurcation between historical and fictional narrative, which will give birth to the more technical studies of the succeeding parts of this work. From the separate investigation of these two fields will proceed the most serious questioning of my whole enterprise, as much on the level of the claim to truth as on that of the internal structure of discourse. What is sketched out here, therefore, is only a sort of reduced model of the thesis that the remainder of this work must attempt to prove. I am taking as my guideline for exploring the mediation between time and 52. Threefold mimesis. 53. Narrative. The articulation mentioned earlier, and already partially illustrated by my interpretation of Aristotle's Poetics, between the three moments of mimesis that, seriously and playfully, I named mimesis, mimesis 2, and mimesis 3. One take it as established that mimesis 2 constitutes the pivot of this analysis. By serving as a turning point it opens up the world of the plot and institutes, as I have already suggested, the literariness of the work of literature. But my thesis is that the very meaning of the configurating operation constitutive of emplotment is a result of its intermediary position between the two operations I am calling mimesis, and mimesis 3, which constitute the two sides vamont et aval of mimesis 2. By saying this, I propose to show that mimesis 2 draws its intelligibility from its faculty of mediation, which is to conduct us from the one side of the text to the other, transfiguring the one side into the other through its power of configuration. I am reserving for the part of this work devoted to fictional narrative the confrontation between this thesis and what I take to be characteristic of a semiotics of the text, namely, that a science of the text can be established only upon the abstraction of mimesis 2, and may consider only the internal laws of a work of literature, without any regard for the two sides of the text. It is the task of hermeneutics, in return, to reconstruct the set of operations by which a work lifts itself above the opaque depths of living, acting, and suffering, to be given by an author to readers who receive it and thereby change their acting. For a semiotic theory, the only operative concept is that of the literary text. Hermeneutics, however, is concerned with reconstructing the entire arc of operations by which practical experience provides itself with works, authors, and readers. It does not confine itself to setting mimesis 2 between mimesis and mimesis 3. It wants to characterize mimesis 2 by its mediating function. What is at stake, therefore, is the concrete process by which the textual configuration mediates between the prefiguration of the practical field and its refiguration through the reception of the work. It will appear as a corollary, at the end of this analysis, that the reader is that operator par excellence who takes up through doing something the act of reading the unity of the traversal from mimesis to mimesis, by way of mimesis 2. This highlighting of the dynamic of emplotment is to me the key to the problem of the relation between time and narrative. By moving from the initial question of the mediation between time and narrative to the new question of connecting the three stages of mimesis, I am basing the whole strategy of my work on the subordination of the second problem to the first one. In constructing the relationship between the three mimetic modes I constitute the mediation between time and narrative. Or to put it another way, to resolve the problem of the relation between time and narrative I must establish the mediating role of emplotment between a stage of practical experience that precedes it and a stage that succeeds it. In this sense, my argument in this book consists of constructing the mediation between time and narrative by Demon. 54. Stating implotment's mediating role in the mimetic process. Aristotle, we have seen, ignored the temporal aspects of implotment. I propose to disentangle them from the act of textual configuration and to show the mediating role of the time of implotment between the temporal aspects prefigured in the practical field and the refiguration of our temporal experience by this construct time. We are following therefore the destiny of a prefigured time that becomes a refigured time through the mediation of a configured time. On the horizon of this investigation looms the objection of a vicious circle between the act of narrating and temporal existence. Does this circle condemn my whole enterprise to being nothing more than one vast tautology? I seem to avoid this objection by choosing two starting points as far apart from each other as possible: Augustine on time and Aristotle on implotment. Still, in seeking a middle term for these two extremes and in assigning a mediating role to implotment and the time of its structures, have I not given new strength to this objection? I do not intend to deny the circular character of my thesis that temporality is brought to language to the extent that language configures and refigures temporal experience. But I do hope to show, at the end of this chapter, that the circle can be something other than a dead tautology. Mimesis. Whatever the innovative force of poetic composition within the field of our temporal experience may be, the composition of the plot is grounded in a pre-understanding of the world of action, its meaningful structures, its symbolic resources, and its temporal character. These features are described rather than deduced. But in this sense nothing requires their listing to be a closed one. And in any case their enumeration follows an easily established progression. First, if it is true that plot is an imitation of action, some preliminary competence is required, the capacity for identifying action in general by means of its structural features. A semantics of action makes explicit this competence. Next, if imitating is elaborating an articulated significance of some action, a supplementary competence is required, an aptitude for identifying what I call the symbolic mediations of action, in a sense of the word symbol that Cassirer made classic and that cultural anthropology, from which I shall draw several examples, adopted. Finally, these symbolic articulations of action are bearers of more precisely temporal elements, from which proceed more directly the very capacity of action to be narrated and perhaps the need to narrate it. Alone from Heidegger's hermeneutic phenomenology will accompany my description of this third feature. Let us consider these three features: structural, symbolic, and temporal in succession. The intelligibility engendered by implotment finds a first anchorage in our competence to utilize in a significant manner the conceptual network that 55. Structurally distinguishes the domain of action from that of physical movement. I say conceptual network rather than concept of action in order to emphasize the fact that the very term action, taken in the narrow sense of what someone does, gets its distinct meaning from its capacity for being used in conjunction with other terms of the whole network. Actions imply goals, the anticipation of which is not confused with some foreseen or predicted result, but which commit the one on whom the action depends. Actions, moreover, refer to motives, which explain why someone does or did something, in a way that we clearly distinguish from the way one physical event leads to another. Actions also have agents, who do and can do things which are taken as their work, or their deed. As a result, these agents can be held responsible for certain consequences of their actions. In this network, the infinite regress Zion opened by the question why is not incompatible with the finite regress Zion opened by the question who. To identify an agent and to recognize this agent's motives are complementary operations. We also understand that these agents act and suffer in circumstances they did not make that nevertheless do belong to the practical field, precisely inasmuch as they circumscribe the intervention of historical agents in the course of physical events and offer favorable or unfavorable occasions for their action. This intervention, in turn, implies that acting makes what an agent can do in terms of basic accessions and what, without observation, he knows he is capable of doing, coincide with the initial state of a closed physical system. 2. Moreover, to act is always to act with others. Interaction can take the form of cooperation or competition or struggle. The contingencies of this interaction then rejoin those of our circumstances through their character of helping or hindering us. Finally, the outcome of an action may be a change in fortune toward happiness or misfortune. In short, these terms or others akin to them occur in our answers to questions that can be classified as questions about what, why, who, how, with whom, or against whom in regard to any action. But the decisive fact is that to employ any one of these terms in a significant fashion, within a situation of questions and answers, is to be capable of linking that term to every other term of the same set. In this sense, all the members of the set are in a relation of intersignification. To master the conceptual network as a whole, and each term as one member of the set, is to have that competence we can call practical understanding. What then is the relation of our narrative understanding to this practical understanding? The answer to this question governs the relationship that can be established between the theory of narrative and that of action, in the sense given this term by English language analytic philosophy. This relationship, in my view, is a twofold one. It is a relation of presupposition and of transformation. On the one hand, every narrative presupposes a familiarity with terms such as agent, goal, means, circumstance, help, hostility, cooperation, conflict, success, failure, etc., on the part of its narrator and any listener. In this sense, 5.6. The minimal narrative sentence is an action sentence of the form X did A in such and such circumstances, taking into account the fact that Y does B in identical or different circumstances. In the final analysis, narratives have acting and suffering as their theme. We saw and said this in discussing Aristotle. We shall see in Volume 2 to what point the structural analysis of narrative in terms of functions and actants, from prop to griemas, verifies this relation of presupposition which establishes narrative discourse on the basis of the action sentence. In this sense, there is no structural analysis of narrative that does not borrow from an explicit or an implicit phenomenology of doing something. 3. On the other hand, narrative is not limited to making use of our familiarity with the conceptual network of action. It adds to it discursive features that distinguish it from a simple sequence of action sentences. These features no longer belong to the conceptual network of the semantics of action. They are syntactic features, whose function is to engender the composing of modes of discourse worthy of being called narratives, whether it be a question of historical narrative or fictional narrative. We can account for the relation between the conceptual network of action and these rules for narrative composition through recourse to the distinction familiar to semiotics between the paradigmatic order and the syntagmatic one. With regard to the paradigmatic order, all terms relative to action are synchronic, in the sense that the relations of intersignification that exist between ends, means, agents, circumstances, and the rest are perfectly reversible. The syntagmatic order of discourse, on the contrary, implies the irreducibly diachronic character of every narrated story. Even if this diachrony does not prevent reading the narrative backwards, which is characteristic, as we shall see, of the act of retelling, this reading backwards from the end to the beginning does not abolish the narrative's fundamental diachrony. In Volume 2, one shall draw the consequences of this when I discuss the structuralist attempts to derive the logic of narrative from completely achronological models. For the time being, let us confine ourselves to saying that to understand a narrative is to master the rules that govern its syntagmatic order. Consequently, narrative understanding is not limited to presupposing a familiarity with the conceptual network constitutive of the semantics of action. It further requires a familiarity with the rules of composition that govern the diachronic order of a story. Plot, understood broadly, as it was in the preceding chapter, that is, as the ordering of the events, and therefore as interconnecting the action sentences, into the total action constitutive of the narrated story, is the literary equivalent of the syntagmatic order that narrative introduces into the practical field. We may sum up this twofold relation between narrative understanding and practical understanding as follows. In passing from the paradigmatic order of action to the syntagmatic order of narrative, the terms of the semantics of accession acquire integration and actuality. Actuality, because the terms, which had only a virtual signification in the paradigmatic order, that is, a pure capacity to be used, receive an actual effective signification thanks to the sequential interconnections the plot confers on the agents, their deeds, and their sufferings. Integration, because terms as heterogeneous as agents, motives, and circumstances are rendered compatible and work together in actual temporal wholes. It is in this sense that the twofold relation between rules of emplotment and action terms constitutes both a relation of presupposition and one of transformation. To understand a story is to understand both the language of doing something and the cultural tradition from which proceeds the typology of plots. The second anchorage that narrative composition finds in our practical understanding lies in the symbolic resources of the practical field. This second feature will govern those aspects of doing something, being able to do something, and knowing how to do something that stem from the poetic transposition. If, in fact, human action can be narrated, it is because it is always already articulated by signs, rules, and norms. It is always already symbolically mediated. As stated earlier, I am drawing here on the work of anthropologists who in various ways make use of Verstehen sociology, including Clifford Geertz, the author of The Interpretation of Cultures*. The word symbol in this work is taken in what we might call a middle sense, halfway between its being identified with a simple notation. I have in mind Leibniz's opposition between intuitive knowledge based on direct insight and symbolic knowledge by way of abbreviated signs, substituted for a long chain of logical operations, and its being identified with double-meaning expressions following the model of metaphor, or even hidden meanings, accessible only to esoteric knowledge between too poor and too rich an acceptation. I have opted for one close to that of Ricoeur, in his philosophy of symbolic forms, inasmuch as, for him, symbolic forms are cultural processes that articulate experience. If I speak more precisely of symbolic mediation, it is to distinguish, among symbols of a cultural nature, the ones that underlie action and that constitute its first signification, before autonomous symbolic wholes dependent upon speaking or writing become detached from the practical level. In this sense we might speak of an implicit or immanent symbolism, in opposition to an explicit or autonomous one. 5. For anthropologists and sociologists, the term symbol immediately accentuates the public character of any meaningful articulation. In Geertz's words, culture is public because meaning is, p. 12. I readily adopt this initial characterization, which clearly indicates that symbolism is not in the mind, not a psychological operation destined to guide action, but a meaning incorporated into action and decipherable from it by other actors in the social interplay. Next, the term symbol, or better, symbolic mediation, signals the 57. 58. Structured character of a symbolic system. Geertz speaks in this sense of systems of interacting symbols, of patterns of interworking meanings, p. 207. Before being a text, symbolic mediation has a texture. To understand a ritual act is to situate it within a ritual, set within a cultic system, and by degrees within the whole set of conventions, beliefs, and institutions that make up the symbolic framework of a culture. A symbolic system thus furnishes a descriptive context for particular accessions. In other words, it is as a function of such a symbolic convention that we can interpret this gesture as meaning this or that. The same gesture of raising one's arm, depending on the context, may be understood as a way of greeting someone, of hailing a taxi, or of voting. Before being submitted to interpretation, symbols are interpretants internally related to some action. 6. In this way symbolism confers an initial readability on action. In saying this we must not confuse the texture of action with the text. The ethnologist writes, the ethnographic text, which is written in categories, with concepts, using nomological principles that are the contribution of the discipline and that must not, consequently, be confused with those categories by which a culture understands itself. If we may nevertheless speak of action as a quasi-text, it is insofar as the symbols, understood as interpretants, provide the rules of meaning as a function of which this or that behavior can be interpreted. 7. The term symbol further introduces the idea of a rule, not only in the sense we have just spoken of about rules for description and interpretation of individual actions, but in the sense of a norm. Some authors such as Peter Winch emphasize this feature in particular, by characterizing meaningful accession as rule-governed behavior. 8. We can clarify this function of social regulation by comparing cultural codes to genetic ones. Like the latter, the former are programs for behavior, they give form, order, and direction to life. Yet unlike genetic codes, cultural codes arise in zones not subject to genetic regulation and only prolong their efficacy at the price of a complete rearrangement of the encoding system. Manners and customs, along with everything Hegel put under the title ethical substance, the Sittlichkeit prior to any Moralität of a reflective order, thus take over from the genetic codes. So we pass without difficulty, with the term symbolic mediation, from the idea of an immanent meaning to that of a rule, taken in the sense of a rule for description, then to that of a norm, which is equivalent to the idea of a rule taken in the prescriptive sense of this term. As a function of the norms immanent in a culture, actions can be estimated or evaluated, that is, judged according to a scale of moral preferences. They thereby receive a relative value, which says that this action is more valuable than that one. These degrees of value, first attributed to actions, can be extended to the agents themselves, who are held to be good or bad, better or worse. We thus rejoin, by way of cultural anthropology, some of the ethical presuppositions of Aristotle's Poetics, which I can therefore attach to the level of mimesis. The Poetics presupposes not just doers but characters endowed with ethical qualities that make them noble or vile. If tragedy can represent them as better and comedy as worse than actual human beings, it is because the practical understanding authors share with their audiences necessarily involves an evaluation of the characters and their actions in terms of good and bad. There is no action that does not give rise to approbation or reprobation, to however small a degree, as a function of a hierarchy of values for which goodness and wickedness are the poles. When the time comes, I shall discuss the question of whether a mode of reading that would entirely suspend all evaluation of an ethical character is possible. What, in particular, would remain of the pity Aristotle taught us to link to unmerited misfortune, if aesthetic pleasure were to be totally dissociated from any sympathy or antipathy for the character's ethical quality? We shall see that this possible ethical neutrality has to be conquered by force in an encounter with one originary and inherent feature of action, precisely that it can never be ethically neutral. One reason for thinking that this neutrality is neither possible nor desirable is that the actual order of action does not just offer the artist conventions and convictions to dissolve, but also ambiguities and perplexities to resolve in a hypothetical mode. Many contemporary critics, reflecting on the relation between art and culture, have emphasized the conflicting character of the norms that culture offers for poets' mimetic activity. 9. They were preceded on this score by Hegel in his famous meditation on Sophocles' Antigone. But, at the same time, does not such ethical neutrality of the artist suppress one of the oldest functions of art, that it constitutes an ethical laboratory where the artist pursues through the mode of fiction experimentation with values? Whatever our response to these questions, Poetics does not stop borrowing from ethics, even when it advocates the suspension of all ethical judgment or its ironic inversion. The very project of ethical neutrality presupposes the original ethical quality of action on the prior side of fiction. This ethical quality is itself only a corollary of the major characteristic of action, that it is always symbolically mediated. The third feature of a pre-understanding of action which mimetic activity at level 2 presupposes is just what is at stake in our inquiry. It concerns the temporal elements onto which narrative time grafts its configurations. The understanding of action, in effect, is not limited to a familiarity with the conceptual network of action and with its symbolic mediations. It goes so far as to recognize in action temporal structures that call for narration. At this level, the equation between narrative and time remains implicit. In any case, I shall not push my analysis of the temporal elements of action to the point where we could rightfully speak of a narrative structure, or at least of a pre-narrative structure of temporal experience, as suggested by our ordinary way of talking. 59. 60. About stories that happen to us or which we are caught up in, or simply about the story of someone's life. I am leaving to the end of this chapter the notion of a pre-narrative structure of experience. There it will provide a good opportunity for facing the objection about a vicious circle that haunts my whole analysis. I limit myself here to examining the temporal features that remain implicit in symbolic mediations of action and that we may take as the inductors of narrative. I shall not linger over the all too evident correlation that can be established, almost term for term, between this or that member of the conceptual network of action and this or that temporal dimension considered in isolation. It is easy to see that the project has to do with the future, in a very specific way that distinguishes the future from prevision or prediction. The close kinship between motivation and the ability to mobilize in the present experience in here from the past is no less evident. Finally, I do, and I suffer manifestly contribute to the sense we spontaneously give to the present. More important than this loose correlation between certain categories of action and temporal dimensions taken one by one, is the exchange that real action makes appear between the temporal dimensions. Augustine's discordant concordant structure of time develops some paradoxical features on the plane of reflective thought for which a phenomenology of action can sketch a first draft. By saying that there is not a future time, a past time, and a present time, but a threefold present, a present of future things, a present of past things, and a present of present things, Augustine set us on the path of an investigation into the most primitive temporal structure of action. It is easy to rewrite each of the three temporal structures of action in terms of this threefold present. The present of the future? Henceforth, that is, from now on, I commit myself to doing that tomorrow. The present of the past? Now I intend to do that because I just realized that. The present of the present? Now I am doing it, because now I can do it. The actual present of doing something bears witness to the potential present of the capacity to do something and is constituted as the present of the present. However, the phenomenology of action can advance even further than this term-by-term correlation along the way opened by Augustine's meditation on the distentio animi. What counts here is the way in which everyday praxis orders the present of the future, the present of the past, and the present of the present in terms of one another. For it is this practical articulation that constitutes the most elementary inductor of narrative. Here the relay station of Heidegger's existential analysis can play a decisive role, but only under certain conditions that must be clearly laid out. I am well aware that a reading of Being and Time in a purely anthropological sense runs the risk of completely missing the meaning of the entire work inasmuch as its ontological aim may be misconceived. Dasein is the place where the being that we are is constituted through its capacity of posing the question of being. 61. Or the meaning of being. To isolate the philosophical anthropology of being and time, therefore, is to overlook this major signification of the central existential category of that work. Yet in Being and Time, the question of being is opened up precisely by an analysis that must first have some consistency as a philosophical anthropology, if it is to achieve the ontological breakthrough that is expected of it. What is more, this philosophical anthropology is organized on the basis of a thematic concept, care, Zarga, that, without ever exhausting itself in a praxeology, draws from descriptions borrowed from the practical order the subversive force that allows it to overthrow the primacy of knowledge of objects and to uncover the structure of being in the world that is more fundamental than any relation of a subject to an object. This is how, in Being and Time, the recourse to practice has an indirectly ontological import. In this regard, its analyses of tools and the toward which furnish the first framework of meaningful relations, before any explicit cognitive process and any developed propositional expression, are well known. I find the same powerful breakthrough in the analyses that conclude the study of temporality in the second division of Being and Time. These analyses are centered on our relation to time as that within which we ordinarily act. This structure of within-timeness, inner Zeitigkeit, seems the best characterization of the temporality of action for my present analysis. It is also the one that accords best with the phenomenology of the voluntary and the involuntary, and with the semantics of action. Someone may object that it is highly dangerous to enter being and time by way of its last chapter. What must be understood, however, is why it is the last one in the economy of this work. There are two reasons. First, the meditation on time, which occupies the second division of the book, is itself placed in a position that we may characterize as one of delay. The first division is recapitulated in it under the sign of a question that can be expressed as follows. What makes Dasein a unity? The meditation on time is supposed to respond to this problematic for reasons I shall return to in Volume 2 of this work. In its turn, the study of within-timeness, the only one that interests me at this stage of my own analysis, is itself slowed down by the hierarchical organization that Heidegger imposes on his meditation on time. This hierarchical organization follows a downward order of derivation and one of decreasing authenticity at the same time. As is well known, Heidegger reserves the term temporality, Zeitlichkeit, for the most originary form and the most authentic experience of time, that is, the dialectic of coming to be, having been, and making present. In this dialectic, time is entirely desubstantialized. The words future, past, and present disappear, and time itself figures as the exploded unity of the three temporal ecstases. This dialectic is the temporal constitution of care. As is also well known, being towards death imposes, counter to Augustine, the primacy of the future over the present and the clo sure of this future by a limit internal to all anticipation and every project. Next. 62. Heidegger reserves the term historicality, Geschichtlichkeit, for the immediately contiguous level of derivation. Here two features are emphasized, the extension of time between birth and death, and the displacement of accent from the future to the past. Heidegger tries to tie the historical disciplines to this level by means of a third feature repetition which indicates the derived character of this historicality with regard to deep temporality. 1-0 It is only at the third level, therefore, that the within-timeness occurs that I want to consider now. 1-1 This temporal structure is put in last place because it is the one most likely to be flattened out by the linear representation of time as a simple succession of abstract nows. I am interested in it here precisely because of the features by which this structure is distinguished from the linear representation of time and by which it resists that flattening or leveling which Heidegger calls the vulgar conception of time. Within-timeness is defined by a basic characteristic of care, our being thrown among things, which tends to make our description of temporality dependent on the description of the things about which we care. This feature reduces care to the dimensions of preoccupation, Bessergeri, p. 157. Yet however inauthentic this relation may be, it still presents some features that wrest it from the external domain of the objects of our care and subterraneously reattach it to care itself in its fundamental constitution. It is noteworthy that, to discern these properly existential characteristics, Heidegger willingly addresses himself to what we say and do with regard to time. This procedure is close to the one we meet in ordinary language philosophy. This is not surprising. The plane we occupy, at this initial stage of our traversal, is precisely the one where ordinary language is truly what Austin and others have said it is, namely, the storehouse of those expressions that are most appropriate to what is properly human in our experience. It is language, therefore, with its store of meanings, that prevents the description of care, in the mode of preoccupation, from becoming prey to the description of the things we care about. In this way, within-timeness, or being within time deploys features are reducible to the representation of linear time. Being within time is already something other than measuring the intervals between limit instants. Being within time is above all to reckon with time and, as a consequence of this, to calculate. It is because we do reckon with time and do make calculations that we must have recourse to measuring, not vice versa. It must be possible, therefore, to give an existential description of this reckoning with before the measuring it calls for. Here expressions such as have the time to, take the time to lose time, etc. are very revealing. A similar thing can be said about the grammatical network of the verbal tenses and the highly ramified network of temporal adverbs, then, after, later, earlier, since, until, so long as, during, all the while that, now that, etc. All these expressions, with their extreme subtlety and fine differentiations, are oriented toward the datable and the public character of the time of preoccupation. Yet it is always preoccupation that determines the meaning of this time, not the things we care about. If being dash within time is nevertheless so easily interpreted as a function of the ordinary representation of time, it is because the first measurements of this time of our preoccupation are borrowed from the natural environment and first of all from the play of light and of the seasons. In this respect, a day is the most natural of measures. 1 to yet a day is not an abstract measure, it is a length that corresponds to our care and the world in which it is time to do something, where now signifies now that. It is the time of works and days. It is important, therefore, to see the difference in signification that distinguishes the now proper to this time of preoccupation from now in the sense of an abstract instant. The existential now is determined by the present of preoccupation, which is a making present, inseparable from awaiting and retaining, p. 473. It is only because, in preoccupation, care tends to get contracted into this making present and its difference with respect to awaiting and retaining is obliterated, that the now so isolated can become prey to the representation of now as an abstract moment. In order to preserve the meaning of now from this reduction to an abstraction, it is important to note those occasions in which we say now in our everyday acting and suffering. Saying now, says Heidegger, is the discursive articulation of a making present which temporalizes itself in a unity with the retentive awaiting, p. 469. And again, the making present which interprets itself in other words, that which has been interpreted and is addressed in the for now is what we call for time, p. 460. It is understandable how, in certain practical circumstances, this interpretation can go adrift in the direction of the representation of linear time. Saying now becomes synonymous for us with reading the hour on the clock. But to the extent that the hour and the clock are perceived as derivations from the day, which itself links care to the world's light, saying now retains its existential meaning, but when the machines that serve to measure time are divested of this primary reference to natural measures, that saying now returns to the abstract representation of time. At first glance, the relation between this analysis of within-timeness and narrative seems quite distant. Heidegger's text, as we shall see in Volume 2, even seems to leave no place for it, inasmuch as the tie between history and time occurs, in being and time, at the level of historicality, not at that of within-timeness. The advantage of his analysis of within-timeness lies elsewhere. It lies in the break this analysis makes with the linear representation of time, understood as a simple succession of nows. An initial threshold is thereby crossed with the primacy given to care. With the recognition of this 63. 64. Threshold, a bridge is constructed for the first time between the narrative order and care. Narrative configurations and the most elaborated forms of temporal ity corresponding to them share the same foundation of within-timeness. We can see the richness in the meaning of mimesis. To imitate or represent action is first to pre-understand what human acting is, in its semantics, its symbolic system, its temporality. Upon this pre-understanding, common to both poets and their readers, emplotment is constructed and, with it, textual and literary mimetics. It is true that, within the domain of the literary work, this pre-understanding of the world withdraws to the rank of the repertoire, to use the language of Wolfgang Isar, in his The Act of Reading trademark, or to the rank of mention, to use a vocabulary more familiar to analytic philosophy. Yet despite the break it institutes, literature would be incomprehensible if it did not give a configuration to what was already a figure in human action. Mimesis 2. With Mimesis 2 opens the kingdom of the as if. I might have said the kingdom of fiction, in accordance with current usage in literary criticism. I will not, however, allow myself the advantages of this expression so appropriate to the analysis of Mimesis 2, in order to avoid the equivocation created by the use of this term in two different senses, first as a synonym for narrative configurations, second as an antonym to historical narratives claimed to constitute a true narrative. Literary criticism can ignore this difficulty inasmuch as it does not take into account the division of narrative discourse into two large classes. It can thus also ignore the difference that affects the referential dimension of narrative and limit itself to the common structural characteristics of fictional and historical narrative. The word fiction is then available for designating the configuration of a narrative for which implotment is the paradigm, without regard for the differences that concern the truth claims of the two classes of narrative. Whatever the scope of the revisions that the distinction between the active or imaginary and the real must undergo, a difference will remain between fictional and historical narrative that will have to be reformulated in Volume 2. While awaiting that clarification, I choose to preserve the term fiction for the second of the senses just considered and to oppose fictional to historical narrative. I shall speak of composition or of configuration for the other sense, which does not bring into play the problems of reference or of truth. This is the meaning of the Aristotelian mythos that the Poetics, as we saw, defines as the organization of the events. I now propose to disengage this configuring activity from the limiting constraints the paradigm of tragedy imposes upon the concept of implotment for Aristotle. Further, I want to complete my model by an analysis of its temporal 65 structures. This analysis, we have seen, had no place in the Poetics. I hope to demonstrate here and in Volume 2 that, under the condition of a larger degree of abstraction and with the addition of appropriate temporal features, the Aristotelian model will not be radically altered by the amplifications and corrections that the theory of history and the theory of literary narrative will bring to it. The model of implotment that will be tested in the remainder of this work responds to one fundamental requirement that was already referred to in the preceding chapter. By placing Mimesis 2 between an earlier and a later stage of mimesis in general, I am seeking not just to locate and frame it. I want to understand better its mediating function between what precedes fiction and what follows it. Mimesis 2 has an intermediary position because it has a mediating function. This mediating function derives from the dynamic character of the configurating operation that has led us to prefer the term implotment to that of plot and ordering to that of system. In fact, all the concepts relative to this level designate operations. The dynamism lies in the fact that a plot already exercises, within its own textual field, an integrating and, in this sense, a mediating function, which allows it to bring about, beyond this field, a mediation of a larger amplitude between the pre-understanding and, if I may dare to put it this way, the post-understanding of the order of action and its temporal features. Plot is mediating in at least three ways. First, it is a mediation between the individual events or incidents and a story taken as a whole. In this respect, we may say equivalently that it draws a meaningful story from a diversity of events or incidents, Aristotle's pragmat, or that it transforms the events or incidents into a story. The two reciprocal relations expressed by from and into characterize the plot as mediating between events and a narrated story. As a consequence, an event must be more than just a singular occurrence. It gets its definition from its contribution to the development of the plot. A story, too, must be more than just an enumeration of events in serial order, it must organize them into an intelligible whole, of a sort such that we can always ask what is the thought of this story. In short, implotment is the operation that draws a configuration out of a simple succession. Furthermore, implotment brings together factors as heterogeneous as agents, goals, means, interactions, circumstances, unexpected results. Aristotle anticipates this mediating character in several ways. First, he makes a subset of the three parts of tragedy: plot, characters, and thought with the title "The What" of the imitation. Nothing therefore forbids extending the concept of plot to the whole triad. This first extension gives the concept of plot the initial scope that allows it to receive subsequent embellishments. The concept of plot allows an even greater extension. By including pitiable and fearful incidents, sudden reversals, recognitions, and violent effects. 66. Within the complex plot, Aristotle equates plot with the configuring we have characterized as concordant discordance. This is the feature that, in the final analysis, constitutes the mediating function of the plot. I anticipated this fiature in my previous section in saying that a narrative makes appear within a syntagmatic order all the components capable of figuring in the paradigmatic tableau established by the semantics of action. This passage from the paradigmatic to the syntagmatic constitutes the transition from mimesis to mimesis 2. It is the work of the configurating activity. Plot is mediating in a third way, that of its temporal characteristics. These allow us to call plot, by means of generalization, a synthesis of the heterogeneous. 1. For Aristotle did not consider these temporal characteristics. They are directly implied, however, in the constitutive dynamism of the narrative configuration. As such, they give the full meaning of the concept of concordant discordance from the preceding chapter. In this respect, we may say of the operation of implotment both that it reflects the Augustinian paradox of time and that it resolves it, not in a speculative but rather in a poetic mode. It reflects the paradox inasmuch as the act of implotment combines in variable proportions two temporal dimensions, one chronological and the other not. The former constitutes the episodic dimension of narrative. It characterizes the story insofar as it is made up of events. The second is the configurational dimension properly speaking, thanks to which the plot transforms the events into a story. This configurational act consists of grasping together the detailed actions or what I have called the story's incidents. 1.5 It draws from this manifold of events the unity of one temporal whole. I cannot overemphasize the kinship between this grasping together, proper to the configurational act, and what Kant has to say about the operation of judging. It will be recalled that for Kant the transcendental meaning of judging consists not so much in joining a subject and a predicate as in placing an intuitive manifold under the rule of a concept. The kinship is greater still with the reflective judgment which Kant opposes to the determining one, in the sense that it reflects upon the work of thinking at work in the aesthetic judgment of taste and in the teleological judgment applied to organic wholes. The act of implotment has a similar function inasmuch as it extracts a configuration from a succession. 1.6 Yet poiesis does more than reflect the paradox of temporality. By mediating between the two poles of event and story, implotment brings to the paradox a solution that is the poetic act itself. This act, which I just said extracts a figure from a succession, reveals itself to the listener or the reader in the story's capacity to be followed. 1.7 To follow a story is to move forward in the midst of contingencies and peripetia under the guidance of an expectation that finds its fulfillment in the conclusion of the story. This conclusion is not logically implied by some previous premises. It gives the story an end point, which, in turn, furnishes 67. The point of view from which the story can be perceived as forming a whole. To understand the story is to understand how and why the successive episodes led to this conclusion, which, far from being foreseeable, must finally be acceptable, as congruent with the episodes brought together by the story. It is this followability of a story that constitutes the poetic solution to the paradox of distension and intention. The fact that the story can be followed converts the paradox into a living dialectic. On the one hand, the episodic dimension of a narrative draws narrative time in the direction of the linear representation of time. It does so in several ways. First, the then, and then, by which we answer the question and then what, suggests that the phases of action are in an external relation. Next, the episodes constitute an open series of events, which allows us to add to the then, and then and so forth. Finally, the episodes follow upon one another in accord with the irreversible order of time common to physical and human events. The configurational dimension, in its turn, presents temporal features directly opposed to those of the episodic dimension. Again, it does so in several ways. First, the configurational arrangement transforms the succession of events into one meaningful whole, which is the correlate of the act of assembling the events together and which makes the story followable. Thanks to this reflective act, the entire plot can be translated into one thought, which is nothing other than its point or theme. However, we would be completely mistaken if we took such a point as atemporal. The time of the fable and theme, to use Northrop Frye's expression, is the narrative time that mediates between the episodic aspect and the configurational aspect. Second, the configuration of the plot imposes the sense of an ending, to use the title of Frank Kermode's well-known book, On the Indefinite Succession of Incidents. I just spoke of the endpoint as the point from where the story can be seen as a whole. I may now add that it is in the act of retelling rather than in that of telling that this structural function of closure can be discerned. As soon as a story is well known, and this is the case for most traditional or popular narratives, as well as for those national chronicles reporting the founding events of a given community, to follow the story is not so much to enclose its surprises or discoveries within our recognition of the meaning attached to the story, as to apprehend the episodes which are themselves well known as leading to this end. A new quality of time emerges from this understanding. Finally, the repetition of a story, governed as a whole by its way of ending, constitutes an alternative to the representation of time as flowing from the past toward the future, following the well-known metaphor of the arrow of time. It is as though recollection inverted the so-called natural order of time. In reading the ending in the beginning and the beginning in the ending, we also 68. Learn to read time itself backwards, as the recapitulation of the initial conditions of a course of action in its terminal consequences. In short, the act of narrating, reflected in the act of following a story, makes productive the paradoxes that disquieted Augustine to the point of reducing him to silence. Two complementary features that assure the continuity of the process that joins mimesis to mimesis too remain to be added to our analysis of the configurational act. More visibly than the preceding ones, these two features require the support of reading if they are to be reactivated. It is a question of the schematization and the character of traditionality characteristic of the configurational act, each of which has a specific relation to time. It will be recalled that I compared the grasping together characteristic of the configurational act to judgment as understood by Kant. Remaining in a Kantian vein, we ought not to hesitate in comparing the production of the configurational act to the work of the productive imagination. This latter must be understood not as a psychologizing faculty but as a transcendental one. The productive imagination is not only rule-governed, it constitutes the generative matrix of rules. In Kant's first critique, the categories of the understanding are first schematized by the productive imagination. The schematism has this power because the productive imagination fundamentally has a synthetic function. It connects understanding and intuition by engendering syntheses that are intellectual and intuitive at the same time. Implotment, too, and there's a mixed intelligibility between what has been called the point, theme, or thought of a story, and the intuitive presentation of circumstances, characters, episodes, and changes of fortune that make up the denouement. In this way, we may speak of a schematism of the narrative function. Like every schematism, this one lends itself to a typology of the sort that Northrop Frye, for example, elaborates in his Anatomy of Criticism. 18. The schematism, in turn, is constituted within a history that has all the characteristics of a tradition. Let us understand by this term not the inert transmission of some already dead deposit of material but the living transmission of an innovation always capable of being reactivated by a return to the most creative moments of poetic activity. So understood, traditionality enriches the relationship between plot and time with a new feature. In fact, a tradition is constituted by the interplay of innovation and sedimentation. To sedimentation must be referred the paradigms that constitute the typology of implotment. These paradigms have issued from a sediment history whose genesis has been covered over. The sedimentation is produced on multiple levels, and this requires of us a broad discernment in our use of the term paradigmatic. Thus Aristotle seems to us today to have done two, if not three, things at once. On the one hand, he establishes the concept of plot in terms of its most formal features, those 69, which I have identified as the discordant concordance. On the other hand, he describes the genre of Greek tragedy, and accessorily that of epic, but as may assured by the criteria of the tragic model. This genre satisfies both the formal conditions which make it a mythos and the restrictive ones which make it a tragic mythos, the reversal of meaning from good to bad fortune, pitiable and frightening incidents, unmerited misfortune, the tragic fault of a character also marked by excellence and free of vice or wickedness. To a large extent, this genre dominated the subsequent development of dramatic literature in the West. It is no less true that our culture is the heir to several narrative traditions, Hebrew and Christian, but also Celtic, Germanic, Icelandic, and Slavic. 19 This is not all. What makes a paradigm is not just the form of discordant concordance or the model that subsequent tradition identified as a stable literary genre, there are also the individual works, the Iliad and Oedipus Rex in Aristotle's Poetics. To the extent that in the ordering of events the causal connection, one thing as a cause of another, prevails over pure succession, one thing after another, a universal emerges that is, as we have interpreted it, the ordering itself erected as a type. This is why the narrative tradition has been marked not just by the sedimentation of the form of discordant concordance and by that of the tragic genre, and the other models of the same level, but also by the types engendered at the level of individual works. If we encompass form, genre, and type under the heading paradigm, we shall say that the paradigms are born from the labor of the productive imagination on these various levels. These paradigms, themselves issuing from a previous innovation, furnish the rules for a subsequent experimentation within the narrative field. These rules change under the pressure of new inventions, but they change slowly and even resist change, in virtue of the very process of sedimentation. As for the other pole of tradition, innovation, its status is correlative to that of sedimentation. There is always a place for innovation inasmuch as what is produced, in the poiesis of the poem, is always, in the last analysis, a singular work, this work. This is why the paradigms only constitute the grammar that governs the composition of new works new before becoming typical. In the same way as the grammar of a language governs the production of well-formed sentences, whose number and content are unforeseeable, a work of art, a poem, play, novel is an original production, a new existence in the linguistic Langagier kingdom. 20 Yet the reverse is no less true. Innovation remains a form of behavior governed by rules. The labor of imagination is not born from nothing. It is bound in one way or another to the tradition's paradigms. But the range of solutions is vast. It is deployed between the two poles of servile application and calculated deviation, passing through every degree of rule-governed deformation. The folk tale, the myth, and in general the traditional narrative stand closest to the first pole. But to the extent we distance ourselves from traditional narrative, deviation becomes the rule. Thus, 70. The contemporary novel, in large part, may be defined as an anti-novel, to the extent that contestation wins out over the taste for simply varying the application of the paradigms. What is more, this deviation may come into play on every level, in relation to the types, the genres, even to the formal principle of concordant discordance. The first type of deviation, it would seem, is constitutive of every individual work. Each work stands apart from every other work. Less frequent is a change of genre. Such a change is equivalent to the creation of a new genre, the novel, for example, in relation to drama or the romance, or history in relation to chronicle. Still more radical is the contesting of the formal principle of discordant concordance. I shall inquire later about the room for variation allowed by this formal paradigm. I shall ask whether this contestation, made into a schism, does not signify the death of the narrative form itself. It remains, however, that the possibility of deviation is inscribed in the relation between sediment paradigms and actual works. Short of the extreme case of schism, it is just the opposite of servile application. Rule-governed deformation constitutes the axis around which the various changes of paradigm through application are arranged. It is this variety of applications that confers a history on the productive imagination and that, in counterpoint to sedimentation, makes a narrative tradition possible. This is the final enrichment by which the relationship of narrative to time is augmented at the level of mimesis 2. M1 Mesis 3. I want now to show how mimesis 2, brought back to its first level of intelligibility, requires a third representative stage as its complement, which also merits being called mimesis. Allow me to recall once again that the interest brought to bear here on the unfolding of mimesis does not contain its end within itself. My explication of mimesis remains subordinated to my investigation of the mediation between time and narrative. It is only at the end of our traversal of mimesis that the thesis stated at the beginning of this chapter will receive a concrete content. Narrative has its full meaning when it is restored to the time of action and of suffering in mimesis 3. This stage corresponds to what H.G. Gadamer, in his philosophical hermeneutics, calls application. Aristotle himself suggests this last sense of mimesis praxios in various passages of his Poetics, although he is less concerned about the audience there than he is in his rhetoric, where the theory of persuasion is entirely governed by the hero's capacity for receiving the message. Still, when he says that poetry teaches the universal, that tragedy in representing pity and fear affects the purgation of these emotions, or 71. Even when he refers to the pleasure we get in seeing the frightening and pitiable events concur with the reversal of fortune that makes a tragedy, he does signify that it is in the hearer or the reader that the traversal of mimesis reaches its fulfillment. Generalizing beyond Aristotle, I shall say that mimesis 3 marks the intersection of the world of the text and the world of the hearer or reader, the intersection, therefore, of the world configured by the poem and the world wherein real action occurs and unfolds its specific temporality. I shall proceed in 4 steps. 1. If it is true that it is by linking together the 3 stages of mimesis that we institute the mediation between time and narrative, one preliminary question arises as to whether this linking together really marks a progression. I shall respond here to the objection of circularity raised at the beginning of this chapter. 2. If it is true that the act of reading is our connection to the capacity of a plot to model our experience, it has to be shown how this act is articulated by the dynamism belonging to the configuring act, prolonging it and bringing it to its end. 3. Next, approaching head-on the thesis of the refiguration of temporal experience by implotment, I shall show how the entry of the work, through reading, into the field of communication marks at the same time its entry into the field of reference. Taking up the problem where I left it in the rule of metaphor, I want to outline the particular difficulties attached to the notion of reference in the narrative order. 4. Insofar, finally, as the world that narrative refigures is a temporal world, the question arises of how much aid a hermeneutics of narrated time can expect from the phenomenology of time. The answer to this question will make appear a much more radical circularity than the one that engenders the relation from mimesis 3 to mimesis, across mimesis 2. The study of the Augustinian theory of time with which I began this work has already provided an occasion for anticipating this. It concerns the relation between a phenomenology that does not stop engendering aporias and what I earlier called the poetic solution to these aporias. The question of the relationship between time and narrative culminates in this dialectic between an aporetics and a poetics. The circle of mimesis. Before taking on the central problematic of mimesis 3,1 want to face the suspicion of a vicious circle which the traversal from mimesis to mimesis 3 across mimesis 2 must give rise to. Whether we consider the semantic structure of action, its resources for symbolization, or its temporal character, the end point seems to lead back to the starting point or, worse, the end point seems antecedent. 7.2. Pate in the starting point. If such were the case, the hermeneutical circle of mimesis and temporality would resolve into the vicious circle of mimesis alone. That the analysis is circular is indisputable. but that the circle is a vicious one can be refuted. In this regard, I would rather speak of an endless spiral that would carry the meditation past the same point a number of times, but at different altitudes. The accusation about a vicious circle proceeds from the seduction of one or the other of two versions of circularity. The first emphasizes the violence of interpretation, the second its redundance. 1. In the first case we may be tempted to say that narrative puts consonance where there was only dissonance. In this way, narrative gives form to what is unformed. But then this formation by narrative may be suspected of treachery. At best, it furnishes the as if proper to any fiction we know to be just fiction, a literary artifice. This is how it consoles us in the face of death. But as soon as we no longer fool ourselves by having recourse to the consolation offered by the paradigms, we become aware of the violence and the lie. We are then at the point of succumbing to the fascination of the absolutely unformed and to the plea for that radical intellectual honesty Nietzsche called Redlichkeit. It is only through a kind of nostalgia for order that we resist this fascination and that we adhere desperately to the idea that order is our homeland despite everything. From then on, the narrative consonance imposed on temporal dissonance remains the work of what it is convenient to call a violence of interpretation. The narrative solution to the paradox is just the outgrowth of this violence. I in no way mean to deny that such a dramatization of the dialectic between narrativity and temporality reveals in a wholly appropriate fashion the characteristic of discordant concordance that is attached to the relationship between narrative and time. But so long as we place the consonance on the side of the narrative and the dissonance on the side of temporality in a unilateral fashion, as the argument suggests, we miss the properly dialectical character of their relationship. In the first place, our experience of temporality cannot be reduced to simple discordance. As we saw with Augustine, distentio and intentio mutually confront each other at the heart of our most authentic experience. We must preserve the paradox of time from the leveling out brought about by reducing it to simple discordance. We ought to ask instead whether the plea for a radically unformed temporal experience is not itself the product of a fascination for the unformed that is one of the features of modernity. In short, when thinkers or literary critics seem to yield to a nostalgia for order or, worse, to the horror of chaos, what really moves them, in the final analysis, may be a genuine recognition of the paradoxes of time beyond the loss of meaning characteristic of one particular culture, our own. In the second place, the consonance characteristic of narrative which we 73. Are tempted to oppose in a non-dialectical fashion to the dissonance of our temporal experience, must itself also be tempered. Implotment is never the simple triumph of order. Even the paradigm of Greek tragedy makes a place for the upsetting role of the peripeteia, those contingencies and reversals of fortune that solicit horror and pity. The plots themselves coordinate distension and intention. The same must be said for the other paradigm that, according to Frank Kermode, has governed the sense of an ending in our Western tradition. I am thinking of the apocalyptic model that so magnificently underscores the correspondence between beginning Genesis and end the apocalypse. Kermode himself does not fail to emphasize the innumerable tensions engendered by this model for everything touching those events that come between times and above all in the end times. Reversal is magnified by the apocalyptic model to the extent that the end is the catastrophe that abolishes time and prefigures the terrors of the last days. Yet the apocalyptic model, in spite of its persistence as attested to by its modern resurgence in the form of utopias or, better, utranias, is only one paradigm among others, which in no way exhausts the dynamics of narrative. Other paradigms than those of Greek tragedy or the apocalypse continue to be engendered by the same process of the formation of traditions that we lie or attached to the power of schematization proper to the productive imagination. In Volume 2 I shall show that this rebirth of paradigms does not abolish the fundamental dialectic of discordant concordance. Even the rejection of any paradigm, illustrated today by the anti-novel, stems from the paradoxical history of concordance. By means of the frustrations engendered by their ironic mistrust of any paradigm, and thanks to the more or less perverse pleasure the reader takes in being excited and gulled by them, These works satisfy both the tradition they leave behind and the disorganized experiences they finally end up imitating by dint of not imitating the received paradigms. The suspicion of interpretative violence is no less legitimate in this extreme case. It is no longer concordance that is imposed by force on the discordance of our experience of time. Now it is the discordance engendered in discourse by the ironic distance in regard to any paradigm that undermines from within the view of concordance sustaining our temporal experience and that overthrows the intentio without which there would be no distentio animi. We can't then legitimately suspect the alleged discordance of our temporal experience as being only a literary artifice. Reflection on the limits of concordance never loses its legitimacy. It applies to every instance of a figure of discordant concordance and to concordant discordance at the level of narrative as well as at the level of time. But in every instance the circle is inevitable without being vicious. 2. The objection about a vicious circle can take on another form. Having confronted the violence of interpretation, we have also to face the opposite possibility or redundancy of interpretation. This would be the case if mime 74. Cis were itself a meaning effect of mimesis. Mimesis 2 would then only restore to mimesis what it had taken from mimesis, since mimesis would already be a work of mimesis 3. The objection of redundancy seems to be suggested by the analysis of mimesis. If there is no human experience that is not already mediated by symbolic systems and, among them, by narratives, it seems vain to say, as I have, that action is in quest of narrative. How, indeed, can we speak of a human life as a story in its nascent state, since we do not have access to the temporal dramas of existence outside of stories told about them by others or by ourselves? I shall oppose to this objection a series of situations that in my opinion, constrain us to accord already to experience as such an inchoate narrativity that does not proceed from projecting, as some say, literature on life but that constitutes a genuine demand for narrative. To characterize these situations I shall not hesitate to speak of a pre-narrative quality of experience. My analysis of the temporal features of action on the level of mimesis, led to the threshold of this concept. If I did not cross it at that moment, it was with the thought that the objection of a vicious circle through redundancy would offer a more propitious occasion to indicate the strategic importance of the situations I am about to speak of in the circle of mimesis. Without leaving everyday experience, are we not inclined to see in a given sequence of the episodes of our lives, as yet, untold stories, stories that demand to be told, stories that offer anchorage points for narrative? I am not unaware how incongruous the expression, as yet, untold story is. Are not stories told by definition? There is no argument if we are speaking of actual stories. Yet is the notion of a potential story unacceptable? I would like to point to two less common situations in which the expression, as yet, untold story imposes itself upon us with a surprising force. The patient who talks to a psychoanalyst presents bits and pieces of lived stories, of dreams, of primitive scenes, conflictual episodes. We may rightfully say of such analytic sessions that their goal and effect is for the analysand to draw from these bits and pieces a narrative that will be both more supportable and more intelligible. Roy Schaefer has even taught us to consider Freud's metapsychological theories as a system of rules for retelling our life stories and raising them to the rank of case histories. 2-1 This narrative interpretation implies that a life story proceeds from untold and repressed stories in the direction of actual stories the subject can take up and hold as constitutive of his personal identity. It is the quest for this personal identity that assures the continuity between the potential or inchoate story and the actual story we assume responsibility for. There is also another situation which the notion of an untold story seems to fit. Wilhelm Schaap describes the case where a judge undertakes to 75. Stand a course of actions, a character, by unraveling the tangle of plots the subject is caught up in. 2 The accent here is on being entangled, verstrikt sein, p85, a verb whose passive voice emphasizes that the story happens to someone before anyone tells it. The entanglement seems more like the prehistory of the told story, whose beginning has to be chosen by the narrator. This prehistory of the story is what binds it to a larger whole and gives it a background. This background is made up of the living imbrication of every lived story with every other such story. Told stories therefore have to emerge, auftauchen, from this background. With this emergence also emerges the implied subject. We may thus say, the story stands for the Person, die Geschichte steht für den Mann, p. 100. The principal consequence of this existential analysis of human beings as entangled in stories is that narrating is a secondary process, that of the stories becoming known, das Bekanntwerden der Geschichte, p. 101. Telling, following, understanding stories is simply the continuation of these untold stories. Literary criticism shaped by the Aristotelian tradition, for which a story is an artifice created by a writer, will hardly be satisfied with this notion of a told story that would be in continuity with the passive entanglement of subjects in stories that disappear into a foggy horizon. Nevertheless, the priority given the as yet untold story can serve as a critical example for every emphasis on the artificial character of the art of narrating. We tell stories because in the last analysis human lives need and merit being narrated. This remark takes on its full force when we refer to the necessity to save the history of the defeated and the lost. The whole history of suffering cries out for vengeance and calls for narrative. Literary criticism will experience less repugnance in accepting the notion of story as that within which we are entangled, if it pays attention to one recent suggestion stemming from its own domain. In The Genesis of Secrecy, Frank Kermode introduces the idea that certain narratives may aim not at illumination but at obscurity and dissimulation. 2-3 This may be the case, among others, with Jesus' parables which, according to the interpretation of the evangelist Mark, were told with the view of not being understood by those outside and which, according to Kermode, also rather severely expel those inside from their privileged position. But there are many other narratives that have this enigmatic power of banishing interpreters from their secret places, see pages 33 to 34. Of course, these secret places are places in the text. They are the internal mark of its inexhaustibility. Yet can we not say that the hermeneutic potential, p. 40, of this kind of narrative finds, if not a consonance, at least a resonance in the untold stories of our lives? Is there not a hidden complicity between the secrecy engendered by the narrative itself or at least by narratives like those of Mark or Kafka and the as yet untold stories of our lives that constitute the prehistory, the background, the living? 76. Imbrication from which the told story emerges? In other words, is there not a hidden affinity between the secret of where the story emerges from and the secret to which it returns? Whatever the constraining force of this last suggestion, we can find reinforcement in it for my principal argument, which says that the manifest circularity of every analysis of narrative, an analysis that does not stop interpreting in terms of each other the temporal form inherent in experience and the narrative structure, is not a lifeless tautology. We should see in it instead a healthy circle in which the arguments advanced about each side of the problem aid one another. Configuration, refiguration, and reading. Thus the hermeneutic circle of narrative and time never stops being reborn from the circle that the stages of mimesis form. The moment has come to concentrate our reflection on the transition between mimesis 2 and mimesis 3 brought about by the act of reading. If this act may be taken, as stated earlier, as our connection to the plot's capacity to model experience, it is because it takes up again and fulfills the configurational act, for which I emphasized the kinship with judgment that comprehends, that grasps together the details of action into the unity of the plot. Nothing bears witness to this better than the two features by means of which I characterized plot at the stage of mimesis 2, namely, schematization and traditionality. These features contribute particularly to breaking down the prejudice that opposes an inside and an outside of a text. Indeed, this opposition is closely knit to a static and closed conception of the structure of any text. The notion of a structuring activity, visible in the operation of emplotment, transcends this opposition. Schematization and traditionality are thus from the start categories of the interaction between the operations operativite of writing and of reading. On the one hand, the received paradigms structure readers' expectations and aid them in recognizing the formal rule, the genre, or the type exemplified by the narrated story. They furnish guidelines for the encounter between a text and its readers. In short, they govern the story's capacity to be followed. On the other hand, it is the act of reading that accompanies the narrative's configuration and actualizes its capacity to be followed. To follow a story is to actualize it by reading it. And if implotment can be described as an act of judgment and of the productive imagination, it is so insofar as this act is the joint work of the text and reader, just as Aristotle said that sensation is the common work of sensing and what is sensed. Furthermore, it is the act of reading that accompanies the interplay of the 77. Innovation and sedimentation of paradigms that schematizes implotment. In the act of reading, the receiver plays with the narrative constraints, brings about gaps, takes part in the combat between the novel and the anti-novel, and enjoys the pleasure that Roland Barthes calls the pleasure of the text. Finally, it is the reader who completes the work inasmuch as, if we follow Roman Ingarden in the literary work of art, and Wolfgang Iser in the act of reading, the written work is a sketch for reading. 2-4 Indeed, it consists of holes, lacunae, zones of intermination, which, as in Joyce's Ulysses, challenge the reader's capacity to configure what the author seems to take malign delight in defiguring. In such an extreme case, it is the reader, almost abandoned by the work, who carries the burden of implotment. The act of reading is thus the operator that joins Mimesis 3 to Mimesis 2. It is the final indicator of the refiguring of the world of action under the sign of the plot. One of the critical problems that will occupy me in Volume 2 will be to start from this point and to coordinate the relationships of a theory of reading, such as Wolfgang Iser's, and a theory of reception, such as that of Robert Jaws. For the moment, let us say that what they both have in common is seeing in the effect the text produces on its receiver, whether individual or collective, an intrinsic component of the present or actual meaning of the text. For both, the text is a set of instructions that the individual reader or the reading public executes in a passive or a creative way. Their different approaches in the act of reading and toward an aesthetic of reception start from this common base. Narrativity and reference. To complete a theory of writing with a theory of reading constitutes only the first step along the way of Mimesis 3. An aesthetic of reception cannot take up the problem of communication without also taking up that of reference. What is communicated, in the final analysis, is, beyond the sense of a work, the world it projects and that constitutes its horizon. In this sense, the listeners or readers receive it according to their own receptive capacity, which itself is defined by a situation that is both limited and open to the world's horizon. Thus the term horizon and its correlative, world, appeared twice in the definition of Mimesis 3 suggested earlier, the intersection of the world of the text and that of the listener or reader. This definition, close to H.G. Gadamer's notion of a fusion of horizons, rests upon three presuppositions which underlie, respectively, acts of discourse in general, literary works among these acts of discourse, and narratives among these literary works. The order that ties together these three presuppositions is thus one of increasing specification. Concerning the first point, I shall limit myself to repeating the thesis argued at length in the Rule of Metaphor regarding the relationship between sense and reference in all discourse. According to this thesis, if, following Ben. 78. Venist rather than de Saussure, we take the sentence as the unit of discourse, then the intended of discourse ceases to be confused with the signified cor relative to each signifier within the immanence of a system of signs. With the sentence, language is oriented beyond itself. It says something about something. This intending of a referent by discourse is completely contemporaneous with its event character and its dialogical functioning. It is the other side of the instance of discourse. The complete event is not only that someone speaks and addresses himself to an interlocutor, it is also the speaker's ambition to bring a new experience to language and share it with someone else. It is this experience, in turn, that has the world for its horizon. reference and horizon are correlative as are figure and ground. All experience both possesses a contour that circumscribes it and distinguishes it, and arises against a horizon of potentialities that constitutes at once an internal and an external horizon for experience, internal in the sense that it is always possible to give more details and be more precise about whatever is considered within some stable contour, external in the sense that the intended thing stands in potential relationships to everything else within the horizon of a total world, which itself never figures as the object of discourse. It is in this twofold sense of the word horizon that situation and horizon are correlative notions. This quite general presupposition implies that language does not constitute a world for itself. It is not even a world. Because we are in the world and are affected by situations, we try to orient ourselves in them by means of understanding. We also have something to say, an experience to bring to language and to share. This is the ontological presupposition of reference, a presupposition reflected inside language itself as a postulate lacking any immanent justification. Language is for itself the order of the same. The world is its other. The attestation of this otherness arises from language's reflexivity with regard to itself, whereby it knows itself as being in order to bear on being. This presupposition does not stem from linguistics or semiotics. On the contrary, these disciplines reject as a postulate of their method the idea of an intention oriented toward the extralinguistic. What I have just called an ontological attestation must appear to them, once their methodological postulates are stated, as an unjustifiable and inadmissible leap. In fact, this ontological attestation would remain an irrational leap if the externalization it required were not the counterpart of a prior and more originary notion, starting from our experience of being in the world and in time, and proceeding from this ontological condition toward its expression in language. This first presupposition must be coordinated with my preceding reflections on the reception of a text. An ability to communicate and a capacity to refer must be simultaneously posited. All reference is co-reference dialogical or dialogal reference. There is thus no need to choose between an aesthetic of reception and an ontology of the work of art. What a reader receives is not just 79. The sense of the work, but, through its sense, its reference, that is, the experience it brings to language and, in the last analysis, the world and the temporality it unfolds in the face of this experience. Consideration of works of art, among all acts of discourse, calls for a second presupposition which does not abolish the first one but does make it more complex. According to the thesis I presented in the rule of metaphor and that I shall recall here, literary works, 2, bring an experience to language and thus come into the world, just as all discourse does. This second presupposition runs head-on into the dominant theory of contemporary poetics, which rejects any taking into account of reference, something it regards as extralinguistic, in the name of the strict immanence of literary language in relation to itself. When literary texts contain allegations concerning truth or falsity, lies, or secrets, which ineluctably bring back the dialectic of being and appearance, 2.5 This poetics undertakes to consider as a simple meaning effect what it decides, by a methodological decree, to call a referential illusion. Yet the problem of the relation of literature to the reader's world is not thereby abolished. It is simply set aside. Referential illusions are not just any textual meaning effect whatever. They require a detailed theory of the modes of verdiction. These modes, in turn, stand out against the background of a horizon of the world that constitutes the world of the text. We may certainly include the very notion of a horizon within the immanence of the text and take the concept of the world of the text for an outgrowth of the referential illusion. But reading poses anew the problem of the fusion of two horizons, that of the text and that of the reader, and hence the intersection of the world of the text and the world of the reader. We might try to deny the problem, and take the question of the impact of literature on everyday experience as not pertinent. But then we paradoxically ratify the positivism we generally fight against, namely, the prejudice that only a datum that is given in such a way that it can be empirically observed and scientifically described is real. We also enclose literature within a world of its own and break off the subversive point it turns against the moral and social orders. We forget that fiction is precisely what makes language that supreme danger which Walter Benjamin, following Hölderlin, speaks of with such awe and admiration. A whole range of cases is opened by this phenomenon of interaction, from ideological confirmation of the established order, as in official art or state chronicles, to social criticism and even derision for everything real. Even extreme alienation in relation to reality is still a case of intersection. And this conflictive fusion of horizons is not without some relation to the dynamics of the text, in particular the dialectic of sedimentation and innovation. The shock of the possible, which is no less than that of the real, is amplified by the inter-nal interplay, in the works themselves, between the received paradigms and 80. The proliferation of divergencies, through the deviation of individual works. Thus narrative literature, among all poetic works, is a model of practical actuality by its deviations as much as by its paradigms. If therefore we do not simply reject the problem of the fusion of the texts and the reader's horizons, or of the intersection between the world of the text and that of the reader, we have to find in the very functioning of poetic language the means to cross the abyss opened between these two worlds by the method of immanence characteristic of anti-poetics. I tried to demonstrate in the rule of metaphor that language's capacity for reference was not exhausted by descriptive discourse and that poetic works referred to the world in their own specific way, that of metaphorical reference. 2.6 This thesis covers every non-descriptive use of language, and therefore every poetic text, whether it be lyrical or narrative. It implies that poetic texts, too, speak of the world, even though they may not do so in a descriptive fashion. Metaphorical reference, it will be recalled, consists in the fact that the effacement of descriptive reference, an effacement that, as a first approximation, makes language refer to itself, is revealed to be, in a second approximation, the negative condition for freeing a more radical power of reference to those aspects of our being in the world that cannot be talked about directly. These aspects are intended, in an indirect but positively assertive way, by means of the new pertinence that the metaphorical utterance establishes at the level of sense, on the ruins of the literal sense abolished by its impertinence. This articulating of a metaphorical reference on the metaphorical sense cannot be clothed with a full ontological meaning unless we go so far as to metaphorize the verb to be itself and recognize in being as the correlate of seeing as, in which is summed up the work of metaphor. This being as brings my second presupposition to the ontological level of my first presupposition. At the same time, it enriches it. The concept of horizon and world does not just concern descriptive references but also non-descriptive references, those of poetic diction. To take up again one of my earlier statements, I will say that, for me, the world is the whole set of references opened by every sort of descriptive or poetic text I have read, interpreted, and loved. 2.7 To understand these texts is to interpolate among the predicates of our situation all those meanings that, from a simple environment, Welt, make a world, Welt. Indeed, we owe a large part of the enlarging of our horizon of existence to poetic works. Far from producing only weakened images of reality shadows, as in the Platonic treatment of the icon in painting or writing, Phaedrus 274e77e, literary works depict reality by augmenting it with meanings that themselves depend upon the virtues of abbreviation, saturation, and culmination, so strikingly illustrated by emplotment. In Écriture et iconographe, François de Gognet, replying to Plato's argument directed against writing and against every icon, characterizes as iconic augmentation the painter's strategy of reconstructing reality on the basis of an optical alphabet that is limited and dense at the same 81 time. 2.8 This concept should be extended to every mode of iconicity, that is, to what we are here calling fiction. In a related sense, Eugen Fink compares build, which he distinguishes from simple, entirely perceived presentations of reality, to a window whose narrow opening looks out onto the immensity of a countryside. And from his side, Gadamer recognizes in build the power of bringing about an increase in being in our vision of the world which is impoverished by everyday affairs. 2.9 The postulate underlying this recognition of the function of refiguration that belongs to the poetic work in general is part of a hermeneutics that aims less at restoring the author's intention behind the text than at making explicit the movement by which the text unfolds, as it were, a world in front of itself. Elsewhere I have discussed this shift in focus of post-Heideggerian hermeneutics in relation to Romantic hermeneutics. 3.0 For some years now I have maintained that what is interpreted in a text is the proposing of a world that I might inhabit and into which I might project my own most powers. In the rule of metaphor, I held that poetry, through its mythos, redescribes the world. In the same way, in this work I will say that making a narrative faire narratiful resignifies the world in its temporal dimension, to the extent that narrating, telling, reciting is to remake action following the poem's invitation. 3.1 A third presupposition comes into play here: if the referential capacity of narrative works is to be subsumed under those of poetic works in general. The problem posed by narrativity is, in fact, both more simple and more complicated than the one posed by lyric poetry. More simple, because the world, here, is apprehended from the angle of human praxis rather than from that of cosmic pathos. What is resignified by narrative is what was already pre-signified at the level of human acting. It will be recalled that our pre-understanding of the world of action under the governance of mimesis, is characterized by the mastering of a network of intersignifications constitutive of the semantics of action, by familiarity with the symbolic mediations and the pre-narrative resources of human acting. Being in the world according to narrativity is a being in the world already marked by the linguistic langagier practice leading back to this pre-understanding. The iconic augmentation in question here depends upon the prior augmentation of readability that action owes to the interpretants already at work there. Human action can be over-signified, because it is already pre-signified by all the modes of its symbolic articulation. This is the sense in which the problem of reference is simpler in the case of the narrative mode than in that of the lyrical mode of poetry. Just as, in the rule of metaphor, it was by extrapolation from the tragic mythos that I elaborated the theory of poetic reference that joins mythos and redescription, it is the metaphorization of action and suffering that is easiest to decipher. The problem posed by narrativity, with respect to its referential intention and its truth claim, is in another sense more complicated than that posed by lyric poetry. The existence of two large classes of narrative discourse, FIC. 82. Fictional and historical narrative, poses a series of specific problems that will be treated in Volume 2 of this work. I limit myself here to listing a few of them. The most apparent, and perhaps also the most intractable one, proceeds from the undeniable asymmetry between the referential modes of historical and fictional narrative. Only history can claim a reference inscribed in empirical reality, inasmuch as historical intentionality aims at events that have actually occurred. Even if the past no longer exists and if, in Augustine's expression, it can be reached only in the present of the past, that is, through the traces of the past that have become documents for the historian, still it did happen. The past event, however absent it may be from present perception, nonetheless governs the historical intentionality, conferring upon it a realistic note that literature will never equal, even if it makes a claim to be realistic. This reference through traces to a real past calls for a specific analysis to which one whole chapter of Volume 2 will be devoted. I shall have to speak, on the one hand, about what this reference through traces borrows from the metaphorical reference common to every poetic work, inasmuch as the past can only be reconstructed by the imagination, and also what it adds to it, inasmuch as it is polarized by past reality. Conversely, the question will arise whether fictional narrative does not borrow, in turn, a part of its referential dynamics from this reference through traces. Is not every narrative told as though it had taken place, as is evident from the ordinary usage of verbal past tenses to narrate the unreal? In this sense, fiction would borrow as much from history as history borrows from fiction. It is this reciprocal borrowing that authorizes my posing the problem of the interweaving reference between history and narrative fiction. This problem can be avoided only by a positivist conception of history that would not recognize the aspect of fiction in its reference through traces, and by an anti-referential conception of literature that would not recognize the importance of the metaphorical reference in all poetry. This problem of interweaving reference constitutes one of the major concerns of Volume 2 of this work. But where quoi do the reference by traces and the metaphorical reference interweave if not through the temporality of human action? Is it not human time that history and literary fiction in common refigure, by this interweaving of their referential modes? To narrow the framework further in which the question of the interweaving reference between history and fictional narrative will be raised again in the final part of this work, I must sketch the temporal features of the world refigured by the configurational act. I would like to begin from the notion of iconic augmentation introduced above. We may then take up once more each of the features by which the 83. Pre-understanding of action was characterized, the network of intersignifications between practical categories, the symbolism immanent to this pre-understanding, and above all its properly practical temporality. It can then said that each of these features is intensified, is iconically augmented. I shall not say much about the first two features. The intersignifying of project, circumstances, and chance is exactly what plot, which I have described as a synthesis of the heterogeneous, orders. The narrative work is an invitation to see our praxis as it is ordered by this or that plot articulated in our literature. As for the symbolism internal to action, we may say that it is exactly what is resymbolized or desymbolized or resymbolized through desymbolization by means of the schematism turn by turn traditionalized and subverted by the historicity of our paradigms. Lastly, it is the time of action that, more than anything, is refigured by the configurational act. A long detour is required here. A theory of refigured time or, we might say, narrated time cannot be brought to term without the mediation of the third partner in the conversation already begun between the epistemology of history and literary criticism applied to narrativity, in the discussion of interweaving reference. This third partner is the phenomenology of time, only the initial phase of which was considered in our study of time in Augustine. The rest of this work, from Part 2 through Volume 2, will be a long and difficult three-way conversation between history, literary criticism, and phenomenological philosophy. The dialectic of time and narrative is the ultimate stake of this confrontation, without precedent as far as I know, between three partners who usually ignore one another. To give sufficient attention to the third partner's words, it will be important to set forth the phenomenology of time from Augustine to Husserl and Heidegger, not to write its history, but to give body to a remark tossed out without any further justification in the course of my study of Book 11 of the Confessions. There is, I said, no pure phenomenology of time in Augustine. And I added, perhaps there can never be one. This impossibility of a pure phenomenology of time is what has to be demonstrated. By a pure phenomenology I mean an intuitive apprehension of the structure of time, which not only can be isolated from the procedures of argumentation by which phenomenology undertakes to resolve the aporias received from an earlier tradition, but which would not pay for its discovery with new aporias bearing a higher price. My thesis is that the genuine discoveries of the phenomenology of time cannot be definitively removed from the aporetic realm that so strongly characterizes the Augustinian theory of time. We shall have to take up again therefore our examination of the aporias created by Augustine and demonstrate their exemplary character. In this regard, Husserl's analysis and discussion in his lectures on the phenomenology of internal time consciousness will constitute the major counterexample to my thesis about the defini. 84. Tivoli aporetic character of the phenomenology of time. In an almost unexpected way, at least for me, we shall be brought back by our discussion to the very Kantian thesis that time cannot be directly observed, that it is properly invisible. In this sense, the endless aporias of the phenomenology of time will be the price we have to pay for each and every attempt to make time itself appear, the ambition that defines the phenomenology of time as pure phenomenology. One major step in Volume 2 will be to prove this, in principle, aporetic character of the pure phenomenology of time. This proof is necessary if we are to hold as universally valid my thesis that the poetics of narrativity responds and corresponds to the aporetics of temporality. The rapprochement between Aristotle's Poetics and Augustine's Confessions provided only a partial and in a way a circumstantial verification of this thesis. If the aporetic character of every pure phenomenology of time may be augmented in at least a plausible way, the hermeneutic circle of narrativity and temporality will be enlarged well beyond the circle of mimesis, to which the discussion in this first part had to be limited, so long as historiography and the philosophy of history along with literary criticism have not had their say about historical time and the games fiction plays with time. It is only at the end of what I have called the three-way conversation, in which the phenomenology of time joins its voice to those of these other disciplines, that the hermeneutic circle can then be compared with the circle of a poetics of narrativity, itself culminating in the problem of interweaving reference referred to above, and an aporetics of temporality. It might already be objected with respect to my thesis about the universally aporetic character of the pure phenomenology of time that Heidegger's hermeneutics marks a decisive break with Augustine's and Husserl's subjectivist hermeneutics. By founding his phenomenology on an ontology of Dasein and of being in the world, is Heidegger not correct in affirming that temporality, as he describes it, is more subjective than any subject and more objective than any object, inasmuch as his ontology is not bound by the subject/object dichotomy? I do not deny this. The analyses I shall devote to Heidegger will do full justice to the originality that a phenomenology founded upon an ontology and that presents itself as a hermeneutics can boast of. To say it already, the properly phenomenological originality of the Heideggerian analysis of time, an originality due entirely to its anchorage in an ontology of care, consists in a hierarchization of the levels of temporality, or rather of temporalization. Having shown this, we shall be able to rediscover a presentiment of this theme in Augustine. Indeed, by interpreting the extension of time in terms of distension and by describing human time as raised beyond its inside by the attraction of its polar opposite, eternity, Augustine gave credit in advance to the idea of a plurality of temporal levels. Intervals of time do not simply fit into one another according to their numerical quantities, days into years, years into centuries. In a general way, the problems relative to the extension of time do not exhaust the question of human time. In fact, insofar as extension reflects a dialectic of intension and distension, the extension of time does not have just a quantitative aspect in responding to the questions, for how long a time? During how much time? In how much time? It has a qualitative aspect of graduated tension. In my study of time in Augustine, I indicated the principal epistemological incidence of this notion of a temporal hierarchy, historiography, in its battle against the history of events, and narratology, in its ambition to dechronologize narrative, seemed to leave only a single choice, either chronology or achronic systemic relations. Chronology, however, does have another contrary term, temporality itself, brought to its level of greatest tension. In the Heideggerian analysis of temporality in being and time, Augustine's breakthrough is exploited in the most decisive way, even though this occurs, as we shall see, beginning from Heidegger's meditation on being towards death and not, as in Augustine, from the structure of the threefold present. I take as one invaluable result of the Heideggerian analysis its having established, with the resources of a hermeneutic phenomenology, that our experience of temporality is capable of unfolding itself on several levels of radically, and that it belongs to the analytic of Dasein to traverse them, whether from above to below, in the order followed in being and time, from authentic and mortal time toward everyday and public time where everything happens in time, or from below to above, as in the basic problems of phenomenology. 32. The direction in which the range of temporalization is traversed is less important than the hierarchization of temporal experience. 3. Along the ascending or regressive path, a stop at the middle level, between within timeness and radical temporality, marked by being towards death, seems of greatest importance to me. For reasons I shall mention later, Heidegger distinguishes it by the title Geschichtlichkeit, historically. Augustine's and Heidegger's two analyses are closest to each other at this level, before diverging radically at least in appearance, as the one directs himself toward Pauline hope, the other toward quasi-stoic resoluteness in the face of death. In Volume 2 I shall set forth an intrinsic reason for returning to this analysis of Geschichtlichkeit. Indeed, my analysis of repetition Wiederholung, in which I shall seek an ontological answer to the epistemological problems posed by the interweaving reference between the truth claims of historical intentionality and literary fiction, leads back to it. This is why I am already indicating its point of insertion. There is no question therefore of denying the properly phenomenological originality that the Heideggerian description of temporality owes to its enchage in the ontology of care. Nonetheless, on this side of the turn, the care from which proceed the works subsequent to being and time, it must be admitted that the ontology of Dasein remains tied up with a phenomenology that poses problems analogous to those raised by Augustines and Hus. 85. 86. Cerf's phenomenology. Here, too, the breakthrough on the phenomenological plane engenders difficulties of a new sort that again augment the aporetic character of pure phenomenology. This aggravation is in proportion to this phenomenology's ambition, which is not just to owe nothing to an epistemology of the physical and the human sciences, but to serve as their foundation. The paradox is that the aporia has to do precisely with the relations between the phenomenology of time and the human sciences, principally history, but also contemporary narratology. Yes, the paradox is that Heidegger has made more difficult the three-way conversation between history, literary criticism, and phenomenology. We may even doubt whether he might have succeeded in deriving the concept of history familiar to professional historians, as well as the general thematic of the human sciences received from Dilthey, from the historicality of Dasein, which, for hermeneutic phenomenology, constitutes the middle level in the hierarchy of degrees of temporality. More serious yet, if the most radical temporality bears the stamp of death, how, we might ask, do we pass from a temporality so privatized by being towards death to that common time that requires interaction among multiple characters in every narrative and, all the more, to the public time required by history? In this sense our passage through Heidegger's phenomenology will require a supplementary effort, which sometimes will distance us from him, to maintain the dialectic of narrative and time. It will be one of the major concerns of Volume 2 to show how, in spite of the abyss that seems to lie between the two poles, narrative and time simultaneously and mutually arrange themselves in hierarchies. At times it will be the hermeneutic phenomenology of time that provides the key to the hierarchizing of narrative, other times it will be the disciplines concerned with historical and fictional narrative that allow us to resolve poetically, to use an expression already employed, the most speculatively intractable aporias of the phenomenology of time. Hence the very difficulty of deriving the historical disciplines from the analysis of Dasein, and the still more formidable difficulty of bringing together in our thought the mortal time of the phenomenology of time and the public time of the narrative disciplines, will spur us to think through more thoroughly the relationships of time and narrative. The preliminary reflection that constitutes the first part of this work has already brought us from a conception where the hermeneutic circle is identified with the circle of the stages of mimesis to one that inscribes this dialectic within the larger circle of a poetics of narrative and an aporetics of time. A final problem appears, that of the upper limit to the process of the hierarchization of temporality. For Augustine and the whole Christian tradition, the internalizing of the purely extensive relations of time refers to an eternity where everything is present at the same time. The approximating of eternity by time thus lies in the stability of a soul in repose. Then I shall be cast and set firm in the mold of your truth. Confessions, Book 11, 30:40. Yet, Heidegger's philosophy of time, at least during the period of being and time, even while taking up again and developing with great rigor the theme of levels of temporality, orients its meditation not toward divine eternity but toward finitude sealed by being towards death. Are these two irreducible ways of guiding the most extensive duration back toward the most tensive duration? Or is this disjunction only apparent? Are we to think that only a mortal can form the plan of giving the things of life a dignity that makes them eternal? Can the eternity that works of art oppose to the fugacity of things be constitute only in a history? And does this history in turn remain historical only if, going beyond death, it guards against the forgetfulness of death and the dead, and remains a recollection of death and a remembrance of the dead? The most serious question this work may be able to pose is to what degree a philosophical reflection on narrativity and time may aid us in thinking about eternity and death at the same time. 87. Part 2. In the first part of this work I attempted to characterize narrative discourse without taking into account the major bifurcation that today divides its field between historiography, including work in philosophy of history, and narrative fiction. By so doing, I tacitly admitted that historiography does genuinely belong to this field. Whether it does belong to this field is what now must be examined. Two convictions of equal strength lie at the origin of this investigation. The first says that today it is a lost cause to bind the narrative character of history to one particular form of history, narrative history. In this regard, my thesis concerning the ultimately narrative character of history in no way is to be confused with a defense of narrative history. My second conviction is that if history were to break every connection to our basic competence for following a story and to the cognitive operations constitutive of our narrative understanding, as I described them in the first part of this work, it would lose its distinctive place in the chorus of social sciences. It would cease to be historical. What is the nature of this connection? To resolve this problem I did not wish to surrender to the easy solution that would consist in saying that history is an ambiguous discipline, half literary, half scientific, and that the epistemology of history can only register the state of affairs with regret, ceasing to work toward a history that would no longer be a kind of narrative. This easy eclecticism is contrary to my ambition. My thesis is that history the most removed from the narrative form continues to be bound to our narrative understanding by a line of derivation that we can reconstruct step by step and degree by degree with an appropriate method. This method does not stem from the methodology of the historical sciences per se but from a second-order reflection upon the ultimate conditions of intelligibility of a discipline that, in virtue of its scientific ambition, tends to forget this line of derivation which continues nevertheless tacitly to preserve its specificity as a historical science. This thesis has one immediate implication concerning historical time. I do. 91. 92. Not doubt that historians have the privilege of constructing temporal perimeters appropriate to their object and their method. I do maintain, however, that the significance of these constructions is borrowed, that it derives indirectly from the significance of those narrative configurations I described in terms of mimesis too, and that, by way of these, it is rooted in the temporality characteristic of the world of action. So, construction of historical time will be one of the major stakes of my enterprise. A stake that is, both a consequence and a touchstone. My thesis, therefore, is equally distant from two others, the one that would see in the retreat of historical narrative the negation of any connection between history and narrative, making historical time a construction without any support from narrative time or the time of action, and the one that would establish between history and narrative a relation as direct as that, for example, between a species and a genus, along with a directly readable continuity between the time of action and historical time. My thesis rests on the assertion of an indirect connection of derivation, by which historical knowledge proceeds from our narrative understanding without losing anything of its scientific ambition. In this sense, it is not a thesis that seeks to stand in the middle of the road. One to reconstruct the indirect connections of history to narrative is finally to bring to light the intentionality of the historian's thought by which his story continues obliquely to intend the field of human action and its basic temporality. By means of this oblique intention, historiography comes to be inscribed within that great mimetic circle which we traversed in the first part of this study. It too, albeit in a derived way, is rooted in our pragmatic competence, with its handling of events that occur in time, as described in my discussion of mimesis. It too configures the field of praxis by means of temporal constructions of a higher rank which historiography grafts to the narrative time characteristic of mimesis too. It too, finally, reaches its meaning in the refiguring of the field of praxis and contributes to recapitulating the existence wherein mimesis 3 culminates. Such is the farthest horizon of my enterprise. I shall not take it so far in this part. I must reserve for a separate investigation the final segment corresponding to mimesis 3. Indeed, the inserting of history into action and into life, its capacity for reconfigurating time, brings into play the question of truth in history. This question is inseparable from what I call the interweaving reference between history's claim to truth and that of fiction. The investigation to which part 2 of this work is devoted, therefore, does not cover the whole field of the problematic of history. To retain the vocabulary I used in the rule of metaphor, it separates the question of sense from that of reference. Or, remaining faithful to the vocabulary of part I of this work, the present investigation undertakes to connect together again, in the mode of oratio obliqua, explanation and our narrative understanding described in terms of mimesis 2. The order of questions dealt with in this second part is governed by my argument for the thesis just sketched. In Chapter 4, entitled, I take my distance from modern history as related to an expressly narrative form, I try to establish a convergence, in the attack against narrative history, between two currents of thought largely independent of one another. The first, closer to historical practice, and therefore more methodological than epistemological, seemed to me best illustrated by contemporary French historiography. The second stems from logical positivism's theses about the unity of science. It, therefore, is more epistemological than methodological. In Chapter 5, entitled Defenses of Narrative, I take account of the various attempts borrowed for the most part, with one important exception, from English-speaking authors to extend our narrative competence directly to historical discourse. Despite my great sympathy for these analyses, which I try to integrate into my own project, I must confess that they do not seem to me to have fully reached their goal inasmuch as they only account for those forms of historiography where the relation to narrative is direct, and therefore visible. Chapter 6, entitled Historical Intentionality, contains the major thesis of this second part, namely my thesis of the indirect derivation of historical knowledge, beginning from narrative understanding. Within this framework I take up again the analysis I have already begun elsewhere concerning the relations between explanation and understanding. To conclude, I give a partial answer to the question that inaugurates Chapter 4, the question regarding the status of an event. This answer cannot be complete because the epistemological status of an event, the only thing at issue in this second part, is inseparable from its ontological status, which is one of the stakes in Volume 2. I must ask for my readers' patience at this point. You need to know that you will find, in the 3 chapters that follow, only a preparatory analysis as regards my central question about time and narrative. It is necessary first of all to elucidate the relationship between historical explanation and narrative understanding if we are to be able to pose the question of the contribution of historical narrative to the refiguring of time in a worthwhile manner. And this elucidation itself requires a long analysis. The nomological theory and the narrativist one must, under the pressure of the appropriate arguments, reveal their respective insufficiency if the indirect relationship between historiography and narrative is, in its turn, to be restored step by step and degree by degree. This long epistemological preparation ought not, however, to cause us 93. To lose sight of the final ontological stake. One additional reason may be added to my plea for extending the lines of this battle. The refiguring of time by narrative is, I hold, the joint work of historical and fictional narrative. Only in the second volume of this work, devoted to fictional narrative, therefore, will we be able to take up as a whole the problematic of narrated time. 94. 4. French historiography and neopositivist epistemology belong to two very different universes of discourse. The first is traditionally and unfailingly distrustful of philosophy, which it readily identifies with the philosophy of history in a Hegelian style, itself conveniently confused with the speculations of Spengler or Toynbee. As for the critical philosophy of history, inherited from Dilthey, Ricoeur, Simmel, and Max Weber, and continued by Raymond Aron and Henri Marot, it has never truly been integrated into the main current of French historiography. 1. This is why we do not find, in those works most concerned about methodology, a reflection comparable to that of the German school at the beginning of the century, or to that in English of contemporary logical positivism and its adversaries concerning the epistemological structure of explanation in history. Its strength lies elsewhere, in strict adherence to the profession of the historian. The best accomplishment of this French school of history is a methodology for those actually in the field. In this regard, it provides philosophers all the more to think about in that it borrows nothing from them. The superiority of the works arising out of neopositivism, on the contrary, stems from their constant concern to measure explanation in history against models presumed to define scientific knowledge, the profound unity of this project, and its successes. In this sense these works do stem more from epistemology than from methodology. But their strength is often their weakness, in that historians' actual practice is absent from their discussion of the models of explanation. This fault is unfortunately shared by logical positivism's adversaries. As we shall see later, in our examination of narrativist arguments, the examples which positivist as well as antipositivist epistemology borrows from historians are rarely at the level of complexity attained today in the historical disciplines. As heterogeneous as these two currents of thought may be, they have at least in common, besides their denial of the philosophy of history, which does not concern us here, their denial of the narrative character of history as it is written today. 95. 96. This convergence in outcome is all the more striking in that the arguments are so different. For French historiography, the eclipse of narrative proceeds principally from a displacement of the object of history, which is no longer the active individual but the total social fact. For positivism, the eclipse of narrative proceeds instead from the epistemological break between historical explanation and our narrative understanding. In this chapter I shall place the accent on the convergence of these two attacks, taking as my guideline the destiny of both what counts as an event and the historical time span in each perspective. The eclipse of the event in French historiography. My choice of the concept of an event as a touchstone for my discussion is particularly appropriate for an examination of the contribution of French historiography to the theory of history, inasmuch as the criticism of the history of events via histoire evenementielle has its well-known place there and because this criticism is taken as equivalent to the rejection of the category narrative too. Prior to reflection, the concept of a historical event shares the misleading assumptions of most common-sense notions. It implies two series of assertions which are not criticized, ontological ones and epistemological ones, the latter being built on the former. In an ontological sense, we mean by historical event what actually happened in the past. This assertion itself has several aspects. First, we admit that the property of having already occurred differs radically from that of not yet having occurred. In this sense, the pastness of what has happened is taken as an absolute property, independent of our constructions and reconstructions. This first feature is common to physical events and to historical ones. A second feature delimits the field of the historical event. Of all the things that have happened, certain ones are the work of agents similar to ourselves. Historical events therefore are what these active beings make happen or undergo. The ordinary definition of history as knowledge of the actions of past human beings proceeds from this restricting of our interest to the sphere of events assignable to human agents. A third feature results from a delimitation within the practical field of the sphere of possible communication. To the notion of the human past is added, as a constitutive obstacle, the idea of an otherness or an absolute difference affecting our capacity for communication. It seems as though one implication of our competence to seek understanding and agreement, wherein Habermas sees the norm of a universal pragmatics, is that our competence to communicate encounters the strangeness of strangers as a challenge and an obstacle, and that we can hope to understand them only at the price of recognizing their irreducible otherness. To this threefold ontological presupposition absolute having been, abso. 97. absolutely past human action, and absolute otherness corresponds a threefold epistemological one. First, we oppose the unrepeatable singularity of a physical or a human event to the universality of a law. Whether it be a question of statistical frequency, causal connection, or functional relation, an event is what happens only once. Next, we oppose practical contingency to logical or physical necessity. An event is what could have been done differently. Finally, otherness has its epistemological counterpart in the notion of the gap between an event and any constructed model or any invariant. Broadly speaking, these are the tacit presuppositions of our uncritical use of the notion of a historical event. At the beginning of our investigation, we do not know what stems from prejudice, what from philosophical or theological sedimentation, what from universally normative constraints. Sifting it all out can be accomplished only through criticism brought about by actual historical investigations. In the following pages I shall appraise French historiography in light of its contribution to this criticism of our presuppositions concerning events. I shall refer only briefly to Raymond Aron's key work, Introduction to the Philosophy of History, an essay on the limits of historical objectivity, 1938, 3, which appeared shortly before Lucien Febvre and Marc Bloch founded Annales d'Histoire économique et sociale in 1939, which after 1945 became Annales économiques, sociétés, civilisations. I shall return to Aron's work below in my discussion of the dialectic between explanation and understanding. Still, this book is worth mentioning here for having greatly contributed to dissolving the first presupposition of common sense, that of the absolute character of events, events as what really happened. In setting out the limits of historical objectivity, Aron was led to proclaim what he called the dissolution of the object, p. 118. This famous thesis unfortunately gave rise to more than one misunderstanding. It was aimed more at the reigning positivism under the aegis of Langlois and Saint-Nobos than at any ontological thesis. For it meant no more than this: to the extent that historians are implicated in the understanding and explanation of past events, an absolute event cannot be attested to by historical discourse. Understanding even the understanding of another person in everyday life is never a direct intuition but always a reconstruction. Understanding is always more than simple empathy. In short, no such thing as a historical reality exists ready-made, so that science merely has to reproduce it faithfully, p. 118. Jean-Saint Tarot was there is a historical fact only in virtue of a whole bundle of intentions, motives, and values that incorporate the statement into some intelligible whole. Consequently, diverse reconstructions only accentuate the break separating the objectivity claimed by the work of understanding from lived non-repeatable experience. If this dissolution of the object is already accomplished by the most humble forms of understanding, the disappearance of the object is even more complete on the level of causal thinking, to use the vocabulary Aron 98 employed at the time of this work. We shall come back to this point in Chapter 6. For Aron, as for Max Weber, historical causality is a relation of one particular to another particular, through the medium of retrospective probability. On the scale of probabilities, the lowest degree defines what is accidental, the highest degree defines what Weber calls adéquation. Just as such adéquation differs from logical or physical necessity, the accidental is no longer equivalent to absolute singularity. As for the probability born of the partial character of historical analyses and causal relations, it exists in our minds, not in things, p. 165. In this respect, historical appraisal of probability differs from the logic of the scientist and is closer to that of the judge. For Aron, the philosophical stake in all this was the destruction of every retrospective illusion of fatality and the opening of the theory of history to the spontaneity of action oriented toward the future. For our present investigation, the clear result of Aron's book is that the past, conceived of as the sum of what has actually happened, is out of reach of the historian. We find an argument similar to Aron's in H. I. Marot's The Meaning of History, first published in 1954. 5. There the practice of historians is even more evident. I shall set aside here one problem to which I shall return in Volume 2, namely, the connection between understanding another person and knowing the human past. 6. The continuity between mortal time and public time, referred to at the end of Part I, is directly implied in this. Here I shall only retain the major methodological implications of this recourse to our understanding of others that link up with Aaron's axiom concerning the dissolution of the object. First, historical knowledge, resting on the testimony of others, is not a science properly speaking, but only a knowledge by faith. Marrow, p. 152. Understanding envelopes the whole work of the historian inasmuch as history is a spiritual adventure wherein the historian's personality is brought into play. History is thus endowed, for the historian, with an existential value, and from this existential value it receives its importance, its meaning, and its value, p. 204. And, Marrow adds, this conception forms the very heart of our critical philosophy, and the focal point around which all else takes on order and clarity. Ibid. Understanding is thereby incorporated into the truth of history, the title of Marrow's chapter 9, that is, into the truth that history is capable of. Understanding is not the subjective side and explanation the objective one. Subjectivity is not a prison and objectivity is not our liberation from this prison. Far from conflicting, subjectivity and objectivity reinforce each other. Indeed, once history is true, its truth is double, for it is composed of truth both about the past and about the testimony offered by the historian, p. 238. If historians are implicated in historical knowing, they cannot propose the 99. Impossible task for themselves of reactualizing the past. 7. It is impossible for two reasons. First, history is a form of knowledge only through the relation it establishes between the lived experience of people of other times and today's historian. The set of procedures used in history is part of the equation for historical knowing. The result of this is that humanity's lived past can only be postulated, like the Kantian noumena, at the origin of all empirical phenomena. Further, if this lived past were accessible to us, it would not be so as an object of knowledge. For, when it was present, this past was like our present, confused, multiform, and unintelligible. Instead, history aims at knowledge, an organized vision, established upon chains of causal or teleological relations, on the basis of meanings and values. In essence, Marrow here links up with Aaron, at the precise moment when Aaron announces the dissolution of the object, in the sense we spoke of above. 8. The same argument that forbids us to conceive of history as reminiscence also condemns the positivism that the new French historiography takes as its bête noire. If history is the relationship of the historian to the past, we cannot treat the historian as some perturbing factor added to the past that must be eliminated. This methodological argument, we see, exactly repeats the argument drawn from understanding. If hypercriticism attaches more value to suspicion than to empathy, its moral tenor is quite in accord with the methodological illusion that the historical fact exists in some latent state in the documents and that the historian is a parasite on the historical equation. Against this methodological illusion it has to be affirmed that the initiative in history does not belong to the document, see Ibid, chapter 3, but to the question posed by the historian. This question takes logical priority in historical inquiry. In this way Marrow's work reinforces Aaron's in its battle against the prejudice about the past in itself. At the same time, it assures a connection with the antipositivist orientation of the Annals school. The contribution of the Annals school to our problem differs greatly from that of Aaron, the philosopher, and even from that of Marrow, the philosopher-historian, marked as they both are by the German problem of Verstehen. With this school, we have to deal with the methodology of professional historians, who for the most part are not concerned about the problem of understanding. 9. The most theoretical essays by the historians of this school are treatises by artisans reflecting on their craft. Their tone was set by Mark Bloch in The Historian's Craft, a work written far from any library and interrupted 2/3 of the way through by a Nazi firing squad in 1942. 10 This unfinished book means to be the memorandum of a craftsman who has always liked to reflect over his daily task, the notebook of a journeyman who has long handled the ruler and the level, without imagine. 100. Ing himself to be a mathematician, p. 19. Its hesitations, audacities, and prudences are still valuable today. This is all the more true in that it chooses to accentuate the unresolvable aspects of historiography. 11. Of course, narratives only constitute the class of voluntary witnesses, whose sway over history needs to be limited with the help of those witnessed in spite of themselves, which are all the other tracks familiar to the archaeologist and the economic or social historian. But this endless enlarging of documentary sources does not mean that the notion of a witness does not encompass that of a document or does not remain the model for every observation of tracks, p. 64. The result is that criticism will essentially, if not exclusively, be a criticism of testimony, that is, a test of its veracity, a search for imposture, whether it be misleading information about an author or a date, misinformation in the juridical sense, or more fundamental deception, plagiarism, sheer invention, reshuffling the facts, or the hawking of prejudices and rumors. This considerable place given to criticism of testimony, at the expense of questions about causes or laws, which at this same time occupied English language epistemology, is due essentially to the specifying of the notion of a track by the psychic character of historical phenomena. 1-2 Social conditions are, in their underlying nature, mental, p. 194. The result is that criticism of testimony, since it deals with psychic realities, will always remain a subtle art. However, it is also a rational art, which depends on methodical use of certain basic mental processes, p. 110. The prudences, perhaps the timidities, of this work are the counterpart of the submission of the notion of a document to that of testimony. In fact, even the subsection entitled Toward a Logic of the Critical Method, pages 110 to 39, remains a prisoner of a psychosociological analysis of testimony, albeit a refined one. Even though this rational art compares testimonies, looking for mutual contradictions, and weighs the reasons for lies, it still remains the heir of the erudite methods forged by Richard Simon, the Bollandists, and the Benedictines. Not that Bloch did not glimpse, and in this sense anticipate, the role of statistical criticism, but he did not see that the logic of probability, treated 20 years earlier by Max Weber and then taken up again by Raymond Aron, no longer stemmed from the criticism of testimony but from the problem of causality in history. 1-3 To use it just to disclose and explain the imperfections of testimony is inevitably to limit its import. 1-4 The real breakthrough brought about by the historian's craft is rather to be found in the remarks devoted to historical analysis, the title of Chapter 4. Mark Bloch grasped perfectly that historical explanation essentially consists in the constituting of chains of similar phenomena and in establishing their interactions. This primacy of analysis over synthesis allowed him to set in place under the cover of a quotation from Fauquelin, the author of the admirable Vie de Formes 15, the phenomenon of the discrepancy between the political, economic, and artistic aspects thereby distinguished within the over. 101. All historical phenomenon, to which we shall return below with George Duby. 1-6 Above all, it gave him the occasion for a remarkable discussion of the problem of nomenclature, see pages 156 to 89. This problem is clearly bound up with that of classifying facts. However, it poses the specific problem of the propriety of our language. Ought we to name past entities with the terms already used by the documents to designate them, at the risk of forgetting that the vocabulary of documents is, in its way, only another form of evidence? Hence subject to criticism, p. 168. Or ought we to project modern terms on them, at the risk of missing, through anachronism, the specificity of past phenomena and of arrogantly eternalizing our own categories? As can be seen, the dialectic of the similar and the dissimilar governs historical analysis as it does historical criticism. These insightful views make all the more regrettable the violent interruption of this work at the moment when it was beginning to discuss the formidable problem of causal relations in history. The final sentence is all the more precious in that it is left unfinished. In a word, in history, as elsewhere, the causes cannot be assumed. They are to be looked for. p. 197. The real manifesto of the Annals school has to be Fernand Braudel's chief work, The Mediterranean and the Mediterranean World in the Age of Philip. For the sake of didactic clarity, I shall concentrate upon what in Braudel's essays and in those by historians of his school goes directly against the second of our initial presuppositions, namely, that events are what active agents make happen, and, that as a consequence, events share in the contingency proper to action. The model of action implied by the very notion of making events happen, along with its corollary of undergoing them, is what is called into question. Action, according to this implicit model, can always be attributed to some individual agents, authors, or victims of events. Even if we include the concept of interaction in that of action, we never escape the assumption that the author of an action must always be an identifiable agent. This tacit assumption that events are what individuals make happen or undergo is overthrown by Braudel along with two other assumptions which are closely connected with each other and which undergo the direct fire of Braudel's and his successors' criticism. They are that the individual is the ultimate bearer of historical change and that the most significant changes are point-like ones, those in fact that affect individual lives due to their brevity and their suddenness. In fact, Braudel reserves the title event just for such changes. These two explicit corollaries entail a third one which is never discussed by itself, namely that a history of events, a histoire evenementiale, can only be a narrative history. Political history, a history of events, and narrative history are taken consequently as almost synonymous expressions. Most surprising. 102. For us who are inquiring precisely into the narrative status of history, this notion of narrative is never interrogated for itself, as the notions of primacy of political history and of events are. These historians are content to disown narrative history a la Ranco with a single sentence. We have seen how narrative for Marc Bloch is one part of voluntary testimony, therefore a document. Nor does it ever occur to Lucien Febvre, the co-founder of the Annals School with Marc Bloch, that his vehement criticism of the notion of a historical fact, conceived of as an atom of history completely given by the sources, and his plea for a historical reality constructed by the historian, fundamentally bring together historical reality, so created by history, and narrative fiction, created by the narrator. 18. The criticism of narrative history, therefore, is done only by way of the criticism of political history, which emphasizes individuals and events. Only these two primary assumptions are attacked head-on. To methodological individualism in the social sciences, the new historians oppose the thesis that the object of history is not the individual but the total social fact, a term borrowed from Marcel Mauss, in every one of its human dimensions: economic, social, political, cultural, religious, etc. To the notion of an event as a temporal leap, they oppose that of a social time whose major categories conjuncture, structure, trend, cycle, growth, crisis, etc. are borrowed from economics, demography, and sociology. The important thing to grasp is the connection between these two types of contestation, one directed against the primacy of the individual as the ultimate atom of historical investigation, and the other against the primacy of events, in the point-like sense of this word, as the ultimate atom of social change. These two rejections do not result from any speculation about action and time. Instead, they are the direct consequence of the displacement of the principal axis of historical investigation from political history towards social history. Political history, including military, diplomatic, and ecclesiastical history, is where individuals, heads of state, generals, ministers, diplomats, prelates are supposed to make history. It is also the realm where events go off like explosions. The history of battles and the history of events, to use an expression of Paul Lacombe's taken up by François Simiand and Henry Burr, go hand in hand. 19 The primacy of the individual and of the point-like event are the two necessary corollaries of the preeminence of political history. It is noteworthy that this criticism of the history of events in no way results from philosophical criticism of a conception, itself philosophical, of history in the Hegelian tradition. It results instead from a methodological fight against the positivist tradition that prevailed in historical studies in France during the first third of our century. For this tradition, major events are already deposited in archives, which themselves moreover are already instituted and constituted as a result of the vicissitudes and accidents affecting the distribution of power. This is why the twofold denunciation of the history of battles and that of events constitutes the polemical side of a plea for a history of the total human. 103. Phenomenon, always with a strong emphasis on its economic and social conditions. In this regard, the most conspicuous and no doubt the most numerous works of this historical school are devoted to social history, in which groups, social categories and classes, cities and the country, the bourgeois, artisans, peasants, and workers become the collective heroes of history. For Braudel, history even becomes a geohistory whose hero is the Mediterranean and the Mediterranean world, until this is succeeded, for Huguet and Pierre Chaunu, by the Atlantic between Seville and the New World. 20 The concept of a long time span, la longue durée, opposed to the concept of event taken in the sense of a short time span, was born in this critical context. In his preface to the Mediterranean, then in his inaugural lecture at the Collège de France in 1950, and again in his Annals article on the longue durée, Braudel never stops driving home the same point. The most superficial history is history concerned with the dimension of individuals. The history of events is the history of short, sharp, and nervous vibrations. It is richest in humanity but also most dangerous. Under this history and its individual time unfolds a history of gentle rhythms, on history, p. 3, with its long time span, pages 25 ff. This is social history, the history of groups and of deep-lying trends. It is the economist who teaches the historian about this long time span, but it is also the time of political institutions and of mentalists. Finally, even deeper, reigns a history that is almost changeless, the history of man in relation to his surroundings, p. 3. With this history, we must speak of a geographical time, p. 4. This series of time spans is one of the more noteworthy contributions of French historiography to the epistemology of history, given the lack of a more subtle discussion of the ideas of causes and laws. The idea that the individual and the event are to be simultaneously surpassed is the strong point of this school. For Braudel, the plea for history becomes a plea for anonymous history, working in the depths, and most often in silence, p. 10, and thereby for social time that goes at 1,000 different paces, swift or slow, p. 12. It is a plea and a credo, thus I believe in the reality of a particularly slow-paced history of civilizations, Ibid. Still, it is the historian's profession, not philosophical reflection, affirms Braudel, in History and the Social Sciences, the longue durée that suggests the living, intimate, infinitely repeated opposition, close to the heart of social reality, between the instant of time and that time which flows only slowly, p. 26. Awareness of this plurality of social times must become a component of the common methodology of all the human sciences. Pushing this axiom close to the point of becoming a paradox, Braudel goes so far as to say, social science has almost what amounts to a horror of the event. And not without some justification, for the short time span is the most capricious and the most delusive of all, p. 28. A reader interested in epistemology may be surprised by the lack of rigor in 104. The expressions that characterize the plurality of temporalities. For example, Braudel not only speaks of short time and long time, that is, of quantitative differences, but also of rapid and slow time. Absolutely speaking, speed does not apply to intervals of time but to movements traversing them. And, in the final analysis, the question has to do with these movements. Several metaphors, induced by the image of speed or slowness, confirm this. We can begin with those that deprecate events, a synonym for short time spans. A surface disturbance, the waves stirred up by the powerful movement of tides. A history of short, sharp, nervous vibrations, p3. We must beware of that history which still simmers with the passions of the contemporaries who felt it, described it, lived it, to the rhythm of their brief lives, lives as brief as our own, p4. A world of vivid passions, certainly, but a blind world, as any living world must be, as ours is, oblivious of the deep currents of history, of those living waters on which our frail barks are tossed like Rimbaud's drunken boat, Ibid. A whole group of metaphors speak of the misleading character of the short time span, sorcery, smoke, caprice, glimmers without clarity, the short term of our illusions, rank as delusive fallacies. Others speak of its prating assumptions, to react against a history arbitrarily reduced to the role of quintessential heroes, against Treich's proud and unilateral declaration, men make history, p10. Traditional history, the narrative history so dear to the heart of Ranke, offers us a gleam but no illumination, facts but no humanity, p11. Then there are the metaphors that speak of the exceptional value of the long time span, p27. Anani Mao's history, working in the depths and most often in silence, which makes human beings more than they make it, p10, a ponderous history whose time cannot be measured by any of our long-established instruments, p12, that most silent but imperious history of civilizations, p16. What do these metaphors conceal? What do they reveal? First, a concern for veracity as much as for modesty, the admission that we do not make history, if by we mean Hegel's great world historical figures. Hence a willingness to make visible and audible the pressure of a deep time which the clamorous drama of the short time span has eclipsed and reduced to silence. If we now plumb this modesty, what do we find? Two contrary insights held in equilibrium. On the one side, by means of the slowness, the weightiness, the silence of long-lasting time, history reaches an intelligibility that belongs only to the long time span, a coherence that belongs only to durable equilibriums, in short, a kind of stability within change. As realities of the inexhaustibly longue durée, civilizations, endlessly redapting themselves to their destiny, exceed in longevity any other collective reality, they outlive them all, p. 210. In his discussion of civilizations, Braudel ends up designating them as a reality that time makes poor use of and carries along very slowly. Yes, civilizations are realities of the extreme longue durée, p. 209. Toynbee, in spite of everything that can be said against him, saw this perfectly. He has 105. Committed himself to societies, to social realities, or at least to those social realities which persist forever. He has committed himself to events which continue to have violent repercussions whole centuries after they have occurred, or to men well above the general run of mankind, whether Jesus, Buddha, or Muhammad, men who are equally of the longue durée, pages 196 to 97. To the smoke of events is opposed the rock of endurance. Especially when time becomes inscribed in geography, when it is gathered up in the perenniality of landscapes. A civilization is first of all a space, a cultural area. A locus, p. 202. The longue durée is the endless, inexhaustible history of structures and groups of structures, p. 75. We might say that here Braudel reaches, by way of the notion of endurance, not so much what changes as what remains the same. The verb to endure says this better than does the substantive endurance. A discrete wisdom, opposed to the frenzy of events, can be discerned behind this respect for the extreme slowness of real changes. However, the opposite perception also appears, as soon as social mathematics proposes to apply its achronological structures and its atemporal models to the long time span. Against this pretension and this temptation historians stand as the guardians of change. They may oppose to traditional narrative an account of conjunctures, but far beyond this second account we find a history capable of traversing even greater distances, a history to be measured in centuries this time, the history of the long, even of the very long time span, of the longue durée, p. 27. But a time span, even the very long time span, is still a time span. And it is there that historians stand guard, at the threshold where history might step over into sociology. We can see this in the section of the essay History and the Social Sciences, the longue durée devoted to social mathematics, see pages 38 to 47, as well as in the essay History and Sociology, pages 64 to 82. In fact, as far as the language of history is concerned, Braudel protests, there can be no question of perfect synchrony, p. 39. Mathematical sociologists may indeed construct almost timeless models almost timeless, that is, in actual fact, traveling the dark, untended by ways of the extreme longue durée, p. 41. In fact, such models are of varying duration, they are valid for as long as the reality with which they are dealing. For even more significant than the deep-rooted structures of life are their points of rupture, their swift or slow deterioration under the effect of contradictory pressures, pages 44 to 45. What counts for the historian, in the end, is the range of a model. Here a marine metaphor is again in force, the significant moment is when it can keep afloat no longer, and sinks, p. 45. Qualitative mathematical models are ill-suited to voyages in time, above all because they are committed to traveling along one of time's many possible highways, that of the extreme longue durée, sheltered from all accidents, crises, and sudden breaks, ibid. Such is the case for the models constructed by Claude Lévi-Strauss. In each instance they are applied to a phenomenon which develops only very slowly, almost timelessly, ibid. The prohibition of incest is one of these realities of the long time span. Myths, which are slow to develop, also correspond to structures of an extreme longevity. Their mythemes, their atoms of intelligibility, conjoin the infinitely small and the very long time span. But for the historian this extreme longue durée is the excessive longue durée which makes us forget the diversity of life, the movement, the different time spans, the rifts and variations, p. 47. So we see the theoretician of the long time span engaged in combat on two fronts, on the side of events and on the side of the excessively long time span. I shall attempt to say in Chapter 6 to what extent this apology for the long time span with its twofold refusal is compatible with the narrative model of implotment. If such were the case, the attack against the history of events would not be the historian's last word about the notion of an event, inasmuch as it is more important that an event contribute to the progress of a plot than that it be short and nervous, like an explosion. 2.1. Following Braudel, the whole of the Annals school was swallowed up into the breach of the long time span. I would like next to dwell upon another of the more significant developments of contemporary French historiography, the large-scale introduction into history of quantitative procedures borrowed from economics and extended to demographic, social, cultural, and even spiritual history. With this development another major assumption about the nature of historical events was called into question, namely, that of their uniqueness, the fact that an event never repeats itself. Quantitative history, in fact, is basically a serial history, to use the expression that Pierre Chaunou made classic. 2. It rests upon the constitution of a homogeneous series of items, hence of repeatable facts, eventually amenable to processing by a computer. All the major categories of historical time can be ever more closely redefined in terms of a serial basis. For example, conjuncture moves from economic history to social history, then to history in general, with the result that it can be conceived of as a method for integrating at some given moment the greatest possible number of correlations between remote series. 2.3 Similarly, the notion of a structure, understood by historians in the twofold sense of the static architectural relationships of a given set and the dynamics of a durable stability, only conserves its precision if it can be referred to the intersection of numerous variables which all presuppose that they can be put in a series. Hence conjuncture tends to refer to a short span of time and structure to a long one, but as set within the perspective of serial history. Taken together, the two notions thus tend to designate a polarity for historical inquiry, depending whether the victory over the accidental and the event-like is carried so far as to absorb conjuncture into structure, or whether the long time span which is generally favored by French historiography refuses to be dissolved into the immobile time of frozen societies, p. 527. In a general way, historians, particularly specialists in economic history, are different from their economist or sociologist colleagues in that they tend to 106. 107. Conserve a temporal connotation even for the notion of structure. The notion of the long time span has helped them, in this battle on two fronts, to resist both the complete dechronologizing of their models and the fascination of the accidental and isolated event. But, since the first temptation comes from the neighboring social sciences and the second from the historical tradition itself, the battle has always been hottest on the front against events. In large measure, the development of economic history was a response to the challenge posed by the Great Depression of 1929, as a means of long-term analysis that would divest that event of its catastrophic singularity. As for the battle on the front against atemporal structures, it has never been completely absent from the scene. In the face of the development of a purely quantitative economics by Simon Kuznets and Jean Marchevsky, serial history was forced to distinguish itself from purely quantitative history, which was reproached for becoming locked into a nation-oriented framework by adopting national accounting as its model. What the quantitative history of the economists sacrifices on the altar of the exact sciences is precisely the long time span, regained at such great price from the dramatic time of events. This is why a foothold in large geographic areas and an alliance with Braudels geopolitics were necessary if serial history was to remain faithful to the long time span and, thanks to that mediation, stay grafted to the trunk of traditional history. It is also why conjuncture and structure, even when they are opposed to each other, imprint on diachrony the primacy of an immanent logic over the accidental, isolated event. With his History of Prices, Ernest Labrousse, pursuing the trail opened by François Simiand, turned out to be the first historian to incorporate the notions of conjuncture and structure into his discipline. For at the same time, he showed the way to an enlarging of the field open to quantitative analysis, by guiding his discipline from economic history to social history based on socio-professional inquiries. For Labrousse, structure is a social category. It has to do with human beings in their relationships to production and to other human beings, within those social circles that he calls classes. Since 1950, he has been engaged in calculating social quantities, thereby indicating the exodus of statistical apparatus toward regions ever more resistant to quantification. Social quantity represents the passage from the first level, that of economics, to the second, social, level, following Marx's line but without any concern for Marxist orthodoxy. As an analytic model, economic history was thereby revealed to be capable of a branching development, on one side, demography, and even, as we shall see later, a socio-cultural side, the side of mental. It's the third level, according to Labrousse. The methodology of economic history marked a continuity more than a break with Marc Bloch's and Lucien Febvre's antipositivist battle. In fact, what the founders of the Annals School had wanted to fight against in the first place was fascination with the unique, unrepeatable event, then the identification of 108. History with an improved chronology of the state, and finally and perhaps above all the absence of a criterion of choice, and therefore of any problem, in the elaboration of what counts as a fact in history. The facts, these historians never stop repeating, are not given in the documents, rather documents are selected as a function of a certain problem. Documents themselves are not just given. Official archives are institutions that reflect an implicit choice in favor of history conceived of as an anthology of events and as the chronicle of a state. Since this choice was not stated, the historical fact could appear to be governed by the document and historians could appear to receive their problems from these things as given. In this conquest of the whole historical field by quantitative or serial history, special mention must be made of demographic history, particularly because of its temporal implications. For this discipline, what counts is first of all the number of people and then plotting these numbers in relation to the scale of the replacement of generations on this planet. Demographic history, which is to say demography in a temporal perspective, graphs the biological evolution of humanity considered as a whole. 2.5 At the same time, it reveals the worldwide rhythms of populations that set the long time span on a scale of half millennia and call into question the periodization of traditional history. Demography, finally, as taken up by historians, brings to light the link between the size of populations and levels of culture and civilization. 2.6 In this sense, historical demography assures the transition between serial history on the economic level and serial history on the social level, then to the cultural and spiritual level, to recall Labros's 3 levels. By social level we must understand a wide range of phenomena running from what Fernand Braudel in his other major work calls material civilization, or the structures of everyday life, to what others call the history of mentalities. 21 Material civilization constitutes a veritable subset of this level due to its own wide-ranging character, gestures, housing, food, etc. This is why its arrangement into stages of temporality, following the model of the Mediterranean, is held by Braudel to be so appropriate, as are the pertinence of long time spans and number series. 2.8 Our brief incursion into the field of quantitative history has had but one goal, to indicate the continuity in French historiography's struggle against the history of events and, by implication, against a directly narrative way of writing history. In this regard it is noteworthy that the new history, in order to free itself from the clutch of events, had to join together with another discipline for which time is not a major preoccupation. We have seen the history of long time spans born from this coupling with geography, and quantitative history, insofar as it too is a history of long time spans, is born from a coupling with economics. Such coupling of history with another discipline makes all the more pointed the question to what extent history remains historical in this marriage of convenience. In each instance, the relationship to events furnishes an appropriate touchstone. 109. Such is the case with historical anthropology, which seeks to transfer to historical distance the kind of detachment which geographical distance gives to anthropologists, and thereby to recover beyond the official discourse of the scribes in the era under consideration, hence beyond the learned culture, costume, gesture, and imagination, in short, popular culture. The best example of this type of study is that of Jacques-Le Goff in Time, Work, and Culture in the Middle Ages. 29 He proposes to constitute a historical anthropology of the pre-industrial West, p. 14. But the philosopher cannot fail to be interested in what is said there precisely about time. Not the time of recounted events, but time as it is represented by people of the Middle Ages. It is amusing that it should be just this representation of time that, for the historian, makes up an event. The conflict, then, between the Church's time and the merchant's time takes its place as one of the major events of the mental history of these centuries at the heart of the Middle Ages, when the ideology of the modern world was being formed under the pressure from deteriorating economic structures and practices, p. 30. To reach this time of people, which has become an object for the anthropological historian, and in particular to spot the advance of the merchant's time, we must interrogate the manuals of confession, where we can follow the changes in the definition and categorization of sins. To appraise this mental and spiritual unsettling of the chronological framework, we must take note of the birth and diffusion of clocks, which substitute an exact time for the rural workday and the canonical hours, punctuated by the sound of bells. It is especially when the opposition between learned and popular culture is taken as the axis of their problem that historians become anthropologists. The question then is whether such history remains historical. It does so in that the long time span remains a time span. And in this regard, L. Goff's mistrust about a place for the vocabulary of diachrony, a vocabulary imported from semiology and structural anthropology, recalls that of Braudel about the place of Levi-Strauss's models. 3.0 In truth, what interests the historian are not just value systems and their resistance to change, but also their mutations. I shall return, at the end of chapter 6, to a suggestion I will risk making now as a stepping stone for our discussion. We may inquire whether, to remain historical, history must not elaborate as quasi-events the slow changes that it foreshortens in its memory by an effect similar to that of a speeded-up film. Does not Le Goff treat the major conflict concerning the appraisal of time itself as one of the major events of the mental history of these centuries? We can do justice to this expression only when we are capable of giving an appropriate epistemological framework to what I am calling here, provisionally, a quasi-event. 3.1. Another way of joining history together with disciplines for which time is not a major category is expressed in the history of mentalists. The main disciplines referred to here are the sociology of ideologies, with a Marxist origin. 110. Freudian, and sometimes, though rarely, Jungian, psychoanalysis, structural semantics, and the rhetoric of forms of discourse. The kinship to anthropological history is evident. Attending to ideologies, the collective unconscious, and unrehearsed speech confers on history a sense of strangeness, of distance, and difference, comparable to that of the anthropologist's gaze referred to a bit earlier. It is ordinary people, often denied the right to speak by the dominant form of discourse, who regain their voice through this type of history. Its type of rationality is also indicative of the most interesting attempt to carry quantitative analysis to the third level, that of attitudes regarding such things as sex, love, death, spoken or written discourse, ideology, and religion. If it is to remain serial history, this form of history has to find appropriate documents for establishing homogeneous series of statistically manipulatable facts. Here, as was already the case for economic history, historians are the inventors of their documents. In the earlier case these were market prices, then the required tithes. Here the emphasis is on written materials, lists of grievances, parish registers, ecclesiastical dispensations, and above all wills, those old, sleeping documents as someone has called them. 3.2 The question of historical time will henceforth appear in a new form. According to Chaunu, quantitative analysis is only a mediating device intended to bring to light a structure, at its best a mutation, that is, the end of some structure, the rhythm of whose breakup is closely scrutinized. In this way, quantitative analysis preserves something qualitative, but it is carefully select and homogenized. 3. Thus it is through their temporal aspect of stability or mutation or breaking up that structures come into the field of history. Georges Duby, whose work is an excellent illustration of the history of mentalists, poses the problem in similar terms. On the one hand, he accepts Althusser's definition of an ideology as a system, possessing its own logic and rigor, of representations, images, myths, ideas, or concepts as the case may be, endowed with both existence and a historical role in some particular society. 4 Hence it is as a sociologist that he characterizes ideologies as all-encompassing, distorting, in competition with one another, stabilizing, or a source of action. These features do not refer to either chronology or narration. Yet his sociology leaves a place for history inasmuch as value systems have their own history, whose allure and phases do not coincide with the history of population or that of production, p. 148. And in fact it is historians who are interested in the transformation of structures, whether under the pressure of changes in material conditions and social relations, or through protest and conflict. I should like to end this review of the contributions of French historiography to the exploration of historical time by referring to some works devoted to the relationship of people to death. They provide the most significant and most fascinating example of the conquest by quantitative analysis of the qualitative dimension of history. What is more intimate to life, more a part of it, than death, or rather dying? And what is more public than people's attitudes in the face of death as inscribed in last wills and testaments? What more social than the anticipations excited by the thought of their own funerals? What more cultural than how people represent death? Hence it is easy to comprehend that the typology of death proposed by Philippe Aries, in his great book The Hour of Our Death, with its 4 models of death: the accepted death of the patriarch in the Old Testament, of the knight's test in the Chansons digests, of Tolstoy's peasant, the Baroque death of the 16th and 17th centuries, the intimate death of the 18th and 19th centuries, and the forbidden and hidden away death of post-industrial societies, should have both furnished a conceptual formulation for serial inquiries such as those of Vauvel and Chaunou, and received from them the only verification that history is capable of, given its inability to experiment with the past, namely, repeatable numerical frequencies. 3.5 In this respect, the history of death may not be just the farthest point reached by serial history, but perhaps by all history, for reasons that I shall discuss in Volume 2. 3.6 The eclipse of understanding. The covering law model in analytical philosophy. In leaving the methodology of French historians for the epistemology of history issuing from logical positivism, we change thought worlds, and sometimes, although not always, continents. It is not the practice of history that fuels the argument, but a more normative than descriptive concern for affirming the unity of science in the tradition of the Vienna Circle. This plea for the unity of science is incompatible with the distinction established by Windelband between an ideographic method and a nomothetic one. 3.7 Nor was the relation of history to narrative directly at issue in the first phase of the debate during the 40s and 50s. Still, the very possibility of deriving history from narrative was directly undermined by an argument directed entirely against the thesis of the irreducibility of understanding to explanation, which, in the critical philosophy of history in Germany at the beginning of the century, prolonged the distinction between ideographic and nomothetic methods. 3.8 If I have thought it possible to put under the single title of Eclipse of Narrative 2 attacks coming from 2 horizons as different as the French historiography of the Annals school and the epistemology stemming from English language analytic philosophy, which stands in continuity on this point with the epistemology inherited from the Vienna Circle, it is because both take the notion of event as their touchstone and take it as given that the fate of narrative is sealed at the same time as that of events, understood as the atomic elements of historical change. This is so true that the question of the narrative status of history, which was never at stake in the first phase of the epistemological discussion, the only one considered here, did not move to 111. 112. The forefront, at least in the English-speaking world, until later, due to the battle over the covering law model, where it served as a counter-example opposed to this model. This diagnosis is confirmed by the case of the only French historian Paul Veyne, who has pleaded for a return to the notion of plot in history. For him too, as we shall see, this return is tied to a vehement criticism of any claim to a scientific status that would be incompatible with the sublunar status of history, thereby imitating Aristotle at the same time that he rehabilitates Max Weber. As the subsequent discussion will confirm, the attack on understanding by the partisans of the covering law model has the same result, if not the same stake, as the attack against events does for the historians of the long time span, the eclipse of narrative. I will take as my starting point Karl Hempel's famous article The Function of General Laws in History 3.9. The central thesis of this article is that general laws have quite analogous functions in history and in the natural sciences, p. 345. Hempel is not unaware of history's interest in particular past events. On the contrary, his thesis concerns precisely the status of an event. But it does not take it as important, not to say decisive, that in history events get their properly historical status from having been initially included in an official chronicle, eyewitness testimony, or a narrative based on personal memories. The specificity of this first level of discourse is completely ignored in favor of a direct relationship between an individual event and the assertion of a universal hypothesis, therefore of some form of regularity. It is only owing to the subsequent discussion of the covering law model by upholders of the narrativist thesis that we can underscore the fact that, from the beginning of this analysis, the notion of a historical event was divested of its narrative status and placed within the framework of an opposition between particular and universal. The historical event was subsumed under a general concept of event that included all physical events and every noteworthy occurrence, such as the bursting of a dam, a geological cataclysm, a change in some physical state, etc. Once this homogeneous conception of what counts as an event was posited, the argument unfolded as follows. The occurrence of an event of a specific type can be deduced from two premises. The first describes the initial conditions, prior events, prevailing conditions, and the like. The second states a regularity of a certain type, that is, a hypothesis of a universal form that, if verified, merits being called a law. 40 If these two premises can be established correctly, we can say that the occurrence of the event under consideration has been logically deduced and therefore it has been explained. This explanation can be vitiated in three ways. The empirical statements establishing the initial conditions may be faulty, the alleged generalities may not be real laws, or the logical link between premises and conclusion may be vitiated by a sophistry or an error in reasoning. Three comments are called for concerning the structure of explanation in this model, which, since Dre's criticism, is called the covering law model. First, the three concepts of law, cause, and explanation overlap. An event is explained when it is covered by a law and when its antecedents are legitimately called its causes. The key idea is that of regularity. That is, every time an event of type C occurs at a certain place and time, an event of the specific type E will occur at a place and time related to those of the first event. The Humean idea of a cause is therefore unreservedly taken for granted. Hempel speaks indifferently of causes or of determining conditions, ibid. This is why he attaches no importance to objections addressed to the terminology of causality, and the attempt, offered among others by Russell, to use only the terms condition and function for. This dispute is not, however, a simple one of semantics. I shall ask below if a causal explanation especially in history might be possible independently of, or prior to, the idea of a law in the sense of a verified regularity. 42 Next it must be emphasized that, in a covering law model, explanation and prediction go hand in hand. We can expect any occurrence of type C to be followed by an occurrence of type E. Prediction is just the inverted statement of the explanation in terms of an if/then statement. One result is that the predictive value of a hypothesis becomes one criterion of the validity of an explanation, and the absence of a predictive value is a sign of the incomplete character of the explanation. This remark, too, has to apply to history. Finally, it will have been noticed that it is a question of events of only one specific type, not singular events, but eminently repeatable ones, the drop in temperature under such and such a conditions, say. Hempel sees no difficulty in this. To express every property of some individual object is an impossible task, which no one, no more in physics than anywhere else, would propose. There could be no explanation of any individual event if the explanation had to account for every characteristic of the event. All we can ask of an explanation is that it be precise and specific, not that it be exhaustive. The unique character of any event, as a consequence, is a myth which must be put beyond the horizon of science. The discussion will again and again return to this traditional chopping block in the theory of history. If this is the universal structure of explanation applied to all events whether natural or historical, the question is whether history satisfies this model. Obviously, it is a highly prescriptive model. It says what an ideal explanation must be. Hempel does not think he is doing any injustice to history in so. 113. 114. Proceeding. On the contrary, assigning it such an elevated ideal is a way of acknowledging its ambition to be recognized as a science and not an art. Indeed, history wants to demonstrate that events are not the result of chance, rather that they happen in conformity with the prediction we can give them, once we know about certain antecedents or certain simultaneous conditions, and once the universal hypotheses which form the major premise of the deduction of the event are stated and verified. Only at this price can prediction be distinguished from prophecy. But the fact is that history is not yet a fully developed science, principally because the general propositions which ground its ambition to be explanatory do not merit the title of regularities. Either, as a first case, these generalities are not completely stated, as in the case of the incomplete explanations of daily life, where we take for granted tacit generalities drawn from individual or social psychology. Or, as a second case, the alleged regularities lack empirical confirmation. Apart from economics and demography, history contents itself with approximately universal hypotheses. We must place among such laws, whose verification is still too loose, all statements made in terms of probabilities, yet lacking any statistical framework. It is not their probabilistic status that is criticizable but their lack of statistical precision. In this respect, the boundary does not run between causal and probabilistic explanation but between levels of exactitude, whether this be empirical or statistical. Finally, as a third case, the alleged generalities may simply be pseudo-laws, borrowed from popular wisdom or unscientific psychology, when they are not obvious prejudices, the residue of magical or mythical explanations of human and cosmic realities. Therefore the line must be clearly drawn between genuine explanations and pseudo-ones. The only nuance Hempel allows to his uncompromising thesis is that, in the best case, history offers explanation sketches, p. 351, resting upon regularities that, while not being explicit and verified laws, do nevertheless point in the direction where precise regularities are to be discovered, and that, further, prescribe the steps that must be taken in order to satisfy the model of scientific explanation. In this sense, such explanatory sketches stand on the side of genuine explanations, not on that of pseudo-ones. Apart from this one concession, Hempel vehemently refuses to accord any actual epistemological value to the procedures warranted by the terms empathy, understanding, or interpretation, which refer to such so-called distinctive features of the historical object as meaning, relevance, determination, or dependence. The alleged method of empathetic understanding is not a method. At most it is a heuristic procedure which is neither necessary nor sufficient, for it is possible to explain things in history without any empathetic understanding. Nothing in the construction of this model, therefore, refers to the narrative nature of history, or to the narrative status of events, much less to the particular specificity of historical time in relation to cosmological time. As I said earlier, these distinctions are tacitly excluded as soon as no difference in principle is allowed between a historical event and a physical one which simply occurs, and as soon as it is not taken as pertinent to the historical status of an event that it was recounted in chronicles, or legendary narratives, or reports. Even an author such as Charles Frankel, who is, as we shall see, so attentive to the originality of the problematic of interpretation in history, does not incorporate within the notion of an event its contribution to the form of a narrative. 4.3 The events treated by historians in their works are inscribed, as are physical ones, in singular statements asserting the occurrence of unique events at specific places and times, p. 411. Historians simply give an AC count of individual events that have occurred once and only once, p. 410. An explanation, because it is an explanation, abolishes this feature. The logical definition of event requires that of a singular occurrence, without any intrinsic relation to narrative. This identification is so tenacious that at first even the adversaries of the covering law model were themselves in agreement that an explanation would abolish the uniqueness, the unrepeatability of events. Following Hempel, and in his wake, the partisans of the covering law model in essence gave themselves over to the apologetic task of minimizing the discordances between the requirements of this strong model and the specific features of historical knowledge. The price was a weakening of the model so as to ensure its viability. For it is not a question of depreciating the work produced by the Hempelian school when I qualify it as being apologetic. This is the case, first, because in weakening the model, These authors brought to light some features of historical knowledge that genuinely depend upon explanation and that any adverse theory must take into account. 4.5 Weakening a model is a positive work if it augments its applicability. Further, the work of reformulation led to an encounter with the actual work of historians which we have become familiar with through the example of French historiography in seeking to resolve the real or alleged difficulties afflicting historical knowledge. The first major concession, which will be exploited in various ways by the adversaries of the model, is to allow that the explanations offered by historians do not function in history as they do in the natural sciences. History does not establish laws that figure in the major premise of the Hempelian model of deduction. It employs them. 4.6 This is why they can remain implicit. It is also why they can depend upon heterogeneous levels of universality and regularity. For example, Gardner, in his The Nature of Historical Explanation, admitted to the rank of regularities allowed in history what he calls law-like explanations for. 7 These are a matter principally of regularities of the dispositional type to which Gilbert Ryle, in The Concept of Mind, assigned a major role in the explanation of behavior. One of the functions of the connective because. 115. 116. Is to set an agent's action within the framework of his habitual behavior. This case of explanation in terms of dispositions opens the way to reflection upon the diversity of levels of imprecision that the notion of regularity allows. This heterogeneity is completely accepted by the reader of historical works. Such a reader does not come to the text with a unique, unchanging, monolithic model of explanation in mind, but with a very broad range of expectations. This flexibility testifies that the question bearing on the structure of explanation must be completed by one bearing on its function. By function, we are to understand the correspondence between a certain type of answer and a certain type of question. For instance, the question why is one that opens the range of acceptable answers of the form because. In this regard, the strong model only accounts for a limited segment of the range of expectations opened by the question why, and the range of acceptable answers of the form because. The problem, from here on, is to know what extension, and therefore what weakening, the covering law model is capable of, if we exclude any shameful return to an intuitionist or empathetic conception of historical understanding, or, in a more general fashion, to the pure and simple substitution of understanding for explanation. For the partisans of the covering law model, the only way to resist the dilution of explanation into more and more varied uses of why and because is always to refer the weak forms of the model to the strong one, and to assign the former the task of approximating the latter. In this sense, a liberal attitude with regard to the functioning of the model allows us to preserve great rigor concerning the structure of explanation. The strong model thereby remains the logical marker for every approximation of the same model by the weaker forms. A second debate bears witness to the effort referred to earlier about meeting historians in their struggle to elevate their discipline to the rank of a thoroughgoing science. It has to do with the role of selection procedures in history. There is something exemplary about this debate inasmuch as it touches upon one of the difficulties most often referred to in the Verstehen tradition, which refuses to history an objectivity comparable to that of the natural sciences. In France, Raymond Aron's book remains the unsurpassed witness to this thesis. Neopositivist epistemology responded to this attack by firmly tying the fate of objectivity in history to that of the covering law model. This is why, for this school of thought, defense of this model was equivalent to a plea for objectivity in history. Ernst Nagel's sharp reply is exemplary in this regard, for it demonstrates in practice what an analytic argument is and how it responds to the massiveness of the objection with a work of decomposition and distinctions. 4.8 Do we mean by selectivity the historian's choice of a domain or a problem? No researcher escapes this. The only interesting question is whether, once a field of inquiry has been chosen, researchers are capable of taking their distance with regard to the values or passions which they have for their object. This emancipation of one's mind is not inaccessible to historians. It even defines history as inquiry. Do we wish to speak of the limitation of the subject matter resulting from this choice? It need not be a necessary cause of distortion unless we presuppose that to know anything we must know everything. The underlying philosophical thesis, Hegelian in origin, of the internal character of every relation is refuted by scientific practice, which verifies the analytic character of discourse. What of selection of hypotheses? All inquiry is selective in this sense. The ending of inquiry at some point? The argument about an infinite regress is a sophism. To a definite problem there is a definite answer. The possibility of pushing the analysis further only bears witness to the progressive character of inquiry. Finally, what if someone says that history cannot escape collective or personal prejudices? It is a truism to admit that the ideals of any inquiry are causally linked to other cultural, social, and political features. What is significant is that such prejudices can be detected and investigated. The single fact that we can distinguish what is assumed from what is not, proves that the ideal of objectivity is not a hopeless one. If not, the skeptical thesis would fall under its own claim and its validity would be limited to the circle of those who professed it. But if it escapes its own criterion, this attests that it is possible to formulate worthwhile statements about human affairs. 49. A new obstacle to the realization of a warranted explanation results from the limiting of historical inquiry to what it takes as the principal cause of a course of events. This imputation of relative importance to causal variables appeals to a weighing of them which does not seem capable of being made objective. We may respond that the notion of importance is not inaccessible to analysis. Even if the truth of judgments of importance is subject to debate, it is still the case that we signify something in speaking of importance. Therefore we can set up a table of meanings associated with the assigning of degrees of importance, see Nagel, pages 382-85. 50. Only perfecting the statistical material involved can reconcile this logic of the weighing of degrees of importance and practice. Until this is achieved, limited skepticism is called for, but there is no reason to transform this into wholesale skepticism. There is substantial agreement among men experienced in relevant matters on the relative probabilities to be assigned to many hypotheses, p. 385. We can see that here this argument drawn from the practice of history rejoins that of the upholders of quantitative serial history in French historiography. Let us follow this apology for the covering law model to the point where weakening the model leads to its abandonment. In this regard, the article I have already referred to by Charles Frankel is exemplary. The model is weak. 117. 118. And in the sense that interpretation, taken in a sense close to that of Verstehen in the critical philosophy of history, is admitted as one necessary moment of historical knowing. The moment of interpretation is the one when historians appraise something, that is, when they attribute meaning and value to it. This moment must be distinguished from the moment of explanation, which establishes causal connections between events. Yet the effort to articulate these two moments stays within the realm of the covering law model inasmuch as, on the one hand, it is admitted that every good historian wants to distinguish between the two levels of operation and to justify epistemology in its ambition to isolate the explanatory kernel, and, on the other hand, interpretation itself is submitted to the limiting requirements of explanation. In truth, the weakening of the model starts with the reformulating of the explanatory stage, even though Frankel holds that, ideally, the historian does not proceed any differently than do other scientists. The discordances with the model characterize the current state of affairs in history, not its epistemological ideal. Are its generalizations, as Hempel said, explanation sketches? This is a contingent feature which does not create a gap between history and other sciences. Instead, it points to a need for filling in the details, p. 411. Is the tie between explanation and prediction broken? Does the historian only succeed in giving the necessary but not the sufficient conditions of an event? What is important is not that the explanation is incomplete but that on many occasions, it seems fully to satisfy our demand for an explanation, p. 412. For example, we can accept a simple summary of the steps of a process as an explanation. We do so in embryology as well as in all the other sciences dealing with development or evolution. Such genetic explanation suggests that not all satisfactory explanations supply us with exactly the same type of information, and that not all requests to have something explained are unequivocal requests for a single kind of answer, ibid. 5.1 From here on, the boundary between scientific and common sense explanations, and the type of prudential judgment we ordinarily make about human affairs, tends to become erased. Now for the last distinctive feature about historical knowledge that is incompatible with the covering law model. In history, where generalities are highly frequent correlations rather than invariable relations, counterexamples do not invalidate general laws. It is not always true that power corrupts, and it is impossible to verify that absolute power corrupts absolutely. What do historians do when they encounter exceptions to their explanations? They add restrictive clauses, thereby narrowing the applicable area of their generalizations. In this way, they disencumber themselves of proposed counterexamples. Pushing his argument to the limits of the initial model's tolerance, Frankel accepts the fact that explanation is articulated on the basis of interpretation. But, so as not to break with the model, he holds that, to be acceptable, the 119 more encompassing interpretations must rest upon rigorous partial explanations. How can we assign values if they are not set upon well-established causal connections? Someone may say that the opposite is equally true. Certainly in history a cause defines not just any condition but one we may act upon. 5.2 And in this sense, the values of action do infiltrate every assigning of causes. So we must say that to assign a cause is to admit a fact and to stipulate a value. But then, once again, we must apply to the concept of interpretation the same analytic spirit we applied to judgments of importance. In interpreting, we do three things that are unequally compatible with the ideal of explanation. The least compatible undertaking consists in making pronouncements about the meaning of history in terms of ends, of goals, or of ideals. We then set into play an implicit philosophy of internal relations that are incompatibly, as we said earlier, with the analytic spirit, and we impose from without a transcendent, secret project on the course of history. Less contestable is the designation of the most important cause, be it economic or something else. Interpretation here is compatible with explanation, to the extent that it is confined to providing inquiry with the guidance of some seminal idea and to indicating degrees of importance. It is no longer, as a consequence, the only worthwhile interpretation, to the exclusion of all others. But the most interesting interpretation is the one that assigns itself the task of evaluating a sequence of events or a set of institutions in terms of their terminal consequences, p. 421, themselves evaluated in terms of their value or lack thereof. 5.3 The overall meaning of a process is these very terminal consequences, some of which coincide with variables in the present situation upon which we may act. 5.4 Thus, for Marx, the emergence of the industrial proletariat is taken as the principal cause, because it is also what bears the cause to be defended. This does not prevent a close attention to the facts, if the choice of terminal consequences must itself be a responsible choice. We must therefore admit that two rival interpretations account for different facts, the same events being placed according to the perspective of the different terminal consequences. Either interpretation can be objective and true with regard to the causal sequences upon which it is elaborated. We do not rewrite the same history, we write another history. But we can always discuss the two. History is not condemned to remain a battlefield between irreconcilable points of view. There is a place for a critical pluralism, which, if it admits more than one point of view, does not take them all as equally legitimate. 5.5 It is difficult to go any further in the acceptance of the adverse point of view without breaking with the basic hypothesis that explanation in history does not differ fundamentally from explanation in the rest of science. Here at last lies the critical point of the whole discussion. It is to save this essential stake that the upholders of the covering law model endeavor to refer the features of historical methodology that seem discordant with the explanatory model to 120. The present state of affairs of historical science. The declared motivation of their arguments is to defend history against skepticism and to justify its struggle for objectivity. This is why the plea for objectivity and that for the covering law model, having started hand in hand, tend to become indistinguishable. 5. The question of the narrative status of historical writing was not directly at stake for the epistemology of the historical sciences, neither for French historiography nor in the first phase of the discussion within the analytic school. Throughout this debate it was taken for granted that narrative is too elementary a form of discourse to satisfy, even from afar, the requirements for any science posed by the covering law model of explanation. The subsequent appearance of narrativist theses in the field of discussion was born from the conjunction of two currents of thought. On one side, the criticism of the covering law model had ended up in a breaking apart of the very concept of explanation, and this opened a breach for an approach to the problem from the opposite direction. On the other side, narrative became the object of a revaluation bearing essentially on its resources of intelligibility. Our narrative understanding thus found itself brought into prominence, while historical explanation lost some of its importance. This chapter is devoted to this conjunction of these two movements. Breaking up of the covering law model. An explanation lacking legality, W. Dre. We saw at the end of the preceding chapter how the partisans of the covering law model tried to account for the gap between the model and the actual state of affairs in historical science by a double tactic, consisting on one side of weakening the model and on the other of taking a stand on historians' efforts to elevate their discipline to the rank of science. The attitude of those who discern the symptom of a basic error in the construction of the model itself, in the gap between the covering law model and the actual methodology of history, is wholly different. William H. Dre's work, Laws and Explanations in History, is the best wit. 121. 122. Ness in this regard to the crisis in the covering law model. 1. His book responds to a disjointed problematic with a multifaceted structure. 3 fronts are opened which are relatively discontinuous with one another. On the first one, a purely negative criticism is carried out that concludes by disconnecting the concept of explanation from that of law. On the second front, he pleads for a type of causal analysis that cannot be reduced to subsumption under laws. The positive thesis underlying the first part, namely, that we can explain things in history without recourse to general laws, thereby receives an initial application, without it being affirmed that every explanation in history must assume causal language. Finally, Dre explores a type of rational explanation that covers only a part of the field emancipated by the criticism of explanation in terms of empirical laws. The plea for causal analysis and that for rational explanation are not derived logically from the negative thesis that explanation in history does not need a law to be an explanation, even though they do presuppose it. They must, therefore, be discussed on their own merits. 2. Underlying the criticism of the covering law model is the conviction that it is unlikely that we shall find any logical features according to which all historical explanations can be grasped together as historical. For the explanations found in history books are a logically miscellaneous lot, p. 85, his emphasis. It is the recognition of this logical dispersion of explanation in history that opened the way to a re-evaluation of our narrative understanding. Beginning with the negative thesis that the idea of explanation in history does not imply the idea of law, Dre finds support for his criticism in the oscillations between the strong and the weak models of the partisans of the covering law model, which he was the first to call by this name. Already on a formal level, Dre notes, the formulation of the alleged tie between a law and the case it covers leaves room for hesitation. The term because does not commit us to any particular determinate logical structure, except perhaps in a dictionary written by the logicians of the covering law school. As for the relation of implication affirmed by the deduced character of the event, it is far from being univocal. And finally, the concept of explanation does not constrain us to affirm further a covering relation between laws and instances. To these oscillations in the formulation of the bonds of implication are added variations in the formulation of the model itself. We have seen that some authors would rather weaken the model than call it into question. A scale of decreasing rigor can in this sense be traversed, from the most strict requirement for deduction to the idea of a law-like form, passing through that of an assumed but not yet established law, one that is tacit rather than explicit, sketched out but not complete. These oscillations are the symptom of a logical deficiency in the model itself. Indeed, it can be shown that the covering law model is neither a necessary nor a sufficient condition for the events explained. It is not a sufficient condition because the alleged explanation cannot be converted into a prediction. 123. Something is still missing. What? Let us consider the example of a mechanical accident, say, when an automobile motor seizes. To attribute the cause to an oil leak, it does not suffice that we know the various physical laws involved. We must also be able to consider a continuous series of incidents between the onset of the leak and the motor's breakdown. In saying continuous, we are not committing ourselves to some philosophical aporia concerning the infinite divisibility of space and time. We limit ourselves to identifying the lower order of events and to placing them in a series that does not allow any other events lower than those cited. This reference to a series of facts constituting the story of what happened between the leakage of the oil and the seizure of the engine does explain the seizure, p. 70. 3. It is the same in history, the divisibility of time ends where the most detailed analysis does. If not sufficient, explanation in terms of laws is also not necessary. Indeed, for what condition could it be necessary? Consider the example of an explanation a historian might give or has given. Louis XIV was unpopular when he died because he pursued a political program harmful to the national interests of France. Let us imagine a dialogue between this historian and a logician from the Hempelian school. How would this logician convince the historian that laws are in fact required by the preceding explanation? The logician will say, "Your explanation is valid due to some implicit law, such as governments that pursue political programs harmful to the interests of their subjects become unpopular." The historian will object that he had not just any political program in mind but one such that had really been followed in the particular case under consideration. The logician will then try to fill in the gap between the law and the historian's explanation by making the law more precise through a series of additions, such as governments that commit their countries to foreign wars, that persecute religious minorities, that entertain parasites at their courts, become unpopular. Still other precisions can be added, that certain political measures failed, that they involved the king's personal responsibility, and so on without mentioning the measures the king neglected to take. The logician must then allow that, to be complete, an explanation requires an indefinite process of specifications, for at no stage can it be proved that the case covered by the historian is the only one covered by the law. For just one law logically binds the historian. Any government taking the same political measures, in exactly the same circumstances as those of Louis XIV, will become unpopular. But this formulation is no longer that of a law. It has to mention, in effect, all the particular circumstances of the case in question. For example, it must not speak of war in general, but of the attack against the Jansenists, and so on. It takes on an air of generality only by introducing the expression exactly. The result of this operation is the production of an empty limit case, an empty one because the notion of exactly the same policies and circumstances, p. 36, cannot be given meaning for any conceivable inquiry. In return, the historian will accept a general statement such as every people. 124. Similar to the French people in the aspects specified, p. 38, will detest a leader similar to Louis in the respects specified, ibid. This law is not an empty one, since the dialectic between the logician and the historian will have furnished the means to satisfy the expressions in quotation marks. But this is no longer the sort of law required by the covering law model. For, Far from being vague and general like implicit laws, it is so detailed a law that it is equivalent to a law for a single case. In reality, such a law for a single case is not a law at all, but the reformulation, in the guise of an empirical law, of the historian's process of reasoning. The historian says, E because C. Cn, where E designates the event to be explained and Cn are the factors listed by the historian in his explanation. The logician rewrites this as if Cn, then E, where if is equivalent to whenever. But this equivalence is misleading, for the hypothetical form can express something other than an empirical law. It can express the principle of inference that, in similar cases, we can reasonably predict a result of this sort. Yet this principle is only an inference license, stated in hypothetical form. The logical phantom of a law thus proceeds from the confusion between an empirical law and a principle of inference. Two provisional conclusions follow, which later I propose to incorporate into my own analysis of the relationships between explanation and understanding in history. The first one concerns the notion of an event, which is also at stake in the discussion in French historiography. Rejecting the covering law model seems, in effect, to imply a return to the conception of an event as unique. This assertion is false if we attach to the idea of uniqueness the metaphysical thesis that the world is made up of radically dissimilar particulars. Explanation then becomes impossible. The assertion is true, though, if we mean that, in contrast to the practitioners of the nomological sciences, historians want to describe and explain what actually happened in all its concrete details. But then what historians understand by unique means that nothing exists exactly like their object of inquiry. Their concept of uniqueness, therefore, is relative to the level of precision chosen for their inquiries. What is more, this assertion does not prevent them from employing general terms such as revolution, conquest of one country by another, and the like. In fact, these general terms do not commit historians to the formulation of general laws, but rather to the search for those respects in which the events considered and their circumstances differ from those with which it would be natural to group them under one classificatory term. Historians are not interested in explaining the French Revolution insofar as it is a revolution but insofar as its course differed from those of other members of the class of revolutions. As the definite article indicates in the French Revolution, historians do not proceed from the classificatory term. 125. Toward the general law but from the classificatory term toward the explanation of differences. 5. The second conclusion concerns this very explanation of differences. To the extent that it gathers together unique factors in the sense just mentioned, we can affirm that it stems from judgment rather than from deduction, where by judgment we are to understand the sort of operation undertaken by judges when they weigh opposing arguments and render a decision. In the same way, for historians to explain is to defend their conclusions against adversaries who would refer to another set of factors to uphold their own thesis. They justify their conclusions by bringing in new details to support their thesis. This way of judging about particular cases does not consist in placing a case under a law but in gathering together scattered factors and weighing their respective importance in producing the final result. Here historians follow the logic of practical choices instead of that of scientific deduction. In this exercise of judgment, another explanation different from that by laws is referred to as a warrant, which will be called causal explanation. The plea for causal analysis which occupies chapter 4 of Drey's book is relatively independent of his criticism of the covering law model of explanation. Causal analysis is just one of the alternatives to explanation by the covering law model. If Drey discusses it, it is first of all because the contested model has often been presented in terms of the language of causality, for example, by Karl Popper. 6. In this sense, the causal version of the covering law model provides an appropriate transition from negative criticism to positive exploration of causal analysis. Aside from this connection offered by the polemical aspect of Drey's book, however, the examining of causal analysis finds its own justification in the use of causal language in history. Drey takes this language to be inevitable and legitimate, in spite of all the equivocations and difficulties attached to its use. Historians, in fact, and legitimately, do use expressions of the form X is the cause of Y, which we shall distinguish later from the causal law, the cause of Y is X. They use them in fact with numerous variations on cause, produces, leads to, sets in motion, or their contraries, prevented, omits, stops. They use them legitimately by assuming the explanatory force of a cause. This is what is at stake in this debate. The underlying thesis is that the polysemy of the word cause is no more an obstacle to the rule-governed usage of this term than is that of the term to explain, with which we began. The problem is to regulate this polysemy, not to conclude that the term must be rejected. 7. If we set aside the case in which by a cause we mean a causal law, a discussion about causal analysis in history is interesting only if there are singular causal connections whose explanatory force does not depend on a law. Dre is fighting here on two fronts, against those who link the fate of the 126 idea of a cause to that of the idea of a law, and against those who want to exclude all explanation from the field of historiography. Yes, historians do attempt to give causal explanations. No, causal analysis of some particular course of events cannot be reduced to the application of some causal law. Yes, historians do use expressions of the form X causes Y in a legitimate way. No, these explanations are not the application of a law of the form if X, then Y. What then is a causal analysis? It is an essentially selective analysis, aimed at verifying the credentials of this or that candidate for the function of being a cause, that is, its credentials for occupying the place of because. In response to the question why. This selection process therefore takes on the character of a contest in which the candidates must pass a certain number of tests. Causal analysis, I would put it, is a causal criteriology. It consists entirely of two tests. The first is an inductive one. The factor in question must be a really necessary one. The second is a pragmatic test. There must be a reason for selecting the condition in question from among the conditions that as a whole constitute the sufficient condition for the phenomenon. This pragmatic test corresponds in part to the considerations of manipulability by which Collingwood defines one of the senses of the idea of a cause, namely, that which human action has a handle on. In another way, it takes into account what ought to have been done, thus what can be blamed, as, for example, when we inquire as to the causes of a war. And in yet another way, the pragmatic criterion includes what precipitated the course of events, the spark or catalyst. In essence, such an inquiry is necessarily incomplete. It constitutes an eminently open inquiry. The inductive test is the most difficult one to define correctly. It consists in justifying the assertion that if not X, then not Y, in the absence of any rule saying whenever X, then Y. A historian who is assumed to use similar formulas means that in this particular situation everything else otherwise being equal, or better, the situation being what it is, if this X had not occurred, that Y which did occur would not have happened or would have been different. Such justification stems from a use of judgment as described earlier, which, we said, does not require a law with the form only if. The historian thinks away the suggested cause in order to judge what difference its non-occurrence would have made in the light of what else he knows about the situation studied, p. 104, his emphasis. This inductive test is not equivalent to a sufficient explanation. At most it constitutes a necessary explanation, by eliminating from the list of candidates for the role of cause those factors whose absence would not have changed the course of events. To obtain a complete explanation or one as complete as possible, the imputed cause must still be justified positively through the process described earlier, that of filling in the details. 8. The important thing for causal analysis is that the imputation of a cause in 127 regard to some particular event does not derive from the application of a causal law. Often it is even the opposite case that is true. Many causal laws are in reality second-order generalizations based on some series of individual diagnoses of causality, established through a use of judgment and validated independently of one another. The alleged causal law, Tyranny causes revolution, is undoubtedly of this order. The same may be said of the cause of war is greed. Such a law assumes that we have at our command particular explanations of particular wars, then that we observe a trend in the stated law. As useful as these generalizations may be for subsequent research, they are not what justify the individual explanations they rest upon. If there is therefore no need to give up the idea of cause in history, this is so to the extent that we respect its particular logic, such as I have outlined it. I will conclude with several strictly conservative comments. First, as concerns explanation, it seems to me that we must apply to the theory of causal analysis as well as to rational explanations, which I have not yet spoken of, the warning addressed to the partisans of the covering law model, namely, that the explanations encountered in works of history constitute a logically miscellaneous lot. This assertion holds against every claim to take one model of explanation as the exclusive one. This polysemy can also serve as an argument against Dre's opposite claim to separate explanation in history from the covering law model. If we limit ourselves to saying that no explanation satisfies the covering law model and that there are causal analyses that are not explanations in terms of a law, we are in error. This is why, for my part, I would prefer to emphasize the fact that laws are interpolated into the narrative fabric instead of insisting upon their inappropriateness. This is all the more true in that Dre opens the way to a more subtle dialectic between explanation and understanding when he considers the procedures for justifying a causal attribution and links them to the procedures that occur in juridical cases. The search for warrants, the weighing and evaluating of causes, the testing of candidates for the role of cause, all these activities of judgment stem from an analogy between historical and juridical argumentation which needs to be made more explicit. 9. And in this regard, the kinship among the reconstitution of a continuous series of events, the procedure of the elimination of candidates for singular causality, and the exercise of judgment needs to be shown more clearly. Hence the range must be left open from explanation by laws, to singular causal explanation, to judgment procedures, to rational explanation. On the other hand, despite the prefatory assertion of always drawing upon historians' actual argumentation, the few examples considered by Dre seem borrowed from the sort of history the French historians struggle against. In the dialectic between the logician and the historian as well as in the description of the causal analysis of singular events, it seems taken for granted that 128. Explanation always has to do with singular events. Of course, I am ready to admit that particular causal analysis is valid for any short-term or long-term change, on the condition that historians do take into account the particularity of the changes they consider. In this respect, everything said about the relativity of the notion of a unique event to the scale of an inquiry must be retained. But the broadening of the notion of event to include other changes than the kind that is illustrated by the example of the death of Louis XIV remains to be done. 10. Most critics have seen his examination of the model of rational explanation as Dre's positive contribution to our problem, see pages 118 to 55. This is not wholly wrong inasmuch as this model constitutes one coherent alternative to the covering law model. But neither is it exact, inasmuch as causal analysis already constituted an alternative to explanation in terms of laws. What is more, rational explanation does not cover the whole field opened by Dre's criticism. It is not even addressed to exactly the same examples of explanation. The previous discussion, including that of causal analysis, was applied to explanations given of fairly large-scale historical events or conditions, p. 118. Rational explanation is applied to a narrower range of cases, namely, the kind of explanations historians generally give of the accessions of those individuals who are important enough to be mentioned in the course of historical narrative, ibid, his emphasis. This is why, even though contesting the covering law model remains the negative central thread of Dre's whole book, we must respect the relative autonomy of the three fronts upon which he fights, against the covering law model, for causal analysis, for rational explanation. The relative discontinuity in these analyses bears witness precisely to what I have called the breakdown of the covering law. The name that Dre gives to this mode of explanation sums up his program. For one thing, it applies to actions done by agents similar to ourselves. It thereby marks the intersection of the theory of history with that of action, therefore with what I have called our competence for using a conceptual framework for action in a meaningful way. However, because of this, it runs the risk of confining historical explanation to the domain of the history of events, from which the new historians take their distance. This point must be kept in mind for our discussion in the next chapter. For another thing, the model still means to be a model of explanation. In this, Dre takes his stand equally distant from those for whom explaining something is to cover it with an empirical law, and those for whom understanding an action is to relive, reenact, or rethink the intentions, conceptions, and thoughts of agents. Once again Dre is fighting on two fronts, that of the positivists and that of the idealists, to the extent that these latter theorists lock themselves into a theory of empathy which the former thinkers denounce because of its non-scientific character. In truth, among the idealists, it is Collingwood whom Dre remains closest to. Relive, reenact, rethink, are Collingwood's terms. What needs to be demonstrated is that these operations do have their own logic which distinguishes them from psychology or heuristics, and which sets them on the terrain of explanations. The stake is therefore really a logical analysis of explanation as it is given in history, p. 121, his emphasis. 1. To explain an individual's action in terms of reasons is to provide a reconstruction of the agent's calculation of means to be adopted toward his chosen end in the light of the circumstances in which he found himself, p. 122, his emphasis. In other words, to explain such actions we need to know what considerations convinced him that he should act as he did, ibid. Clearly we are involved here with an argument that leads directly back to the Aristotelian theory of deliberation. But let us not misunderstand the term calculation. It is not necessarily a question of strictly deductive reasoning recited in propositional form, p. 123. As soon as we have to do with an intentional action, every level of conscious deliberation is allowed. From the moment these levels permit the construction of such a calculation, the one the agent would have gone through if he had the time, if he had not seen what to do in a flash, if he had been called upon to account for what he did after the event, etc. Ibid. To explain the action is to bring to light this calculation. It constitutes the agent's reasons for acting as he did. Whence the term rational explanation. Dre adds one important touch that goes beyond logic. To explain is to show that what was done was the thing to have done for the reasons given, p. 124. To explain, therefore, is to justify, with the nuance of appraisal attached to this term. It means to explain in what way the action was appropriate. Here again we need to be clear about the meaning of these words. To justify is not to ratify the choice following our moral criteria, so as to say, what the agent in question did is what I would have done too. It means weighing the action in terms of the agent's goals, his beliefs, even if they were erroneous ones, the circumstances he was aware of. Rational explanation may be regarded as an attempt to reach a kind of logical equilibrium at which point an action is matched with a calculation, p. 125, his emphasis. We look for an explanation precisely when we do not see the relationship between what was done and what we think we know about the agents involved. When such logical equilibrium is lacking, we seek to reconstitute it. Logical equilibrium is the best term Dre could have chosen to distance himself from understanding through empathy, projection, or identification, and at the same time remove his explanation from Hempel's criticism. For to reach this point of equilibrium, we must inductively gather the evidence that allows us to evaluate the problem as the agent saw it. Only work with the 129, 130 documents allows this reconstruction. There is nothing instantaneous or dogmatic about this procedure. It requires work and is open to corrections. It requires these features with causal analysis. Dre did not ask about the relations between his analysis and that of implotment. The kinship between the two approaches is therefore all the more remarkable. It is particularly striking on one point. Dre observes that rational explanation involves a type of generality or universality that is not the same as for an empirical law. If Y is a good reason for A to do JC, then Y would be a good reason for anyone sufficiently like A to do JC under sufficiently similar circumstances, p. 132. We recognize here the notion of probability referred to by Aristotle, what a man would necessarily or reasonably say or do. Dre is too occupied with polemicizing against the covering law model and distinguishing a principle of action from an empirical generalization to take interest in this intersection of the theory of history with that of narrative, as he had done with the theory of action. Yet we cannot forget the Aristotelian distinction between one because of another and one after the other when Dre pleads for the polysemy of the term because, against any reduction to univocity in covering law terms. 1-2 There remains, to my eyes, the major difficulty, which is not the one Dre is arguing about. To the extent that the model of rational explanation makes the theory of history intersect with the theory of action, the problem is to account for those reasons for actions that cannot be attributed to individual agents. Here, we shall see, is the critical point for any narrativist theory. Dre is not unaware of this difficulty and does devote a section to it, pages 137 to 42. He proposes three responses which do not exactly correspond with one another. We can begin by saying that there is a presumption that a given action lends itself to rational explanation if we study it closely enough, p. 137. This presumption is the wager that it is always possible to save the appearance of rationality by discovering, through hard work, the distant and perhaps strange beliefs allowing us to construct the presumed calculation and to reach the sought-for point of equilibrium between reasons and accretions. This presumption of rationality has no limits. It includes recourse to unconscious motives, and even an irrational explanation is still a case of explanation by reasons. However, this first response only holds to the degree that we can identify the individual agents of an action. What happens when rational explanation is applied to groups? Dre suggests that by an elliptical process historians do find it legitimate to personify entities such as Germany and Russia and to apply a quasi-rational explanation to these superagents. For example, Germany's attack on Russia in 1941 can be explained by referring to Germany's fear of being attacked from the rear by Russia as though a calculation of this sort did hold for the actions of a superagent named Germany, CP 140. This ellipsis itself is justified in two ways. We can, through very detailed studies, demonstrate that the calculation in question is in the final analysis one that applies to those individuals authorized to act for Germany. And in other cases, we extend by analogy a typical explanation for an individual to a group. For example, the Puritans in the 18th century fought against the system of taxation in England. The third response is that with large-scale historical phenomena we run into what Whitehead called the senseless side of history, that is, that rationally explainable actions produce unintended and unwanted effects, even adverse ones. For example, Christopher Columbus's voyage can be said to be the cause of the spread of European culture, in a sense of the word cause that has nothing to do with Columbus's intentions. The same may be said for most large-scale social phenomena. At this point, an objection might be made that links up with French historiography's considerations about the long time span and social history. Dre grants that the result of such large-scale changes cannot be explained by the purposes of some individual who stage-managed the whole thing. In other words, there is no place here for referring to some equivalent or substitute for the Hegelian cunning of reason, which would still allow us to speak of unintended results of action in intentional terms. Yet this admission does not prevent more detailed inquiry into individuals' or groups' contribution to the final result and therefore into the calculations that presided over their activities. There is no one super calculation but rather a batch of calculations to be treated in a piecemeal fashion. As we see, the argument is valid only if we take the social process as equivalent to the sum of individual processes analyzed in intentional terms and if we take the gap that separates them as simply meaningless. This equivalence, however, is a problem. There is the question, in fact, whether what distinguishes historical explanation from rational explanations of action is not first of all the scale of phenomena it refers to, namely, entities with a societal character that are not reducible to the sum of their individual bears. Next there is the appearance of effects not reducible to the sum of individual intentions, and hence to their calculations. Finally, there are those changes not reducible to variations in the time experienced by individuals taken one at a time. 1-3 In short, how are we to tie social processes to the acts of individuals and their calculations without professing a methodological individualism that has yet to produce its credentials? William Drake confines himself to the resources of a theory of action close to the one I developed in Part I under the title of mimesis. It remains to be seen whether a narrativist treatment of our historical understanding, which would draw upon the resources of the intelligibility of narrative stemming from mimesis too, might span the gulf that remains between explanation in terms of an individual or quasi-individual agent's reasons and explanation of large-scale historical processes in terms of non-individual social forces. 131. Historical explanation according to G. H. von Wright. Criticism of the covering law model takes a decisive step with the work of George von Wright, for it does not, as with Drake, consist in opposing causal explanation to explanation in terms of laws and constructing, as a partial alternative model, rational explanations. It aims instead at conjoining causal explanation and teleological inference within a mixed model, that of quasi-causal explanation, intended to account for the most typical mode of explanation in the human sciences and in history. It is not insignificant that von Wright, a specialist in deontological logic, 1-5 should recognize, at the threshold of his enterprise, the duality of traditions that have presided over theory building in the humanistic and social disciplines. The first tradition, which goes back to Galileo, and even Plato, gives priority to causal and mechanistic explanation. The second, which goes back to Aristotle, pleads for the specificity of teleological or finalistic explanation. The former requires a unified scientific method. The latter defends a methodological pluralism. Von Wright rediscovers this ancient polarity in the opposition, familiar to the German tradition, between Verstehen, understanding, and Erklärung, explanation. 1-6 But even though the covering law model was forced to deny that understanding possessed any explanatory value, without for all that succeeding in accounting for the intellectual operations actually at work in the human sciences, von Wright proposes a sufficiently powerful model to get close to, through a series of successive extensions of the initial language of classical propositional logic, the domain of historical understanding, with regard to which he always recognizes an originary capacity of apprehension as regards the meaning of human action. What is interesting, for our investigation, lies exactly in this approximation without annexation of the domain of understanding through a model stemming from the enrichment of propositional logic by modal logic and the theory of dynamic systems. 1-7 Whoever speaks of approximation speaks at the same time of the construction through successive extensions of some initial language of a richer model, yet one that is coherent with the theoretical requirements of this language, and also of the polarization of the theoretical model due to the attraction exercised upon it of some originary apprehension of meaning, which in the end remains external to the purely internal process of enriching the model. The question will be whether this approximation goes as far as becoming a logical reformulation of the underlying concepts of historical understanding. Unlike the covering law model, which limits itself to superimposing a covering law upon what is given without any internal logical connection, von Wright's model extends its empire to the conditional relations between earlier and later states implied in dynamic physical systems. This extension constitutes the underlying structure for his logical reformulation of the whole problem of understanding. There is no question here of reproducing the argumentation that governs. 132. 133. This passage from propositional logic to the logic of dynamic physical systems. I shall limit myself to a rapid presentation of the formal logical apparatus that governs von Wright's work. 1-8 He makes the following assumptions, a set of logically independent generic states of affairs, that the sun is shining, that someone is opening a door, etc. 19. The occurrence of these states of affairs on given, spatial or temporal, occasions, the assumption that logically independent states of affairs combine with one another in a finite number of ways constituting a total state or world, the possibility of constructing a land gauge that, through a conjunction of its sentences, describes those states that are the atoms or elements of this possible world, and, finally, the possibility of considering, among the set of states of affairs, state spaces and, among these, finite state spaces. This set of presuppositions can be summed up as follows. Assume that the total state of the world on a given occasion can be completely described by stating for any given member of some state space, whether or not this member obtains on that occasion. A world which satisfies this condition might be called a Tractatus world. It is the kind of world which Wittgenstein envisaged in the Tractatus. It is a species of a more general conception of how the world is constituted. We can call this general conception logical atomism, p. 44, his emphasis. As to saying whether the world in which we actually live satisfies this model, that remains a deep and difficult metaphysical question, and I do not know how to answer it, Ibid. The model indicates only that states of affairs are the sole ontological building bricks of those worlds we are studying and that we do not attend to the internal structure of these bricks. At this stage of the analysis, it is difficult to see what step has been taken in the direction of practical and historical understanding. A first significant extension concerns the addition to the system of a principle of development. Von Wright does this in the simplest possible way, by adding a rudimentary tense logic to his two-valued propositional logic. Using the vocabulary of this logic, we add a new symbol t which is reducible to a binary connector. The expression ptq can be read, now, the state p obtains and next, viz., on the next occasion, the state q obtains. Of particular interest is the case when they are state descriptions. The whole expression then says that the world is now in a certain state and on the next occasion in a certain total state, the same or a different one as the case may be, p. 45. If we consider further that the p and q that frame the t can also themselves contain the symbol t, we can construct chains of states marked by succession which allow us to state fragments of the world's history, where the term history indicates both the succession of total states of the world and the expressions depicting that succession. We must further enrich the calculus of the connective t, first with a temporal quantifier, always never, sometimes, then by a modal operator m. These successive additions govern the formalizing of the logic of conditions as well as what von Wright will later call causal analysis. Instead of developing this calculus further, he limits himself to a quasi-formal method of exposition and illustration bringing into play simple topological figures, or trees, p. 48. These figures consist only of total states of the world, made up of n elementary states of affairs, represented by small circles, a progression from left to right from one total state to another, hence a history, represented by the line connecting the circles, and finally alternate possible progressions, represented by branches of the tree. As formal as this model may be, it already bears the imprint of every subsequent development. The most fundamental condition of history is constituted by the freedom of movement, the theoretically unlimited intermination the world has, or would have had, at each stage of the progression. We must never lose sight of the fact that, when we speak of a system, we have only to do with a fragment of the history of the world. A system, in this sense, is defined through a state space, an initial state, a number of stages of development, and a set of alternative moves for each stage, p. 49. Far then from the idea of a system excluding the intervention of free and responsible subjects, whether it be a question of making a plan or a physical experiment, it fundamentally conserves this possibility and calls for it as its complement. How? A second addition is necessary here, if the logic of dynamic physical systems is to rejoin our originary understanding of action and history. It concerns the status of causal explanation in relation to causal analysis, it being understood that it is the former that is of interest to understanding. Causal analysis is an activity that runs through systems in the form of topological trees. Considering some final state, it inquires into the causes of its coming into being and its composition in terms of necessary and sufficient conditions. Let us briefly recall the distinction between these two types of condition. To say that P is a sufficient condition of Q is to say that whenever P, then Q, P suffices to assure the presence of Q. To say that P is the necessary condition of Q is to say that whenever Q, then P, Q suffices to assure the presence of P. The difference between these two types of conditions is illustrated by the asymmetry in how the system is considered, that is, whether it is a P approached retrogressively or progressively, due to the alternatives opened by the branches. Causal explanation differs from causal analysis in that in the latter a system is given and we explore the conditional relations internal to the system, whereas in causal explanation an individual occurrence of a generic phenomenon, an event, process, or state, is given and we look for a system wherein this generic phenomenon the explanandum can be linked to another one following some relation of conditionality. The reader will recognize the step being taken in the direction of the human sciences by this passing from causal analysis to causal explanation, and by the application to the latter of the distinction between a necessary and a sufficient condition. The sufficient condition relation governs manipulation, in producing P we bring about Q. The necessary condition relation governs prevention. 134. 135. In setting aside P we prevent everything from happening for which P is a necessary condition. We respond to the question why did such a state necessarily happen? In terms of a sufficient condition. On the other hand, we respond to the question how was it possible for such a state to occur? In terms of a necessary, but not sufficient, condition. In the explanation of the first kind, prediction is possible. Explanations of the second kind do not authorize prediction, but rather retrodiction, in the sense that, beginning from the fact that something has happened, we infer, backward through time, that the antecedent necessary condition must have occurred and we look for its traces in the present, as is the case in cosmology, geology, and biology, as well as, I shall say later, in certain historical explanations. We are now ready for the decisive step, the articulation of causal explanation on the basis of what we originally understand action as being. Note that at this stage the theories of action and of history overlap. The phenomenon of interference, which we anticipated in speaking of producing and bringing about, or of setting aside and preventing, requires such articulation, in the sense that it conjoins that ability to do something of which an agent has an immediate understanding, with the internal conditional relations of a system. The originality of explanation and understanding is that it seeks the condition of such interference in terms of the very structure of systems. The key concept is that of the closure of a system, which comes from causal analysis. In fact, a system can be called closed only on some occasion, for a given exemplification. An occasion or a sequence of occasions is given, where its initial state occurs and the system unfolds following one of its possible courses of development over n given steps. Among the possible types of closure we can include isolating a system from external causal influences. No state, at any step of the system, has an antecedent causal condition outside the system. Action realizes another noteworthy type of closure, in that it is in doing something that an agent learns to isolate a closed system from its environment and to discover the possibilities of development inherent to the system. The agent learns this by setting the system in motion, beginning from some initial state the agent has isolated. It is this setting things in motion that constitutes interference, at the intersection between one of the agent's abilities and the resources of the system. How does this intersection occur? Von Wright's argument runs as follows. Given A, the initial state of a system for a given occasion, assume now there is a state as such that we feel confident, on the basis of past experience, that A will not change to a state A, unless we change it to A. And assume this is something, we know, we can do, p. 60, his emphases. These sentences contain the whole theory of interference. Here we touch something irreducibly. I am certain that I can. No action would happen and, in particular, no scientific experiments would occur, without this confidence and this as 136. Assurance that through our interference we can produce changes in the world. And this assurance does not depend upon a relation of conditionality. Instead, a marks an interruption of the chain. A, we assumed, will not change to A unless we change it, p. 61, his emphasis. Conversely, we can simply let the world change without our interference. Thus we have to isolate a fragment of the world's history to a closed system and get to know the possibilities, and necessities, which govern the developments inside a system. Partly by repeatedly putting the system in motion through acts of producing its initial stage and then watching, passively, the successive stages of its development, and partly by comparing these successive stages with developments in systems originating from different initial states, pages 63 to 64. Von Wright is correct when he states that in the idea of putting systems in motion the ideas of action and causation meet, p. 64. Here he renews a relationship with one of the oldest meanings of the idea of a cause, of which Langage has conserved a trace. Science may well struggle against analogical and abusive uses of the idea of a cause as some responsible agent, but this idea has its roots in the idea of doing something and of intentionally interfering with the course of nature. 2.0 As for the logical structure of doing something, von Wright adopts the distinctions introduced by Arthur Danto. 2. With Danto, he distinguishes between doing something, without having to do something else in the meantime, and bringing something about, by doing something else. We have to decide whether to say, the thing done is the result of an action, the thing brought about is the consequence of an action, p. 67. This distinction is important because interference in a system rests finally on the first type of actions, which Danto calls basic actions. The tie between a basic action and its result is intrinsic and logical, not causal, if we retain from the Humean model the idea that cause and effect are logically extrinsic to each other. Action is therefore not the cause of its result, the result is a part of the action. So in this sense, the action of putting a system in motion, reduced to a basic action, identifies the initial state of a system with the result of an action, in a non-causal sense of the word result. The metaphysical consequences of this concept of interference are important and indirectly concern history, inasmuch as it relates actions. Being able to do something, we say, is to be free. In the race between causation and agency, the latter will always win. It is a contradiction in terms to think that agency could be completely caught in the nets of causality, p. 81. If we doubt this, it is first because we take as our models the phenomena of disabilities and incapacitations, rather than successful interferences, which rest upon the intimate certainty we have of being able to do something. This certitude is not derived from acquired knowledge bearing on our inabilities. If we doubt our freedom to do something, it is because we extrapolate to the whole world the regular sequences we have observed. We forget that causal relations 137 are relative to the fragments of the history of a world that has the characteristics of a closed system. But the capacity to put systems in motion by producing their initial states is a condition for their closure. Action is therefore implied in the discovery of causal relations. Let us stop at this stage of the demonstration. Are we justified in saying that the theory of dynamic systems furnishes a logical reformulation of what we have already understood as being an action, in the strong sense of the term, that is, as implying an agent's conviction of being able to do something? It does not seem so. Actions lead over causality, suggested in the text just cited, is definitive. Causal explanation runs after our conviction of being able to do something but can never catch up. Approximation, in this sense, is not a logical reformulation without any remainder, but rather the progressive reduction of the interval that allows logical theory to explore the frontier it has in common with understanding. The reader will have noted that, in my analysis of the phenomenon of interference, I have not distinguished the theory of action and that of history. Or rather, the theory of history has been considered as only one mode of the theory of action. The extension of the initial logical model is guided, in its approximation of the historical field, by another phenomenon of which we have an understanding just as originary as that of our ability to do something, namely, the understanding we have of the intentional character of action. This intentional character was in one sense implicitly contained in the earlier analysis of doing something. With Danto, we in effect distinguished basic actions, by which we do something without an intervening intermediary action, and those other actions, by means of which we do something so that something else happens, that is, those things we bring about, and, among them, those which we bring about through other people. We are going to see what extending of the model this originary apprehension of meaning gives rise to, and we shall ask ourselves whether the new approximation this extension gives rise to can take advantage of a full logical reformulation of our understanding of the intentional character of action. The adding of teleological explanation to causal explanation is called for by the logic of in order that. Let us set aside the case of quasi-teleological explanation, which is only disguised causal explanation, as when we say a wild animal is attracted by its prey, or that a rocket is drawn to its target. The teleological language cannot conceal the fact that the validity of these explanations rests entirely on the truth of their gnomic connections. Adaptive phenomena, and in general functional explanations in biology and history, arise from this type of explanation. Conversely, we shall see later, history presents quasi-causal explanations which, in this instance, conceal in a causal vocabulary, in the gnomic sense of this word, genuine segments of teleological explanation. Teleological explanation bears on action-like forms of behavior. The phases of an action, in its outer aspect, are not tied together here by a causal bond. Their unity is constituted by their being subsumed under the same intention, defined by what the agent intends to do, or to abstain from doing, or to neglect to do. Von Wright's thesis is that intention cannot be treated as a Humean cause of behavior, if we define such causes by the distinctive feature that the cause and effect are logically independent of each other. Von Wright is here adopting the logical connection argument, which says that the tie between a reason for acting and the action itself is an intrinsic, not an extrinsic, one. It is a motivational mechanism and, as such, not causal but teleological, p. 69. The question posed here is knowing to what point the logic of teleological explanation accounts for what has already been understood as an intention. As previously in the analysis of interference, we discover a new relation between understanding and explaining. It is no longer a matter of incorporating an icon into a causal chain but an intention into a teleological explanation. To succeed at this, it suffices to take teleological explanation as an inverted practical inference, written as follows. A intends to bring about P. A considers that he cannot bring about P unless he does A. Therefore A sets himself to do A. In a teleological explanation, the conclusion of the practical inference is both a premise and the major term of the conclusion. A sets himself to do A because A intends to bring about P. The practical inference, therefore, is what has to be considered. But in order to become teleologically explicable, behavior must first be intentionalistically understood, p. 121, his emphasis. Intentional and teleological are thus terms that overlap without being identical with each other. The description in which the action to be explained is stated, Von Wright calls intentional, the explanation itself which brings into play a practical inference, he calls teleological. The two terms overlap inasmuch as the intentional description is required in order to constitute the premise of a practical inference. They are distinct inasmuch as the teleological explanation is applied to objects distant from an intention, which are reached precisely at the end of the practical inference. On one side, therefore, the intentional description only constitutes the rudimentary form of a teleological explanation. Only the practical inference brings about the passage from the intentional description to the teleological explanation properly speaking. On the other side, there would be no need for a logic of the practical syllogism if an immediate apprehension of the meaning bearing on the intentional character of the action did not give rise to it. Just as in the movement between our lived experience of acting and causal explanation, action always won, must we not say that in the movement between intentional interpretation 138 of action and teleological explanation, the former always wins? Von Wright comes close to admitting this in the passage already cited, in order to become teleologically explicable. Behavior mentioned in the conclusion of the practical syllogism must first be intentionalistically understood. And he also says, a teleological explanation of action is normally preceded by an act of intentionalist understanding of some behavioral data, p. 132, his emphasis. 2. Let me make my point another way. In completing causal explanation with teleological explanation, have we reached that understanding of history that I tie to narrative understanding? 3. In truth, we have not yet accounted for what distinguishes the theory of history from that of action. The practical syllogism as just described allowed me to lengthen, if I may put it this way, the range of the intentional aim of action. This is why teleological explanation by itself does not allow us to distinguish history from action. In fact, we have only spoken until now of history in an extremely formal sense. A system, we said, is a fragment of the history of a world. But this assertion is valid for every possible world satisfying the criteria for a tractatus world. The term history, in the concrete sense of a story, appears just once in the analysis of teleological explanation. It is introduced in the following way. We can observe with Wittgenstein that intentional behavior resembles the use of language. It is a gesture whereby I mean something, p. 114. The use and the understanding of language presuppose the context of a linguistic community, which is a life community. An intention, we are told in Wittgenstein's Philosophical Investigations, section 337, is embedded in its situation, in human customs and institutions. One result is that we cannot understand or teleologically explain a form of behavior completely foreign to us. It is this reference to the context of an action that calls for the comment that the behavior's intentionality is its place in a story about the agent, Von Wright, p. 115, his emphasis. It is not sufficient therefore to establish the equivalence between intentionality and teleological explanation to account for explanation in history. It is also necessary to give a logical equivalent for the relationship of an intention to its context, which, in history, is made up of all the circumstances and all the unintended effects of the action. It is to approach a degree closer to this particular status of explanation in history that Von Wright introduces the concept of quasi-causal explanation. In a general way, quasi-causal explanation takes the form, this happened because. For example, a people rose up in rebellion because the government was corrupt. This explanation is said to be causal because the explanans refers to a factor that preceded the explanandum. But it is only quasi-causal, for two reasons. The negative reason is that the validity of the two statements does not require, as is the case for causal explanation and for quasi-teleological explanation, the truth of a law-like connection. The positive reason is that the second statement contains an implicitly teleological. 139. 140. Structure. The goal of the uprising was to throw off the evil the people were suffering. What therefore is the relation between quasi-causal explanation and teleological explanation? Let us say first of all that it is not the only mode of explanation in history. History seems rather, from an explanatory point of view, to constitute a mixed genre. Hence, if there is a place for explanations of a causal type, that place is peculiar and in a characteristic sense subordinate to other types of explanation, p. 135. 2. Causal explanation occurs in two major forms: explanation in terms of sufficient conditions, why did this type of state of affairs necessarily occur, and explanations in terms of necessary conditions, how was it possible that. The subordination of these two forms of causal explanation to other types of explanation can be shown in the following way. Consider the ruins of a city. What was the cause of its destruction? A flood or an invasion? We have a Humean cause, a physical event, and a Humean effect, another physical event, the conquest being considered as a physical agent. But this fragment of causal explanation is not, as such, the province of history. It arises only indirectly from history, inasmuch as, behind the material cause, a background of political rivalries takes shape between cities, and inasmuch as, beyond the material effect, political, economic, and cultural consequences of the disaster develop. It is this non-Humean cause and non-Humean effect that historical explanation wants to tie together. In this first type, therefore, the role of the causal explanation proper is often to link the non-Humean causes of its explanans with the non-Humean effects of its explanandum, p. 137. 2.5 Here is an explanation in terms of necessary conditions. How could the inhabitants of this place have been able to construct such a colossal city wall? The explanandum is a Humean effect, the walls are still standing. The explanans is also a Humean cause, the material means used for their construction. But the explanation is only a historical one if it takes a detour through action, city planning, architecture, etc. The explanandum is then the result of this action, in the sense that we said that a result of action is not a Humean effect. Once again, the causal explanation is one segment of the historical explanation, which also includes a non-law-like, causal, segment. 2.6 As for quasi-causal explanation, it is significantly more complex than are the preceding forms. The answer to the question why is extraordinarily ramified in it. The example introduced earlier, that the people rose up because their government was corrupt, masks the real complexity of the historian's work. Consider the thesis that the First World War broke out because the Austrian Archduke was assassinated at Sarajevo in July 1914. What kind of explanation is this supposed to be? Concede for the sake of argument that the cause and effect are logically independent, in other words, that the two events are considered as different from each other. 2.7 In this sense, the explanation 141 clearly has a causal form. Yet true mediation is assured by the whole range of motivations affecting the parties involved. This range of motivations must be schematized by an equal number of practical inferences, which engender new facts, in virtue of the link we have spoken of between intention and action in a practical syllogism. These facts constitute new situations for all the agents, who evaluate their situation by incorporating the new fact into the premises of their new practical inferences, which in turn engender new facts which affect the premises of the practical inferences utilized by the various parties involved. 2.8 Quasi-causal explanation thus turns out to be more complex than rational explanation in Dre's sense of this term. This latter form only overlaps the properly teleological segments of the mixed model, the causal teleological aspects. These segments do derive from a set of singular statements which constitute the premises of practical inferences, p. 142. But, if it is true that these segments of a practical inference are not reducible to gnomic connections, quasi-causal explanation, in turn, is not reducible to the reconstruction of a calculation, as in rational explanation. In sum, quasi-causal explanation correctly restores several specific characteristics of explanation in history. First, the conjunction between causal explanation and the theory of action due to the phenomenon of interference allows us to include within the mixed model the reference of history to human accessions, whose signification as action is attested to by the conviction the agent has that he is able to do what he does. Further, the teleological segments of the explanatory schema testify to the fact that it is reasonable for the historian to inquire about the intentions of actors in history in terms of a practical inference arising out of a specific logic, that which was inaugurated by the Aristotelian theory of the practical syllogism. Finally, the model expresses the necessity of coordinating these modes of an ability to do something and these segments of practical inference with non-practical and non-teleological segments of a properly causal type. In return, we can ask whether, despite the extraordinary effort at attaching the various modes of explanation to a very powerful logical model, the types of explanation are not more scattered than ever. We have, in fact, a proposal for 3 schemas of historical explanation, without having been shown how the first 2 are incorporated into the third one. Moreover, an important scattering factor appears on the causal level. In a properly analytic approach, we are led to distinguish between external factors, climate, technology, etc., and internal ones, motives, reasons, etc., without being able to say which are causes and which are effects. An integrating factor appears to be lacking here, whose importance and perhaps unavoidability are indicated by ideologies. From its side, the motivational field contains factors as disparate as commands, hindrances, normative pressures, badges of authority, sanctions, and the like which add to the scattering. 142. Of explanation. It is difficult to see how all these heterogeneous causes are to be incorporated into the premises of a practical syllogism. Here we touch upon the claim of overall explanations such as those of historical materialism. Since it is equally impossible to prove them with a priori reasons or to refute them on the basis of experience alone, we have to admit that the prime may assure of their truth is their fertility for furthering our understanding of history or the social process, p. 145. The boundary between scientific explanation and ideology is revealed as a fragile one, owing to the lack of an effort, which we shall only encounter in Hayden White, to integrate into historical explanation more numerous variables than those considered by von Wright and to confer on all these explanatory modes the unity of a style. To stick with the model of quasi-causal explanation, in its most elementary presentation, however, we might ask what assures the unity of the gnomic and the teleological segments inside the overall schema. This discontinuity inside the model, joined to the other scattering factors of explanation just referred to, leads us to ask whether a guideline from the order of understanding is not lacking for holding together the gnomic and the teleological segments of a quasi-causal explanation. For me, this guideline is plot, insofar as it is a synthesis of the heterogeneous. Plot, in effect, comprehends in one intelligible whole circumstances, goals, interactions, and unintended results. May we not say, therefore, that plot is to quasi-causal explanation what the assurance of our ability to do something was earlier to an agent's interfering in a gnomic system, and what intentionality was to teleological explanation? Must we not, in the same way, say that causal explanation must be preceded by our narrative understanding, in the sense that we could say with von Wright that a teleological explanation of action is normally preceded by an act of intentionalist understanding of some behavioral data? Is this not so because in understanding a plot, we take as a whole gnomic and teleological segments, because we look for a model of explanation appropriate to that eminently heterogeneous concatenation that the diagram for quasi-causal explanation so well throws into relief? I find some justification for my interpretation in von Wright's own analysis. Each result of a practical syllogism is said to create a new fact which changes the motivation background assignable to the action of different historical agents. Is not this change what we have constantly called the circumstances of an action, and what narrative incorporates into the unity of the plot? Is not the virtue of the explanatory schema, consequently, that it generalizes the notion of circumstances, to the point of making it designate not just an initial situation, but all the interpolated situations which, by their novelty, constitute a motivation background within the field of interactions? That a fact affects the premises of a practical inference, that a new fact emerges from the conclusion drawn from the premises, is what must be understood as a synthesis of the 143. Heterogeneous, before the logic of explanation proposes a more adequate reformulation of it. But this reformulation, far from substituting itself for our narrative understanding, remains an approximation of a more original operation on the same level as our certitude of being able to do something and an intentional description of behavior. Narrativist arguments. The bringing together of history and narrative, I said at the beginning of this chapter, is born from the conjunction of two movements of thought. To the weakening and breaking up of the covering law model corresponded a re-evaluation of narrative and its resources of intelligibility. The fact is that for the advocates of the covering law model, narrative was too elementary and too poor a mode of articulation to claim as explanatory. I shall say, using the vocabulary proposed in Part I of this work, that for these authors narrative has only an episodic character, not a configurational one. 2.9 This is why they saw an epistemological break between history and narrative. The question now is whether the reconquest of the configurational features of narrative justifies hope that our narrative understanding can take on an explanatory value, at the same time that historical explanation ceases to be assured by the standard of the covering law model. My own contribution to this problem will be born, in the next chapter, from the admission that a narrativist conception of history only partially answers this expectation. This conception does tell us what prior mode of understanding explanation is grafted to, but it does not give us a narrative equivalent or substitute for explanation. This is why I am looking for a more indirect tie between historical explanation and our narrative understanding. The present investigation will not have been in vain, however, inasmuch as it will have allowed us to isolate one necessary but not sufficient component of historical knowledge. A half failure remains a half success. Narrative sentences according to Arthur Danto. It is noteworthy that the first plea in favor of a narrativist interpretation of history should have been formulated within the framework of analytic philosophy itself. It is found in Arthur C. Danto's book, Analytic Philosophy of History. 0. The guiding thread of his argument is not so much the epistemology of historiography, as it is practiced by historians, as it is the conceptual framework governing our use of a certain type of sentences called narrative sentences. This inquiry stems from analytic philosophy, if we mean by this term the description of our ways of thinking and talking about the world, and correlatively the description of the world such as these ways of thinking and speaking oblige us to conceive it. Analytic philosophy, so understood, is in essence a theory of descriptions. Applied to history, this analytic conception of philosophy cones down to asking to what extent our ways of thinking and speaking about the world involve sentences using verbs in the past tense and irreducibly narrative statements. This type of question, according to Danto, is carefully avoided by empiricism, which only deals with present tense verbs corresponding to statements about perception. Linguistic analysis in this way implies a metaphysical description of historical existence. 3.1 By this quasi-Kantian turn, analytic philosophy of history excludes in principle and as a hypothesis what Danto calls substantive philosophy of history. Generally speaking, this is any Hegelian type of philosophy of history. Analytic philosophy of history rightly attributes to such philosophy the claim to grasp the whole of history, but it interprets this claim as follows. To talk about the whole of history is to compose a complete picture of the past and the future. But to pronounce on the future is to extrapolate from the configurations and concatenations of the past in the direction of what is still to come. This extrapolation, constitutive of prophecy, consists, in turn, of speaking about the future in terms appropriate to the past. But there is no history of the future, nor, as we shall see later, a history of the present, due to the nature of narrative sentences, which redescribe past events in light of subsequent ones unknown to the actors themselves. Such a meaning can be conferred on events only in the context of a story. p. 11, his emphasis. The vice of substantive philosophies of history, as a consequence, is that they write narrative sentences with regard to the future when they can only be written with regard to the past. The argument is an impeccable one so long as it is formulated in negative terms. If the philosophy of history is thought concerning the whole of history, it cannot be the expression of a narrative discourse appropriate to the past. But the argument cannot eliminate the hypothesis that discourse about the whole of history does not have a narrative nature and constitutes its meaning in an other way. Hegelian philosophy of history is assuredly not narrative. Nor can we say that the anticipation of the future in a philosophy or theology of hope is narrative. On the contrary, narration is there reinterpreted beginning from hope, certain founding events, for example, the Exodus or the resurrection, being interpreted as marking out the path of hope. As long as we keep the argument in its negative form, it has the twofold virtue of delimiting in an almost Kantian way the space where narrative sentences are valid and imposing a limit on them. Not only, as Danto rightly says, is narrative discourse intrinsically incomplete, since every narrative sentence is subject to revision by a later historian, but also every intelligible thing we can say about history does not inevitably have a narrative character. This sec and implication is directed against what remains dogmatic in the analytic phi. 144. 145. Philosophy of history, in spite of its deliberately critical turn when it sets out the internal limits of historical knowledge. It is not certain that what the substantive philosophy of history attempts is to make the same kind of statement about the future that historians try to make about the past. p. 26. The presuppositions for an analytic philosophy of history having been stated, the study of narrative sentences presents itself as the study of a class of sentences. It establishes the differentiating feature of historical knowledge and, in this sense, provides a minimal characterization of history. I am not saying, however, that it attains the core of historical understanding, inasmuch as the context of history is not defined by the structure of the narrative sentence. The properly discursive feature of history is missing, as we shall see later. This study rests on the theory of descriptions as applied to one particular sector of reality, namely, the changes produced by human action. The same change stemming from human action can be variously described, and a narrative sentence is one of the possible descriptions of such action. I shall speak later about what distinguishes these accounts that we give of action, within the framework of what is usually called the theory of action. Danto's ingenious idea is to approach the theory of narrative sentences by way of a detour, criticism of the prejudice that the past is determined, fixed, eternally standing still in its being, while the future is open and undecided, in the sense of Aristotle's and the Stoics' future contingencies. This presupposition rests upon the hypothesis that events fall into a receptacle where they accumulate without being able to be altered, neither their order of appearance can be changed, nor can anything be added to their content, except by adding to what follows them. A complete description of an event should therefore register everything that happened, in the order in which it happened. But who could do such a thing? Only an ideal chronicler could be such an absolutely faithful witness and absolutely sure about this entirely determined past. This ideal chronicler would be gifted with the faculty of being able to give an instantaneous transcription of whatever happens, augmenting his testimony in a purely additive and cumulative way as events are added to events. In relation to this ideal of a complete and definitive description, the historian's task would be merely to eliminate false sentences, to re-establish any upset in the order of true sentences, and to add whatever is lacking in this testimony. The refutation of this hypothesis is simple. One class of descriptions is missing from this absolute chronicle, the one precisely in terms of which an event cannot be witnessed, that is, the whole truth concerning this event cannot be known until after the fact and long after it has taken place. This is just the sort of story only a historian can tell. In short, we have neglected to equip the ideal chronicler with a knowledge of the future. We can now define narrative sentences. They refer to at least two time-separated events, though they only describe, are only about, the earliest event. 146. To which they refer, p. 143, his emphasis. Or more exactly, they refer to two distinct and time-separated events, E and E2. And they describe the earliest of the events referred to, p. 152, his emphasis. It is also necessary to add that the two events must both be in the past as related to the time of the utterance. Three temporal positions are therefore implied in a narrative sentence: that of the event described, that of the event in terms of which the first event is described, and that of the narrator. The first two concern the statement, the third its being stated. The paradigmatic example which this analysis rests upon is illustrated by the following sentence. In 1717, the author of Rameau's nephew was born. No one, at that time, could utter such a sentence, which describes the birth of a child in light of another event, the publication of Diderot's famous book. In other words, writing Rameau's nephew is the event in terms of which the first event, Diderot's birth, is described. In a while I shall pose the question whether this type of sentence, by itself, is typical of historical narrative. This analysis of narrative sentences has several implications. The first one takes the form of a paradox concerning causality. If an event is significant in light of future events, the characterization of one event as the cause of another one may occur subsequent to the event itself. It might seem, then, that a subsequent event transforms a prior one into a cause, therefore that a sufficient condition for the earlier event is produced later than the event. But this is a sophism, for what is determined after the fact is not some part of the event but the predicate is the cause of. We must say therefore that E2 is a necessary condition for E, to be a cause, given an appropriate description. We are simply repeating in another way that is the cause of. Is not a predicate available to the ideal chronicler and only characterizes narrative sentences. Examples of such a retrospective use of the category cause are numerous. A historian will readily say, Aristarchus, in 270 BC, anticipated Copernicus's theory published in A.D. 1453. Similar expressions anticipated, began, preceded, provoked, gave rise to appear only in narrative sentences. A large part of the concept of significance stems from this peculiarity of narrative sentences. For whoever visits the birthplace of a famous person, this site is meaningful or important only in light of subsequent events. In this sense, the category of significance lacks meaning for the ideal chronicler, even though he is a perfect witness. A second epistemological implication is even more interesting, for it allows us to distinguish the properly narrative description of action from ordinary descriptions of it. Here Danto says something that Dre could not anticipate with his model of rational explanations, which takes into account only historical actors' calculations at the moment when they occurred. Both descriptions, it is true, have in common their use of verbs that we may call project verbs. These verbs do more than simply describe a particular action. Expressions such as make war or raise cattle, or write a book contain verbs 147 that cover many detailed actions, which may be totally discontinuous and implicate numerous individuals in a temporal structure for which the narrator carries the responsibility. In history we encounter innumerable uses of such project verbs, which organize numerous micro-actions into one unique overall action. But in ordinary discourse about action, the meaning of a project verb is not affected by the outcome of the action, whether it takes place or not, whether it succeeds or fails. So if history is characterized by statements that account for the truth of a particular occurrence in terms of its unintended consequences, the truth of the statements bearing on the subsequent events is important for the meaning of the narrative description. The theory of narrative sentences thus is valuable in a discriminating way as regards discourse about action in ordinary language. The discriminating factor lies in the retroactive realignment of the past, p. 168, brought about by the properly narrative description of action. This realignment is far-reaching. To the extent that the past is considered temporally in terms of unintended consequences, history tends to weaken the intentional accent in action. Frequently and almost typically, the actions of men are not intentional under those descriptions given of them by means of narrative sentences, p. 182. This last feature accentuates the gap between the theory of action and that of history. For the whole point of history is not to know about actions as witnesses might, but as historians do, in connection with later events and as parts of temporal wholes, p. 183. 3.2 This gap between the theory of action and narrative theory helps us better to understand in what sense narrative description is one kind of description among other kinds. The final consequence is that there is no history of the present, in the strictly narrative sense of that term. Such a thing could be only an anticipation of what future historians might write about us. The symmetry between explanation and prediction, characteristic of the nomological sciences, is broken at the very level of historical statements. If such narration of the present could be written and known to us, we could in turn falsify it by doing the opposite of what it predicts. We do not know at all what future historians might write about us. Not only do we not know what events will occur, we do not know which ones will be taken as important. We would have to foresee the interests of future historians to foresee under what descriptions they will place our accessions. Peirce's assertion the future is open means no one has written the history of the present. This latter remark brings us back to our starting point, the internal limit of narrative statements. In what measure does the analysis of narrative sentences clarify the problem of the relationships between our narrative understanding and historical explanation? Danto nowhere declares that the theory of history is exhausted by his analysis of narrative sentences. Nowhere does he say that a historical text is reducing 148 bly to a succession of narrative sentences. The constraints imposed on the true description of an event by the temporal structure of a narrative sentence only constitute a minimal characterization of historical activity, p. 25. Still it is true that the very choice of narrative sentences as the minimal constraint might leave the impression that the statements describing point-like events, or at least dated ones, in light of other point-like or dated events constitute the logical atoms of historical discourse. In fact it is only a question, at least until Danto's chapter 10, of true descriptions of events in their past, ibid, in opposition to the claim of philosophers of history also to describe events in their future. It almost seems presumed that historical events, taken one by one, are all of the form, what happened to X during such and such an interval of time. Nothing indicates that historical discourse requires connectives, themselves complex, distinct from the structure of the narrative sentence. This is why explaining and describing in the narrative sense are for so long taken as indistinguishable. Danto wants nothing to do with Croce's distinction between chronicle and history, 33, nor with Walsh's distinction between a pure, plain narrative, limited to reporting what happened, and a significant one which seeks to establish connections between facts. For a simple narrative already does more than report events in their order of appearance. A list of facts without any ties between them is not a narrative. This is why describing and explaining are not distinguished from each other, or, in Danto's forceful expression, why history is of a piece. What we can distinguish is the narrative and the material evidence warranting it. A narrative does not reduce to a summary of its critical apparatus, whether we understand by this its conceptual or its documentary apparatus. Yet the distinction between a narrative and its conceptual or documentary support does not come down to distinguishing two levels of composition. To explain why something happened and to describe what happened coincide. A narrative that fails to explain is less than a narrative. A narrative that does explain is a pure, plain narrative. Nothing therefore indicates that the something more that a narrative has in relation to a simple enumeration of events is different from the twofold structure of reference in the narrative sentence, thanks to which the meaning or truth of one event is relative to the meaning and truth of another event. This is why the notion of plot or narrative structure does not seem to be missing in the logic of the narrative sentence. It is as though the description of an earlier event in terms of a later one were already a plot in miniature. In any case, we can ask whether the two notions are superimposed one on the other. For example, when Danto considers the unavoidably selective activity of historical narrative, he seems to invoke a more complex structural factor. Any narrative is a structure imposed on events, grouping some of them together with others, and ruling some out as lacking relevance, p. 132. A narrative mentions only the significant events, ibid. However, is 149. The narrative organization which confers on events a meaning or an importance, the two connotations of the term significance, simply an expansion of the narrative sentence. 3-4 In my opinion, if the question of the relationship between text and sentence is not posed as such, it is due to the excessive emphasis placed upon the quarrel Danto has with the phantom of a complete description, and the fact that this phantom is exorcised through the analysis of narrative sentences. The problem arises again with the question whether explanation in terms of laws still has a place in history, that is, when a narrative already is, in the nature of the case, a form of explanation. P. 201, his emphasis, foantu, in effect, does not oppose Hempel head-on. He confines himself to observing that the partisans of the covering law model, concerned as they are for the strong structure of the explanans, do not see that this explanans functions in an explanandum that is already a narrative, hence that is already covered by a description that counts as an explanation. We can cover an event with a general law only if it figures in language as a phenomenon under a certain description, therefore as inscribed in a narrative sentence. Consequently, Danto can be much more liberal and ambivalent about the covering law model than Dre can. 3-5. Following a story. W. B. Gally's work, Philosophy and the Historical Understanding, centered on the concept of the followability of a story, leads us a step further in the direction of a structural principle of narrative. 36 This concept, in my opinion, fills a hole left by Danto's analysis of narrative sentences. If the narrative sentence's twofold reference to the event it describes and a later event in light of which the description is made constitutes a good discriminating factor in relation to other descriptions of action, for example, in terms of the agent's own intentions and reasons, nevertheless the mentioning of a difference between two dates, or two temporal localizations, does not suffice to characterize a narrative as a connection between events. A gap remains between the narrative sentence and the narrative text. This is the gap the notion of the followability of a story tries to fill. But it is really in terms of one fundamental hypothesis that Gally sets forth his analysis, namely, whatever understanding and whatever explanations a work of history contains must be assessed in relation to the narrative form from which they arise and whose development they subserve. P. 11. This thesis is as prudent as it is resolute. It does not deny that explanation does something more than simply narrate. It just limits itself to affirming, first, that explanation is not born from nothing but proceeds in some way or another from some discourse that already has a narrative form. Second, it says that in some way or another, explanation remains in the service of the narrative form. This form therefore is both the matrix of explanation and its setting. In this sense, the narrativist thesis says nothing about the structure of explanation. The notion of followability therefore has the ambition of satisfying this twofold requirement. What, then, is a story? And what does it mean to follow a story? A story describes a sequence of actions and experiences done or undergone by a certain number of people, whether real or imaginary. These people are presented either in situations that change or as reacting to such change. In turn, these changes reveal hidden aspects of the situation and the people involved, and engender a new predicament which calls for thought, action, or both. This response to the new situation leads the story toward its conclusion. P. 22. As the reader will see, this sketch of the notion of a story is not far from what I have called implotment. If Gally did not find it useful to relate his concept of a story to that of plot, it was no doubt because he was less interested in the immanent structural constraints on narrative than in the subjective conditions under which a story is acceptable. These conditions of acceptability are what constitute a story's aptitude for being followed. To follow a story, in effect, is to understand the successive actions, thoughts, and feelings in the story inasmuch as they present a particular directedness. Let us understand by this that we are pulled forward by the development, as soon as we respond to this force with expectations concerning the completion and outcome of the whole process. The reader will immediately perceive how understanding and explanation are inextricably mixed together in this process. Ideally, a story should be self-explanatory. P. 23. It is only when the process is interrupted or blocked that we demand an explanation as a supplement. To say that we are oriented in a certain direction is to recognize a teleological function in the conclusion, the same one I emphasized in my analysis of the ending 3.7. However, in response to the covering law model, we need to add that a narrative conclusion is not something that can be deduced or predicted. A story that included no surprises or coincidences or encounters or recognition scenes would not hold our attention. This is why we have to follow a story to its conclusion, which is something completely different than following an argument whose conclusion is compelled to be what it is. Rather than being predictable, a narrative's conclusion has to be acceptable. Looking back from the conclusion toward the intermediary episodes, we must be able to say that this end demanded those events and that chain of actions. Yet this backward look is itself made possible by the teleologically oriented movement of our expectations when we were following the story. An incompatibility, posited abstractly, between the contingency of the incidents and the acceptability of the conclusion is precisely what the followability of a story belies. Contingency is unacceptable only to a mind that attaches the idea of mastery to that of understanding. To follow a story is to find the events intellectually acceptable after all, p. 31, his emphasis. The intelligence X. 150. 151. Ercised here is not the same as that connected with the lawfulness of a process, but one that responds to the internal coherence of a story which conjoins contingency and acceptability. The reader will not have failed to note the surprising kinship of this proposal with the notion of discordant concordance I extracted from the Aristotelian treatment of peripeteia within the framework of Aristotle's theory of mythos. The major difference with regard to criticism stemming from Aristotle is certainly to be found on the side of the subjective factor introduced by the notion of expectation or attraction due to the end, in short, by the subjective teleology that takes the place of structural analysis. In this sense, the concept of followability is drawn more from a psychology of reception than from a logic of configuration. 3.8. If we now pass from the concept of story to that of history, the continuity between them must be underlined first of all. Galli's strategy is precisely to inscribe the epistemological discontinuity between them, which he in no way denies in the framework of the continuity of narrative interest. This strategy, quite clearly, attacks head-on the problematic set forth in the previous chapter. The question will be whether the analysis that follows has any application outside of narrative history, which Galli takes as exemplary. The object of such history is past actions that were recorded or that we can infer on the basis of records and reports. The history we write is the history of those actions whose projects or results can be seen as akin to our own action. And in this sense, all history is one fragment or segment of a unique world of communication. This is why we expect works of history, even if they are isolated works, to indicate in their margins the unique history which, however, no one can write. If this narrative continuity between story and history was little noticed in the past, it was because the problems posed by the epistemological break between fiction and history, or between myth and history, turned attention to the question of evidence, at the expense of the more fundamental question of what accounts for the interest of a work of history. It is this interest that assures the continuity between history based on historiography and ordinary narration. As a narrative, all history has to do with some major achievement or failure of men living and working together, in societies or nations or any other lastingly organized groups, p. 65. This is why, in spite of their critical relation to traditional narrative, histories that deal with the unification or the disintegration of an empire, with the rise or fall of a class, a social movement, a religious sect, or a literary style are narratives. In this regard, the difference between an individual and a group is not decisive. Sagas and ancient epics were already centered on groups, not just on isolated figures. All history is, like saga, basically a narrative of events in which human thought and action play a predominant part, p. 69. Even when history deals with currents, tendencies, or trends, it is the act of following the narrative that confers an or. 152. Organic unity on them. A trend only manifests itself in the succession of events we follow. It is a pattern quality of those particular events, p. 70. This is why, 1. The reading of these historians' stories derives from our competence to follow stories. We follow them from one end to the other, and we follow them in light of the issue promised or glimpsed through the succession of contingent events. 2. Correlatively, the theme of these stories is worth being recounted and their narratives are worth following, because this theme is superimposed on interests that are our own as human beings, however distant this theme might be from our present feelings. Through these two features, his story is a species of the genus story, p. 66. As we see, Galli delays the moment when he has to take up the problem from the other side. Why do historians seek to explain things in a different way than that given by the contours of traditional stories, which they break away from? And how are we to articulate the discontinuity introduced by critical reason into history on the one hand, and fiction, or traditional narratives on the other? Here the notion of followability offers another face. Every story, we have said, in principle explains itself. In other words, narrative answers the question why. At the same time that it answers the question what. To tell what has happened is to tell why it happened. At the same time, following a story is a difficult, laborious process, which can be interrupted or blocked. A story, we also said, has to be acceptable after all, we could have said, in spite of everything. This, we have known since my interpretation of Aristotle, is true of every narrative. The one because of the other is not always easy to extract from the one after the other. Consequently, our most elementary narrative understanding already confronts our expectations governed by our interests and our sympathies with reasons that, to fulfill their meaning, have to correct our prejudices. In this way, critical discontinuity is even incorporated into narrative continuity. We thus see in what way the phenomenology applied to every story's followability is capable of extension, to the point of inserting a critical moment into the very heart of the basic act of following a story. This interplay between expectations governed by interests and reasons governed by critical rationality provides an appropriate framework for attacking the two specifically epistemological problems set forth in Chapter 4 above, namely, the change in scale of the entities treated by contemporary history, and the recourse to laws at the level of scientific history. The first problem seems to constrain the narrativist to take part in a quarrel between two schools of thought. For the first one, which we can call the nominalist school, general propositions that refer to collective entities and attribute predicates of action to them, we speak of a government's politics. 153. The progress of a reform, a change of constitution, have no autonomous meaning. Although these propositions, taken in a strict sense, do not refer to the identifiable actions of singular individuals, in the final analysis an institutional change is only an abbreviation for a multitude of ultimately individual facts. For the second school, which we can call the realist one, institutions and every comparable collective phenomenon are real entities, which have their own history, irreducible to goals, efforts, and enterprises attributable to individuals either acting alone or in concert, in their own name or in the name of groups which they represent. Conversely, to understand actions assignable to individuals, we have to refer to those institutional facts within which they act. And finally, we are not really interested in what individuals do as individuals. Against all expectations, Galli is very careful not to take sides with the nominalist thesis. Nominalists, in fact, do not explain why it is in the historian's interest to proceed to an abbreviation of individual facts which subordinates them to the abstraction of an institutional one, nor why historians are indifferent about enumerating every individual action and reaction in order to understand the evolution of an institution. Nominalists do not see the close tie between the use of abstractions and the eminently selective character of historical interest. Nor do they see, for the most part, that the actions attributable to individuals are done by them as individuals, but only insofar as they are filling some institutional role. Finally, Nominalists do not see that to understand global phenomena such as social discontent or economic institutions requires use of dummy variables, some x that marks the place where all the as yet unexplored interactions capable of standing in the place of this x cross. 3.9 In all these respects, the Weberian method of ideal types turns out to be the best way to explain this sort of abstraction. Yet if the historian's practice belies the extreme thesis that only individual things exist, including persons, it does not justify the realist thesis that all human action implies a tacit reference to some social institutional fact of a general character, and is sufficiently explained when we have made explicit this reference. The nominalist thesis, despite its epistemological inadequacy, indicates the goal of historical thought, which is to account for the social changes that interest us, because they depend upon the ideas, choices, places, efforts, successes, and failures of individual men and women. However, the realist does give a better account of the way in which history realizes this goal, namely, by appealing to all knowledge available having something to do with social life, from traditional truisms to the theorems and abstract models of the social sciences, p. 84. Far from aligning his narrativist theory with the nominalist one, therefore, Galli tries to seek a combination of the epistemology implied by the realist thesis and the fundamentally individualistic ontology implied by the nominalist one. This eclecticism would be a weak solution if it did not represent fairly well what professional historians do in practice when they come to the crucial 154 moments of their work. Their whole effort then consists in determining as exactly as possible how this or that individual or group of individuals adopted, maintained, abandoned, or failed to hold on to certain institutional roles. In return, in between these crucial moments, they content themselves with general summaries, formulated in institutional terms, because during these intervals anonymity prevails until some rupture worth recounting happens to alter the course of the institutional or social phenomenon. Such is the case generale in economic and social history, where the massive anonymity of forces, currents, and structures reigns. Yet even this type of history which, at the limit, is written without dates or proper names, does not fail to account for initiatives, qualities of mind, courage, desperation, the flair of individual human beings, even if their names have usually been forgotten, p. 87. As for our second problem, that of the function of laws in historical explanation, it is important to be on guard in this regard against a false interpretation of what historians expect from these laws. They do not expect them to eliminate contingencies, but rather to provide a better understanding of their contribution to the march of history. This is why their problem is not to deduce or to predict but to understand better the complexity of the intertwinings that have converged into the occurrence of this or that event. In this historians are different than physicists. They do not seek to increase the field of generalities at the price of a reduction in contingencies. Instead, they want better to understand what has happened. The same point applies even to those areas where it is contingencies that hold their interest, whether it be a question of conflicts between nation-states, social struggles, scientific discoveries, or artistic innovations. 4.0 Interest in these events, which I would compare with the Aristotelian peripeteia, does not signify that historians give in to the sensational. Their problem is precisely to incorporate these events into an acceptable narrative, therefore to inscribe contingency within an overall schema. This feature is essential to the followability of any fact capable of being narrated. One result of this primacy of the concept of followability is that the explanations, for which historians borrow laws from the sciences to which they link their discipline, have no other effect than to allow us better to follow the story, when our vision of its interconnections is obscured or when our capacity to accept the author's vision is carried to the breaking point. It would be completely erroneous therefore to see here the weakened forms of a strong covering law model. Explanations simply bring their help to our capacity for following a story. In this sense, their function in history is an ancillary one, p. 107. Such a thesis would be unacceptable if we did not know that every narrative explains itself, in the sense that to narrate what has happened is already to explain why it happened. In this sense, the smallest story incorporates generalizations, whether of a classificatory, a causal, or a theoretical order. Con. 155. Consequently, nothing prevents ever more complex generalizations and explanations from being grafted onto and in a way interpolated into historical narrative. However, if every narrative so explains itself, in another sense no historical narrative does so. Every historical narrative is looking for an explanation to incorporate into itself, because it has failed to explain itself. It needs to be put back on the trail again. Hence the criterion of a good explanation is a pragmatic one. Its function is an eminently corrective one. Dre's rational explanations satisfied this criterion. We reconstruct an agent's calculations when a course of action surprises us, intrigues us, or leaves us perplexed. In this regard, history does nothing different from what philology or textual criticism does. When the reading of some received text or interpretation appears to be discordant in relation to other accepted facts, the philologist or textual critic rearranges the details to make everything intelligible again. Writing is rewriting. For historians, everything enigmatic becomes a challenge to those criteria of what, in their eyes, makes a history followable and acceptable. In this work of recasting earlier ways of writing history, historians come closest to the Hempelian type of explanation. Confronted with a strange course of events, they will construct a model of a normal course of action, then ask how the behavior of the actors in question deviates from it. Every explanation of possible courses of action has recourse to such generalizations. The most frequent and most noteworthy case of such recasting is the one where a historian puts forth an explanation that not only was not accessible to the actors in question but that differs from the explanations offered by previous histories, which have become opaque and enigmatic to the new historian. In this case, to explain is to justify the reorientation of historical attention, which leads to a general revision of a whole course of history. The great historian is the one who succeeds in rendering acceptable a new way of following history. But in no case does explanation exceed its ancillary and corrective function as regards understanding applied to the followability of historical narrative. In the next chapter, we shall ask whether this ancillary function of explanation suffices to account for the unleveling brought about by historical inquiry in relation to the entities and procedures of narrative. The Configurational Act. With the work of Louis O. Mink, we come even closer to the main argument of the narrativist conception, that narratives are highly organized wholes, requiring a specific act of understanding that takes the nature of a judgment. This argument is all the more interesting in that it makes no use of the concept of plot from literary criticism. In turn, this lack of reference to the structural resources of fictional narrative may explain a certain shortcoming in Mink's analysis, which I shall discuss at the end of this section. Still, nobody has gone as far as Mink has in recognizing the synthetic character of narrative activity. Already in an article published in 1965, his arguments against the covering law model pave the way for characterizing historical understanding as an act of judgment, in the twofold sense that Kant's first and third critiques assign to this term, namely, the synthetic function of grasping together along with the reflective function attached to every synoptic operation. For one, in this article he reviews the main discrepancies, already emphasized by other critics, between the highly prescriptive requirements of the covering law model and the actual understanding displayed by current work in history. He shows that these discrepancies can be accounted for only if the autonomy of historical understanding is correctly established. Why can historians aspire to explain things when they cannot predict them? Because explaining is not always equivalent to subsuming facts under laws. In history, to explain is often to make use of colligations, to use Whewell's and Walsh's term, which comes down to explaining an event by tracing its intrinsic relations to other events and locating it in its historical context, p. 171. This procedure is at least characteristic of sequential explanations. Why are hypotheses not falsifiable in history in the same way they are in science? Because hypotheses are not the goal of history, only landmarks for delineating a field of investigation. guides serving a mode of understanding which is fundamentally that of interpretative narrative, which is neither chronology nor science. Why do historians so willingly make recourse to imaginative reconstruction? Because the task of an overall view is comprehending the constitutive events in an act of judgment which manages to hold them together rather than reviewing them seriatim, p. 178. Consequently, this overall viewpoint is not a method, nor a technique of proof nor an organon of discovery but a type of reflective judgment, p. 179. Why are there no detachable conclusions in a historian's argument or work? Because the narrative as a whole is what supports these conclusions. And they are exhibited by the narrative order rather than demonstrated. The actual meanings are provided by the total context, p. 181. The notion of a comprehensive synthesis, a synoptic judgment, similar to the operation that allows us to interpret a synthesis as a whole, clearly comes to the forefront with this argument. The logic of confirmation is appropriate to the testing of detachable conclusions, but ingredient meanings require a theory of judgment, p. 186. Why can historical events be both unique and similar to other events? Because similarity and uniqueness are alternately accentuated as a function of the contexts at hand. Once again, historical understanding comes down to comprehending a complex event by seeing things together in a total and synoptic judgment which cannot be replaced by any analytic technique, p. 184. Why do historians aspire to address a potentially universal audience and not simply a scientific forum? Because what they attempt to communicate is a kind of judgment closer to Aristotle's phronesis than to science. The historian's problem b.